So talking more about the load cell pedal then, Hunter, just explain to us what the main benefits would be for somebody that's not used any load cells before.
Well, I'm sure you can attest to it that it just feels like a more natural brake feel that you would feel in like a car or whatever you would drive on track. You just get more data inputs from a load cell to your sim of choice by ACC instead, of course, iRacing, whatever. And that leads to a smoother and more consistent braking feel.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I'll sort of hold my hands up and say I was quite surprised with the fact that even with a basic load cell, you can sort of feel that the car doesn't lock up as much. It's not so stabby on the brake. Well, good morning everybody and welcome back to the SimGrid and welcome back to the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster here for round 3, the 24 hours of Spa and the final part of our journey through the Ardennes Forest over 24 hours of racing. Back with you for, well, I'm here for 3 hours of commentary. Alongside me in the box is Connall Courtney once again. Connall, good morning mate. How are you? Did you get much sleep?
Yeah, well, it would have been a smart decision for myself saying that I had no other commentary duties. Of course, you, Chaz, was commentating until 2 a.m. on some other racing. It would have been smart for me to get some sleep, but then I was asleep at 2 in the morning too, so it wasn't the smartest, and I have nobody to blame but myself. But I'm here, and the excitement of this race will keep me well awake.
Well, we've all been there, mate, don't you worry. And to be honest, it was, everyone was like, "Oh, Chaz, you'll be fine. You'll do all right." But yeah, I'm feeling it slightly this morning. But this is what endurance racing's all about. You've got to crack on. You've got to get into the spirit of it. All the drivers and teams will be absolutely shattered as well. So, you know, we may as well join them in spirit. People in the chat, great to see you all this morning. Fozzie saying, "Hello, Chaz. How are you?" I'm just about surviving, thank you. Just about. Hope you're enjoying the race and hope you're enjoying watching as well. We've just got now our cameras focused on our current race leader, Tobias Pfeffer, in the GTWR simulated Gian truck machine, Car 1 P1, and ironically Car 2 P2 as well, in the form of the number 2 Ferrari, which of course is the Yaz Heat machine. And there's some cars, isn't there, Connall, that we've seen staying up there from the very get-go in this race. They've had some really strong performances so far, haven't they?
Yeah, it was Capacci in the car earlier that was really, we seen it basically on the first lap of the restart, just with a pure statement of intentions there. Where I think we're on board now with the Coach Dave Academy car, and it was the Coach Dave Academy car it rode round the outside of at our Rouge when everyone was being a little cautious after the red flag. They were going up ready on, and Capacci just went round the outside of just about everybody and really was looking aggressive, and it's proved to have worked very well in their favour because they're having a stellar drive.
Yeah, they really are. That Ferrari's been looking good, to be fair. And I mean, it does please my OCD somewhat that it's Car 1 and P1 and Car 2 P2. But that GTWR machine, I mean, they've been flying all season, in all fairness, here in the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster. And I think that to stop them at this point, it's going to take some doing, but you never know. This is endurance racing, and I mean, motorsport in general, anything can happen, and it usually does. But it gives me great pleasure to be able to hand over to another fantastic gentleman that we have in the commentary box with us here for this race. Hugh Hattrick joins us again. Hugh, how have you been, mate?
Very well. Bright and bushy-tailed this early in the morning.
Sounds like it, mate. Certainly sounds like it. I want what you've been having. But you've got a couple more driver interviews for us, haven't you, mate?
I certainly do. Yes, we've got 2 stars of the race so far, and we have Samir Ibrahimi and also Sebastian Handler.
Smashing stuff. Well, Hugh, if you'd like, mate, take it away.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's been an action-packed evening with crashes and overtakes, and now we're beginning to see the leaders of the pack. And first to interview this morning, it is Samir Ibrahimi. How are you doing this morning, Samir?
Yeah, I'm a bit tired. haven't got any sleep since yesterday morning, so yeah, my brain is not really functioning. And yeah, but I'm fine.
Fantastic. It's quite a time in the morning to do a 24-hour race, but well done just for me keeping going and doing extremely well. Well, so our viewers will be wanting to know, what's your take on the race so far?
It was a bit up and down. We started P9, fell back to P11, then got back to P2, I guess. I think, yeah, P2. Then we had a big moment in Eau Rouge. Lost almost a lap. Went back to P10, and yeah, over the night we caught back up, and we are P4 now. So it was a little bit of a roller coaster today,
And how do you...
but a good race.
Fantastic. And how do you find the conditions out there? Because you've had dry weather, you've had wet weather, especially at night time. It's been very cold, hard to keep the tyres warm. How has it been to drive the cars in these conditions?
Yeah, I would say we had a really good setup for those slightly wet conditions. So we had no big problems in the wet phases. So it wasn't a big deal. When the puddles came up, it was a bit tricky, but not too much, because we expected that. In general, we expected some more rain, but yeah, we took it that way, and yeah, it wasn't too tricky, to be honest.
Excellent. And you said you had some big moments there on Eau Rouge. It's never a place you want to have a moment. Can you talk to us as to what happened and let the viewers know?
Yeah, Vicky got into the car for her first stint. She went out and was a bit nervous. And then exactly in the second lap, she had a bit of a moment there and had a wiggle in the steering wheel. And then, yeah, she hit the wall at the right side of Eau Rouge. And yeah, we had like 30 seconds damage and had to pit to repair that damage. Yeah, lost us quite a bit, but it's okay. Stuff like this happens.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's always unfortunate where you have an accident because you've got to go all the way back to the pits, and then that takes time as well. But
Yeah.
what are your hopes for the rest of the race?
We are now directly behind P3, same pace, and yeah, we want to get that podium at least, if not the P2. But I think P1 is too far ahead. I think with 1.5 lap.
Oh, well, with 6 hours, just over 6 hours left to go, we wish you all the best, and you've done a fantastic job so far. So we'll be looking to see how you get on in the closing segments of the race. Thanks very much, Samir. And now I will go on to Sebastian Handler. Good morning, Sebastian.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm really well. I've had sleep. I'm having breakfast as we speak. I'm doing awesome.
That's brilliant. Well, tell us, and for the viewers at home, what was your race like so far?
Yeah. The race so far has been very, let's say, suboptimal. We've had 10 minutes into the race. We had a big off at Radion, smashed the car into the wall, and later that evening we made a very sporadic decision to go onto the wet tires when it started raining, and that turned out to be very wrong, as the rain did just not bother to actually make the track wet. It said was be increasing, like we had the plus on the forecast, but yeah, the dry tires would have been the right choice, and we lost like I think a full lap with our wet tires and switching back to the dries. Was unfortunate. So it's been kind of unlucky so far, to be honest.
So now you're trying to make up the time. Do you think you can go further up the field now that things are back in the light and you're on the dry tyres?
There is some more positions in the race for sure. I'm confident we'll get a top 10. We're 12th right now, and yeah, we're just trying to make up as much as possible.
I mean, there was plenty of incident overnight, lots of crashes, some quite big crashes. How did you find trying to avoid all of that? What was your what was the key to get through all of that?
Just paying attention, being careful with everyone around you, especially in the night. It's really important to be extra cautious with every other car out there, because it is dark, and if you have cars following closely, especially in the dark, it is sometimes really hard to judge braking points and stuff. The key is just to be extra cautious.
That's great. And how have you found the competition? Do you think that the standards of the driving, it looks like it's been pretty good overall?
Of course, yeah. Driving standards have been, from our experience, have been really good. Mega strong competition, and there's just nothing to complain about, really.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best for the rest of the race, and we'll be looking to see how well you do in the last segments. But thank you very much for talking to me this morning, and I'll hand back over to Chaz, Draycott, and to Connall, Courtney.
Thanks very much, Hugh. Much appreciated there for your interviews, getting us some insight from all the drivers taking part in this race here. Now, very, very interesting to hear there about the dry tyres being part of the option for these drivers, and obviously trying to adapt to wet weather. It's not the easiest thing to do, is it, Connall? And the fact that, I mean, for people that might not know from previous races, or they might just not even have the motorsport knowledge, when it starts raining on a circuit, you can't just jump straight onto wet tyres, can you? You have to just see how the track develops, because it may still be raining, but a dry line may stay there because of the temperature of the cars putting all the rubber down on it.
Yeah, it's crucial to be out on wets on the right time. If you go out on wet tyres and the track is still that bit drier, the wet tyres, they're designed primarily to be softer, so there's more grip in the wet. So when you get out and you go on dry tarmac, or relatively dry tarmac, and that heat builds up, you basically destroy the best of the wet tyre, so that when it does become suitable for a wet tyre, you've lost the grip that you would have had, and you've lost tyre life, a lot of tyre life especially. So yeah, it's important to time your wet tyre stint, because you could find yourself losing about 20-30 minutes out of the grip of the tyre, the best grip of the tyre, and then you have to make an extra pit stop and complicate your strategy even further. So it's not just a case of, oh, there's rain on my windscreen, I best just stick wet tyres on. You gotta time it just right to there's a point where the lap times between the dry lap times and the wet lap times meet in the middle, and you always generally don't want to be the first guy out in wets, but you want the first guy out in wets to be the guinea pig, and as soon as they start lapping faster or getting close to lapping faster in the slicks, then that's when you make the pit stop.
Yeah, that's it. You often see, don't you, the first of the cars that makes a decision, you see whether that's going to pay off or not, and then all the other teams have to then try and follow suit. We've got a real moment there between the 49 and the 72, just going around Pouhon. He's just trying to lap some traffic there. The 72 car down in 20th place with Ericsson at the wheel, but that's Chris Hoke in 4th, and the number 49 Pro Ren Belton, and we heard it here. They're trying to look for that podium. We've got the 69 machine off circuit at Blanchimont, a bit further around the lap. Bit of an update though, because I mean, as always, Michael Hamlet with all the information in the background. He's been doing an unbelievable job. Him and Mike Yao have been up all night. Neither of them have slept. They're absolute heroes in my eyes, to be honest. So a quick rundown of what happened overnight. This may be a bit sporadic, but we'll just try and bring you up to date. This is just since we went off air with commentary as well. This isn't even since I went off air. Just yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening. I can't remember what time of day it was. It was about 6 o'clock, 7 was it? But yes, I went off to do another 24-hour race on a completely different sim. I had to go and broadcast and commentate on that, and now I've jumped back here. So to try and get your head back in the game, thank God Michael is around, because he's got me right up to date again. So the 101 machine had a crash at Radion. This is the number 69 Ferrari having its issue up at Blanchimont. Though we'll have a quick look at this first. And oh, the car's just seemingly, it was quite a oh wow, he's definitely have some sort of hardware issue there. Taps one of the Audis. Yeah, something's not quite right there, is it? You can see there's something going wrong. That's a horrible scenario to be in. That the car was very quickly sort of just jabbing left, wasn't it, with the steering there, Connall? That was a real weird one, that.
Yeah, that could have actually been a very, very big accident there, because the Audi was very lucky to get away with just a tap. Unfortunate for the number 69 team. Yeah, still in fourth gear here, cruising. Yeah, it's definitely some hardware issues.
Yeah, something not quite going right there, let's say, with that. He's managed to change down, but yeah, that's a real strange one. But from what's happened overnight, then we had the 101 car, which is the Silver Racing Team Audi, which crashed at Radion. Another one to join it at Radion was the number 81 machine as well, which had a bit of a rough ride earlier. That's the Black Hawk Racing Mercedes AMG. They also crashed at Pouon as well. Then the 97 had 2 accidents, Lecom. Then Radion as well. And that, of course, the Sidemax Motorworks Porsche having a very difficult race too. The 22 disconnected, but they rejoined okay. The 602 also disconnected and rejoined. That's the Esport Performance Racing Mercedes. But they lost 5 laps in that disconnect. The 192 then joined the car park at Radion. The 192 being the Racing Line Motorsport Audi R8 that was very high up the order previously. And after that, at Lecom, the 72 went off the circuit. Now the 72 is the Virtual Drivers & Co. Aston Martin Vantage, which we were looking at a minute ago. And again, look at this here. There's some serious issues going on with this 69 machine. A bit of a danger to everybody else. But the 72 got a drive-through for an unsafe rejoin after that. 81 then crashed twice again at No Name Corner, then Stavilo on the same lap. The Butler PAL 556 car disconnected and rejoined in quick succession. And then we had a multi-car collision on the Kemmel Straight involving the 192, which of course is the aforementioned Audi, the Racing Line Motorsport machine, the number 5 Mercedes, the Time Harvesters Racing, and the 225 Porsche 911, the Carbon Esports car. And that basically meant severe damage to the 5 and 25, a stop-go for 10 seconds for failure to hold the brakes, and that was for the 5. An additional drive-through for the track limit violation on the same lap for the number 5. So not a simple time for them there. The 81 had another Radion crash and then has DNF'd from the race. So unfortunately, we won't be seeing the Black Hawk Racing machine. We then have the 68 that disconnected and rejoined. The 521 did the same. And then the 56 disconnected, but they rejoined in the wrong order twice, meaning that 2 out of the 4 of the drivers, don't forget that's the championship leaders, 2 of those drivers in that car are locked out of it, and they will not get back in the car unless the server's restarted because of a red flag. So real drama in that camp there, Connall, because that could have massive championship implications.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. I was stunned reading Michael give us the summary, and yeah, it was stunning seeing really the championship leaders having all sorts of issues and being down. Was 11 laps down, so that is absolutely crazy, and that is huge impacts for this championship with the number 1 car, the GTWR car, who are second in the championship, currently leading the way. So yeah, the like and subscribe team, it's really unfortunate. It's part of sim racing, because we seen them, Chaz, in our earlier stint, and they just slowly crept their way up the order. Had a poor qualifying, 18th on the grid, and we're just creeping their way up. I think it was up until about 6th by the time I left them. So yeah, very unfortunate for those guys.
Yeah, Igor Ogorodnikov, who we've seen in the Endurance Cup and in the World Cup be very quick for the like and subscribe team. He was just on a mission, but you know, it wasn't the sort of a massive climb up that would take everybody's breath away. He was just getting it done, just methodically, bit by bit, just picking off those positions, making his way up the order. Another car that's done quite well and remained up there as well, in my eyes, is the number 125 machine. That's the SRJ Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. He's got Ryan Yee, or Ryan Yeat as we call him, behind the wheel at the moment. And they're up in 6th place overall, leading the silver class by a considerable margin, because the next car down from them is Alexandra Seibel in the Vechite Porsche in 14th place overall. This is the Keck Sim Racing Mercedes. We've not seen much of this car over the whole race, have we? It's crept around outside of the top 20, and they're still now in that position at this point.
Yeah, and just a note on that a silver class race. Currently the 125 car second in the championship, 8 points off the number 995 car, and with the number 995 being in 6th place in the silver class, it looks as though we're going to have new championship leaders in the silver class going into the last race of the season. So that is going to set up a tantalising championship battle at Kyalami.
Yeah, that's it. And don't forget, everybody, this is not, as Connall has alluded to there, this is not the final round of the championship. We do have a race at Kyalami at the end of the season. This is Tobin Lee for Jensen Team Rocket RJN, my teammates over at Zancho. These boys did a fine job, actually. They're into the top 10 and continuing to hold very, very strong position, because they were a lot further outside of the top 10 earlier on in the race. We just had a bit of an update from Michael as well, and it's this number 1 car. They're just, well, I think the word is domination a little bit at this point, isn't it, Connall? They have really been flying, to be fair.
Yeah, and at the start of the race, they had just set the fast lap of a 2:18 flat. Me and Chaz were talking about it. I was delighted, because I was only 2/10. My PB was only 2/10 off their fast lap, and I did try and do a rain dance. I was like Michael Fatley in here, trying to do a rain dance just so I could have the bragging rights of only being 2/10 off the caliber of these drivers. But now I just seen their best lap time was 2:17.3, so over a second faster now. So that's a little bit depressing for me on a personal note. But yeah, they've just been absolutely clinical so far in this race. Haven't had it all their own way. Of course, we've had the 211 car leading for quite some time in the early stages of this race, as we see a pass attempt from Yannick Hammer, and this is going to be, it looks like it's going to be a complete pass. Runs on. Look at this camera angle. This is great. Oh yeah, dear.
He went off a little bit on the left-hand side there at Lake Con. It was a bit of a strange one.
Enslin read it well and is able to hold that position. But yeah, faultless drive so far from the number 1 car. Still 6 hours to go, though. We have had disconnects, we've had driver errors, and we've had disconnects from that team. So touchwood, things go okay, but it's still not out of the woods yet for this number 1 car.
Indeed, mate. There's plenty that can happen. The number 5 has got a drive-through a bit further down. That's got Kaminsky behind the wheel of it at the moment. And Airrec Gaming is saying hello from the 999 car. Nice to see our car on stream. And that's a very pretty canard you've got there, or a pair of canards at least. And thank you to MD from Germany, saying that we do the commentary very well. Much appreciated, mate. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And to be honest, I mean, it's been an epic event to be part of so far. We've got the final quarter just underway now then, with these last 6 hours of racing. There's so much that can go right and so much that can go wrong, though, in this sort of race, isn't there, Connall? And I mean, you and I have both been there. We've both done endurance racing in sim racing. I mean, even a 6-hour race is tough with the amount of work and preparation that goes in, but to do 24 hours is pretty much probably the biggest challenge you can do in sim racing, I think I'd say. Yeah,
absolutely it is. It's a testament to the guys who are still currently circulating. It's so draining mentally. Of course, you know, when we talk about endurance racing in the real world, every driver there is so physically fit and just conditioned to driving that the physical aspect is overlooked. But when you're so mentally drained, you're tired, you haven't got any sleep or little sleep, and you're getting the 3 hours to go, it's night time and you're going out on track. When you're mentally exhausted, that drains you physically too. And no doubt these guys will be feeling it too, because of course they'll be mentally exhausted now with 6 hours still remaining here. So a quarter of the way still to go. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough endurance race. But once you cross that line, even it doesn't really matter necessarily the position, as long as you finish 24-hour endurance race. That's an accolade in itself, really.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, from when I've done 24-hour races before, I mean, I've done the 24 hours of Daytona, I've done the 24 hours of Spa, and each time, even just when you finish, I mean, even if you've not got the result that you intentionally or originally went to go out and get, you know, you might not have won the thing overall, you might not have won the class. I mean, when I finished, I think like 8th in class, 11th in class, and, you know, some pretty, no results to write home about, really, but just having that finish, just getting to the end with a couple of your mates as well, your teammates, and putting all the work into it, it's such a wonderful feeling. And we always do go on about the phrase now about the car's not being real, but the racing is. And the emotion in those sorts of moments after racing for so long is so raw. As, the number 5 has been disqualified from the race. The time harvesters, well, they can harvest as much time as they want now, but it's going to be done on the sidelines, I'm afraid. They've been disqualified for not serving a drive-through at this point, Connall.
Yeah, that's a strange one. I don't know what the what thought process was there. I'm sure they would have been very much notified, because it's an in-game penalty about track limits, exceeding track limits and getting that drive-through. So I don't quite know what was going on there, why they were still circulating. But having done 18 hours,
we're getting an update from Michael. Oh, heck. Apparently they were given a drive-through by race control, but they felt that it wasn't a fair penalty to be given, so they didn't want to serve it. And while disputing that over those 3 laps, and they didn't come in and serve it, then they've just been disqualified. So I'm afraid that's tough bananas, boys. That's the end of the race for them. And to put in 18 hours of effort and then not serve a drive-through just because you didn't feel it fair, just to get disqualified for that's such a shame. Well, I mean, we've got this battle on screen at the minute, though, that we should probably pay some attention to. This is the number 999 and the 888 here, so almost number 6, but this is Yannick Hamer in the Kexton Racing Mercedes, completely giving it to the number 888 Ferrari here, the Coach Dave Academy car, and Aleric Enslin. Look at that big drift there from Yannick Hamer. That was some initial D stuff, that was brilliant. Hanging the back end of that Mercedes out, but Enslin runs wide, and back down the inside goes Hamer. He's going to have his nose in front down towards Pouan. He's going to have the whole car in front down towards Pouan. They get onto the brakes and turns it in, and nicely done. It looks like Enslin's struggling with the front end of that car at the moment, doesn't it, Connall? That car is not behaving itself.
Yeah, he tried his best to defend there, and that was great battling there, side by side for pretty much an entire sector there. Fantastic stuff. Little stunned. Sorry, I was mid sentence and just stopped talking because Michael was informing us of that info. I was stunned that a team would do that. I mean, I've had incidents where I've felt unfairly. It hasn't happened that much, but unfairly treated by race direction. I'm sure every driver has at some point in their career. But you don't just decide not to take it. You have to take it and then worry about it post race. So yeah, that's a strange one. And as you were saying, Chaz, 18 hours of effort down the drain. That's peculiar.
Yeah, it'd be a bit frustrating, to be honest. It can happen. We've all seen it before. You know, these little moments just come about, and to be fair, it's quite incredible how what a difference a little penalty could make every so often in a race like this. And you do get these little moments in the story of a 24-hour race quite often where you think, did that really happen? And you know, it becomes a part of the story that everybody goes away from this event with in their pocket. They just have this little nugget of information. It's always great to watch. And speaking of great to watch, this 888 and 999 battle is amazing. It really is amazing. Back down the inside goes Yannick Hamer. Enslin not letting him have it. It's a bit of a slide through Lecom. Enslin gets it back. Back down the inside into Marmody. Moves over a little bit. Says, get out of the way, sunshine. Get that giant plum out of my face. I've heard someone say that before. Yannick Hamer, though, just trying everything he can. But it's just one of those very difficult situations for him where once he gets through, he just can't keep it there, can he? It's amazing.
Yeah, if there's any bike racing fans, Enslin right now is doing the Troy Wheelers, where it's just as soon as he gets past, he's looking to pass again at the very next corner. No sitting waiting behind, just straight through. And it's brilliant. It's great for us. But yeah, it's strange seeing the HAM on the windscreen there and having a purple and lime green Mercedes. It looks like Lewis Hamilton's helmet, and it looks like it's Lewis Hamilton in the car. So, yeah, he'll hopefully be driving a little bit like Lewis here to get the best of Enslin.
And the fact it's a Mercedes as well makes part of the difference to it. But if I'm honest, I think Enslin's got the capability to hold on to this. We know that by now. We know just how quick he is in that Coach Dave Academy car. And don't forget, a lot of these cars running Coach Dave Academy setups, as they often do. Everybody knowing and loving Coach Dave Academy within the sim grid as well. Obviously part of the reason this was incepted too. But this is a really, really nice scrap to have. And after, 18 hours of racing now, the sim has just hit 10 AM. To still have a battle this close going on is great. And obviously we get to watch it and enjoy it and commentate on it. It's all the better, really. It's not a bad gig, this, is it?
Yeah, it's a nice way to spend a Sunday morning, isn't it?
It is, mate. It is indeed. As, again, Yannick Hamer, Enslin just seems to not be able to get that car turned on slower corners. It just doesn't really seem to be... I think he must have had pretty shattered tyres. But now, Hamer back in front. Enslin's going to get the run down the Kemmel Straight. He's going to try and get past again into Lecom. These two are not thinking, right, let's work together and try and move forward here. Because don't forget, Zielinski is only 2.8 seconds back in the 601 machine in the eSport Performance Racing Team Merc. There he is, just coming through at the back of his shot. So they've got to think about him there. Is not really much room left by Hamer there. Enslin has a bit of a slide. I think that's both the 601 and the 602 Mercedes behind them. The two teammate cars. The 602 is a lot further down, obviously. But the 601, he can sniff potential here in 22nd position. And as we get back into daylight hours now, the track is still only 18 degrees Celsius, mate. So it's not really the hottest it's going to get to. And to be honest, if anything, that's probably optimum temperature, as you can see from the grip level that's indicating.
Yeah, it's great for the tyres, I think. It'll be interesting to see how much the temperature rises as we go through this morning into afternoon in game time. I don't think it's going to raise too much, so people will be glad with that for tyre life. But yeah, it's pretty optimum conditions for those engines as well, being a little bit cooler. You don't want it too hot, of course. The engine will struggle a little bit, lose a bit of horsepower. But just as you were saying, look at the gap now to Zielinski, down to 2.2, and then at the same time, Bierman, the number 995 car, is only 5 seconds off Zielinski. So these two find each other battling for another couple of laps and find a 4-man group here for this 20th place. But it looks as though Hamer's got the biggest gap he's had over Enslin, but that's not saying much because now we accordion into the bus stop chicane.
Well, the Coca-Cola S, as Chris Hay and I dubbed it earlier on in the race. We're going to have to get on the phone to him, I told him that. But Yannick Hamer, like you say, great battling. I mean, to be fair, while the two of them did make a little bit of contact here and there, it wasn't out of any form of disrespect. They were just racing really hard and aggressively, and that's what we love to see here. But you're right about Bierman as well. That 995 Aston Martin isn't too far down the road, so look out for them trying to potentially cling on to this. But at the moment, Hamer now opening the taps slightly on the Mercedes. And you mentioned the cold temperatures helping out obviously the engine temps as well, helping them run a bit cooler. We just saw the 56 coming out of the pits there. There's the 995 Aston Martin. Obviously, with the Ferrari being turbocharged, it probably benefits a little bit more from the colder temperatures, you would have thought, but it's not going as if it does at the moment, I'm afraid. And the Coach Dave Academy car just seemingly struggling in comparison. But whether that's just down to tyres, we'll have to wait and see. Here is Daniel Ferrier in the Mucker Motorsport 25. This car actually had a disconnect earlier, didn't it? This was a car that hit strife while we were away, Connall.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Of course, that team was up as high as 6, I think, when we were last commentating, Chaz. But that's very unfortunate. And again, we've talked about it a lot. Just a part of sim racing, disconnecting. You know, not everyone is going to have perfect connections or perfect internet throughout, especially throughout a 24-hour time period. So with the amount of drivers that are in this, it's highly likely that at least one will face issues, and we've seen many facing issues. Of course, the biggest names to face issues is the championship leaders of the Pro Class Select and Subscribe team being reduced to only 2 drivers with 6 hours to go. So what they can do from, well, 11 laps down, I mean, it's pending, but it really doesn't look like they're going to maintain their championship lead.
No, it doesn't, unfortunately. And trying to do this with 2 drivers will be a very big task for them now going forward. So they're going to just try and focus and do what they can do. Here is George Boothby, and this is another car, isn't it, that we saw great things from early on. This is the second placed wildcard entry anyway, the number 96. They were second on the grid at the very start of this race, but then they had that incident. George Boothby on his in lap before his pit stop, his scheduled pit stop, had the accident at Radion, and it just completely changed their race from there. I mean, they've been on the back foot a little bit after that, haven't they?
Yeah, not the only Mercedes to go off at Radion, are they? I mean, I did the first 3 hours this race, covered it, and we counted, was it 5 Mercedes off at Radion? And then, of course, when you're doing your race summary, Chaz, that Mike provided for us, we pretty much just seen the first half of the summary, just being cars crashing at Radion, and it's just, it's just such a tricky section, especially, you know, when you're in that sort of sleepy rhythm, when you're in the middle of a stint and it's the middle of the night, and you're just going through the motions, shall we say, and then going over the top of Radion, the smallest wee bit of chatter or anything can just catch you, and then you find yourself in the wall. So very unfortunate for any of these drivers getting caught at Radion, but hopefully they take some solace in knowing that they weren't the only car to crash there.
No, definitely not. I mean, the 81 has DNF'd from the race, the Black Hawk Racing Mercedes, which is such a shame, but they had so many accidents at Radion, Blanchimont. They also had them at Les Combes as well. It's a terrifying circuit when you think about it, Spa. It's got so many difficult corners, and especially in conditions like they saw when it started raining as well. You know, there's these long sweeping corners that I mentioned that you often find yourself making slight adjustments to the brakes and the throttle as you go around them just to help the car behave, just get it pointed in how you want it. And making those adjustments is what can really unsettle a car and put it in the wall when it's raining, especially when it's a high speed corner as well. We were talking earlier about lifting off as you go up Eau Rouge towards Radion, and it's the fact that if you don't let off enough and you carry too much speed, the car will just go around and you're either going in one wall or you're overcorrecting it and going into the other. So it's pretty savage like that. Online Ghost asks, what speeds can these cars achieve on this track? Now, usually, from what I know, I think GT3 cars usually top out about 171, 172 miles an hour. It depends on the setup, obviously, but I think here, at the end of the Kemmel Straight, in these cooler conditions especially, they'll probably be getting, what, about 165 mile an hour, do you reckon, Connall? Maybe 160?
Yeah, I mean,
We've got Michael just saying that they can get to about 260 Ks with a very minimal amount of rear wing on the back of it. So, to be fair, pretty decent top end, considering the fact that they need these cars set up not only just to go quickly in a straight line, but obviously they need it to handle the demanding different types of corners that we have here at Spa. We've got a couple of cars in the pits. Malinowski in the number 211 Mercedes, the pole sitter from this race, currently making their way. And then they led quite a lot early on, didn't they, as well? They were definitely the car that was untouched for a while, but when that number 1 machine came through and Jordan Sherritt got behind the wheel, you had Pfeffer doing that incredible stint as well. it was very exciting to watch, and the Mercedes just hasn't quite recovered from there. But to hold on to 4th place, they've been doing a great job, especially over that 194 machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Malinowski has been setting some seriously fast times. Last lap time around, Malinowski was it was a 2:25. So obviously there was some issues, or they were just in the pits. But a 2:17.5 is their fastest lap of the race so far. That has only been matched by 2 teams, and that's Chris Hook's team, the number 49 car, and of course, no surprise, the number 1 car who did a 2:17.3 as the fastest lap of the race. But it seemed as though at some point the early stages of the race that the number 1 car would catch Malinowski quite easily, but the 211 started matching the pace of the number 1 car. So yeah, it was very impressive from the 211 car. Of course, we haven't actually listed them as title favourites. So, and we've seen this actually a couple of times where we haven't listed certain teams as favourites for the race, and then it just sort of exploded out of the gates and just surprised us.
Yeah, there always have been. I mean, even in the Endurance Cup as well, where we've had like 3-hour races, we've seen cars over the course of that time period just sort of write a bit of a story for us. This is the 601, by the way, Zielinski, with the 602 just behind him. And just ahead of him, more importantly, is the 888 of Alaric Enslin, Coach Dave Academy car. We've only got 7 cars that have confirmed that they will not be finishing this race so far for all different reasons. And I think that's pretty good going in terms of an attrition rate around here, don't you?
Yeah, I'll take that. No harm to the 7 cars that have DNF. But yeah, this is a testament to these drivers, their willingness and determination. That we've seen a lot of these teams, of course, 56 teams lost 11 laps. So we've seen a lot of these teams encounter trouble, and it's a testament to them not to just give up halfway through. But I suppose when you get 18 hours in, as we are now, you just can't, unless something has really happened that's ridiculously damaged, the car's ridiculously damaged or whatnot. You just can't give up now. You're nearly home.
Yeah, that's it. The end will be in sight very much for these teams now. But as I alluded to yesterday, when I was trying to call my teammate who hadn't seemed to have woken up for his stint, it was about this time in the race with about 6 hours to go where I'd tried to place that call and get on the phone to speak to him. I was going down towards Puon, and I thought, it's a nice little straight bit, but we all know it's not quite straight. It just slightly moves over to the right. I look down at my phone, I look back up, the car's got 2 wheels on the grass. I absolutely cack it and chuck the car to the left, and then it spins it and puts it in the wall at Puon, and that was the end of our race. Unfortunately, we had a lot of repairs, and that was all she wrote. And we were doing really well up to that point in terms of positions gained. So it just shows you that no matter how the race has been going, even if you've had a fantastic drive so far, or you've held off somebody for the majority of the race, or you've made up loads of positions, she certainly is a harsh mistress, is the Spa 24-hour and any 24-hour event as well. But Spa especially is very, very notorious for not taking anything for granted, let's say that, because I think a lot of these teams are finding that out as things go on. We've got the 601 now right behind Enslin though, and this I think again is going to be another great battle to watch here, Connall. Mercedes on Ferrari.
Yeah, Per Enslin has just had to deal with Yannick Hamer in the Mercedes, and now he's got 2 directly behind him. He'll be looking in his wing mirror and thinking that he's going to have sleep exhaustion or something, because he's seeing double here down this Camel Straight. One has the lights on, one doesn't have the lights on, but it's 10 AM, so not having your lights on is no problem. Yeah, so Enslin now is they're catching him pretty quick. So yeah, you were saying earlier, Chaz, Enslin really looking like as though he's having trouble getting that car stopped into the slower corners, and these guys are about to be all over him.
They are indeed. Now the 602 needs to be careful here, because obviously they are a lap down, or a couple of laps down on the cars that they're just behind here. So it's the 601 who it's up to have an attack, but in the background as well, the big plum 995 Aston Martin of Jan Beerman, obviously the Keck Sim Racing team, just sort of waiting in the wings for something to happen. And obviously if we see a battle here from Lucas Zielinski and Alaric Enslin, they're going to slow each other down a little bit. And that Aston Martin is naturally going to close back up. He's 2.8 seconds off the back of Zelensky now. It was 5.4, or I think it was about 4.8, wasn't it, earlier?
Yeah, it was over 5 seconds, so the gap has reduced now, which again, we were saying it. You know, when Hensel and Hamer were battling, this is just bringing the cars behind so much closer together, and it's exactly what happened now. The Bierman is on the pace. Here with George Boothby here, at one point, second in the race for the first few hours anyway, and of course, as you were saying, Chaz, the incident on his in-lap ruined that. Very unfortunate to have an incident on your in-lap, maybe just a lapse of concentration, maybe he knew it was his in-lap and thinking, alright, well, we've got this, I've got this then sorted, but I don't know. It's very difficult, as we've seen in the Mercedes, to approach Radion and get away with it, as we've seen with the car directly in front. Seb Hamler in the number 11, we've seen now number 11 car have 2 crashes at Radion within the first 3 hours. So yeah, and we've seen, of course, the 11 being caught up in the first race that was red flagged, the incident that kicked that off. So they've been in the wars, the number 11, but they've got some good drivers in their outfit, and they've got a good driver in the car now, so they've recovered very, very well indeed.
Yeah, they certainly have. And to be fair, I mean, the 11 as well, having quite a lot of incidents at the top of Radion too, so these 2 cars are both very good reminders that you can recover in a race like this and really crack on with it. The 11's got the headlights and the fog lights ablaze. The 96 choosing not to do such a thing, but at the moment it is Boothby just making his way up to the back of them bit by bit. He's just chipping away at that gap here, and he wants 13th place. I assume they'll probably want to get inside the top 10 with 6 hours to go, but to be honest, Connall, I mean, we know that even more than that can change within the final 6 hours of a race, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult for them to get up to the top 6 on pure pace alone, but the beauty about 6 hours of an endurance race, and especially the final 6 hours of endurance race, is that people will make mistakes in front of you and behind you. So there's a highly likely chance that people will make mistakes. So if you can stay safe, stay clean. Oh, as we see the 11 getting a nasty shake there.
Oh.
And letting George Boothby through. Is that Seb Handler having some hardware issues? I hope it is, and I hope it just had a little bit of a moment at the top of Radion and had to back out of the throttle and lose their drive down the Camel Straight. This seemed to be circulating okay, so number 11 car gets my vote actually for my favourite livery. I love black and gold combo on the livery.
I like that. Bit of Sam Sparrow on the go, maybe.
Yeah.
Was that his name? That was his name, wasn't it?
That was very impressive. You're going back to like 2008 there, Chaz.
To be honest, I only remember that because somebody mentioned it the other day to me, and they got really frustrated that they couldn't remember the guy's name. I said that they were a pirate's brother or something in the clues. Once I'd googled it anyway. I didn't know by memory, to be fair. But here comes Zielinski then in the 601, chasing down Enslin in the 888 Coach Dave Academy Ferraris, glued to the back of him, giving him some 6.3 litre AMG V8 assistance. But you can just see the aero wash. We were talking about it earlier on in the race. The aero wash as you go up over Radion is just horrible in these cars. It really doesn't help you at all. And then down the Kemmel straight into Les Combes, onto the brakes. And you may see it in this section of the circuit as well. Just Enslin, just the front of that car doesn't seem to have the pointy turn-in that we expected it to have a little bit earlier in the race. And I don't know whether they've received some sort of damage or anything, but maybe it's just tyres, you never know. But he's opened the gap up again during this sector though, so it seems like they've got their strengths and weaknesses at different parts of this circuit, doesn't it, Connall?
Yeah, and it's great to see 2 different manufacturers, and it's great on board to see the strengths and weaknesses. Of course, they may be on varying strategies too, so that could exaggerate those different strengths and weaknesses. With Zielinski there, he looked as though he was just going to pass Ensign with relative ease at one point on this lap because of the way he caught up to Allard, but Ensign too experienced for that. He is able to defend his position. He knows what he is doing. But look at this group bunching up now behind Allard, and that is not just a group of lap cars. That is the 601 in 22nd, and the 995 in 23rd. He is closed right up to the back of Zielinski and Enslin, and now could have 2 positions in one go.
Indeed, Jan Bierman could be very much a part of this fight soon if Zielinski doesn't get on with it and get past Enslin. So keep an eye on this, everybody. I'm sure that we will as well here at the Sim Grid. Certainly is a fantastic event to be a part of, though, I must say. Thank you to Trackworks, Coach Dave Academy, and of course Thrustmaster. This is the Sim Grid World Cup by Thrustmaster. We really do appreciate all of our partners being on board, and of course Simply Race as well. Mike Yao from Simply Race handling this broadcast for us. 3 broadcast PCs and a laptop. So I imagine it's been a very, very warm room that Mike's in right now, and he's doing a fantastic job of it. Thanks to Michael Hamlet as well behind the scenes, giving us all of the information all of the time. He's been an absolute star. He was talking to me about his ventures with a can of Monster overnight. And no, he was drinking it. And Eric Enslin, though, he's going to be watching back now in his mirror, because Zielinski's got a really good run up the hill. And look at this, the 602 in there as well. Just thinking, go on, I'll sort of will my teammate on. We go into Lake On. 602's got the headlights ablaze. The 601 around the outside manages to carry the pace, but runs a little bit deep into Lake On, and Enslin back ahead. Now Bierman is all over the back of the 602, and he'll have to relinquish track position very soon, you've got to think, to the big plum Aston Martin, the Keck sim racing machine. This is starting to get a little bit spicy now, Connall.
Which we all love. We all want to see these big trains, especially around Spa. We got a great shot at the start of the race. If you want to go and check the start of the race, the train going through the Camel Straight was just fantastic. There was a 40 odd cars going past. Thankfully in the restart we got everyone going past relatively okay. There was a couple of contacts, but that is a part of racing. When you've got 40 cars going for the same bit of tarmac, of course there's going to be a bit of bumping. But look at this camera angle. This is absolutely phenomenal. Feel bad for the cameraman who's hanging off the side of this car. He's trying to be like a bike racer, but you know, God bless him. But yeah, it's Zielinski now. It looks as though his best chance is at the end of the Camel Straight, where he can get the slipstream, but he needs that run up Radion, and going up Radion, as we've seen in the Mercedes, has proved to be a difficult challenge. So he loses a bit of time at Radion, that kills his run down the Camel Straight, and then he can't get close enough to Enslin to actually make the move. So he can find himself, actually, if he can't make this move on Enslin, getting pounced on by Bierman. But he's got his teammate in front of Bierman now. Hopefully he, for his sake, riding shotgun and keeping Bierman behind him, while Zielinski makes the move on Enslin.
Yeah, a bit earlier in the race we had a similar situation. Oh, the 602's got it very wrong at La Source. Straight on he goes, and there you go. There's that rear gunner absolutely well and truly gone. But we had a situation earlier in the race, didn't we, where we had a car sandwiched between 2 others that it was battling with, and they had this horrible situation that a lot of drivers do suddenly get into, where they want to move forward, they want to make a move, but just in case it doesn't work, you don't want to risk it too much, because you could then run wide and get caught by the car behind and, well, just get pounced on. It's very easy to fall into the clutches of the car behind when you're trying to attack the car in front, but this is a relentless chase at the moment by Zielinski. And to be honest, Enslin are doing a great job at keeping that car in the right place at the right time on circuit. They've got a bit of traffic in front now. And I hope to see the performance of that Mercedes just help them out slightly by, you know, getting out of the way, maybe. But we've discussed the rules, haven't we, with blue flags before now, that you don't have to just jump out of the way here. Sometimes in the whole GT3 rules situation is that it's up to the cars behind you to get past with their superior pace.
Yeah, that is the rules in GT racing, and it's difficult. You can see we did well to avoid his teammate there. That could have been a very awkward conversation when they got back to the pit box there with the team manager. But I've had that before. But anyway, we'll not get into my troubles. Yeah, it's difficult when we have these teammates here, especially when you're trying to ride shotgun as such for your teammate. You're also trying to unlap yourself here with Enslin in front. So just missing your braking marker by, well, that looked like a few meters, but yeah, it can cause
A few
it can
miles.
yeah, a few miles. Yeah, it can cause some drastic consequences. He was very lucky that there was that bit of runoff there he could use to get out of the way. But I was just looking at the lap times there, Chaz, while we're watching this battle on screen, and we have the only driver in the 217s at the minute is Malinowski. We've got a very human lap, relatively, for his quality from Statsenko with 2:18.9. So Malinowski really setting the pace here, the only man in the 217s on the last lap.
Very interesting indeed. We've got a little Audi civil war going on here. This is the number 70 car that we're looking at the moment with Christian Steinhauser behind the wheel. Back to this though, Zielinski is now under pressure from Bierman. Bierman is alongside him on the left. They're almost 3 wide. They are 3 wide, are they? No, there's a bit of an overlap. We've got the 123 Nissan GTR watching. You can see him hang back. He's like, nah, I'm all right, mate. Don't you worry. But look at that from Bierman, round the outside of the pair of them. He's going to now go down the inside and lay calm. He's off the circuit, but to be fair, the Ferrari didn't leave him in the room. Alaric Enslin just trying to wrestle that Ferrari around. Side by side, down towards the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Oh, and Enslin's run wide and made the contact and taking the opportunity down the inside is Zielinski. The side-by-side again. You can just see how Enslin's car is not behaving itself. He's not able to defend and keep the pace that he wants to. The 601 gets through. The 123 also pounces to try and put a lap on him. Oh, he's just scared of Enslin running wide, and he is doing. Look, he's not able to leave the space. It's difficult for these guys to get past. Enslin's not doing it out of being a dirty driver. He's trying his very best, but the car just isn't behaving itself. It's really tough for him to try and defend here. The 123 obviously goes through. It's not for position. He's just putting a lap on him. Now the 995 is for position. Let's see what he can do in this situation. Still stuck to the back of him, but obviously he's got pressure from behind as well from other cars on separate laps to them. This is one of the beautiful parts of the 24 hours of Spa, isn't it, Connall? We've got all these cars on different laps, all trying to get by one another.
That was absolutely phenomenal. I loved that. It was like 2x2 going into Noah's Ark there with the 6-car train. That was absolutely fantastic stuff. No doubt we'll get some cracking screenshots there from the various social media accounts of the SimGrid after this race. But yeah, Alaric, again, we've talked about his troubles. He's struggling to get the car stopped, struggling to get it turned in the slower corners, and you can see that evidently from the helicam with the cars ganging up around him while he was struggling. And now Bierman, as we see the Nissan cutting tight and getting a run down into Eau Rouge. The Nissan, I don't know where it is position-wise. It's not troubling these guys in terms of track route position in the standings, but obviously track position is important. So Bierman, Enslin, and the car just in front of these two on the onboard, that blue car, are the cars fighting for position.
And long may it continue, because the battling that we've got going on is amazing. Bierman back down the inside into lay calm. Enslin still holds it around the outside. He gives him a bit of his own treatment there. He says, look, I'm going to run wide into you this time, mate. This is how frustrating it is. Through Malmedy, and Enslin, there's no other word for it, just turns into the side of the Aston Martin. There flashes the lights. Oh, he's come across, and he's hit the Aston Martin. That was one of the I couldn't quite pick out the number. That was the blue and white Aston Martin. Now the championship leaders are down the inside. It was Connection Lost Racing Team 404, and now it looks like Enslin's damaged his car, and it was poor awareness, wasn't it? He was that bothered about trying to get even with the other Aston Martin. He's just come over on the 404 car, completely innocent in that scenario, and he's potentially damaged the car even further there, Connall. It was pretty poor, that from Enslin.
Yeah, it's going to be some repair time in the pits, but when you get to this point of an endurance race, surely there's got to be some mental exhaustion here. Maybe it was just a mistake in terms of fatigue, as Michael was saying there in the chat in our ears. It could just be a fatigue thing. You do start making mistakes more and more as you're tired. As anyone knows, when you're tired, you start making mistakes in anything. So yeah, that could be a big factor in that.
Yeah, it was a bit of an unfortunate moment to have. We're going to have a look back at it. Thank you to Mike. Yeah, you can just see he turns in on the Aston a little bit there, and he's just that focused on following him that there's that kiss of contact on the 404. Now look at the 56 here, go down the inside. down the inside of the 602, and then down the 888 as well. 888 just gets swamped there, and I'm wondering whether, because I did initially say maybe he's got damage, that's why he ran wide. Maybe because of the contact, he was just letting the 404 get on his way. And I know that it's not for position or anything, but it was just some sort of show just to say, look, I'm sorry, here, have my track position, sort of. You know, it's you've got to be able to sort of show the body language in some way, haven't you? That you want to give that back.
Yeah, I know it's so difficult to dissect that when we don't have the guys on boards or accounts from them. But yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Chaz, you're spot on. And now Enslin has dropped already 3 seconds to Bierman, and Bierman is 9/10 off Zielinski. So Enslin really starting to struggle here, and he will relish his pit window coming, because either whether it's repairs or just needing to refresh his own mind, get that couple of seconds, a 30 seconds break, he will be glad of it, because it really isn't going well at the minute. I'm just trying to look at the lap times here of these guys and see how much it costs them. Quite a lot. Yannick Hamer was doing a 2:19.3 there. So we're just getting word from Michael that Enslin is about 6 laps away from pitting. So still a while to go yet for Enslin. Another about 14-15 minutes in the car. So going to pit near the hour. So now we will see, will Bierman be able to get Zielinski?
Well, there's the question. I mean, Bierman, we've seen that 995 Aston, which we're looking at here with the wonderful fluoro yellow highlights, the gorgeous plum colours as well. He's had some good pace. He has been catching up to the 601 while they were battling earlier, but now, when it's a definite battle of just one against the other on pure pace, it's interesting to see what goes on, because now these guys are they're left to their own devices when it comes to this pace. You know, it may be influenced still by a bit of traffic, but because all of these cars are in the same class, I think often, because they're all GT3 cars, the whole traffic situation, it's often made a bit simpler in the way that there isn't as much traffic usually. But at the same time, when you do get to it, they're on a more similar pace. They're not in a slower class than you, so you get a bit of both, to be honest. And I mean, would you rather it be a car in the same class, or would you rather it be a slower car that's not quite got the same capability when it comes up to lap traffic?
Obviously, there's pros and cons to both, you know. But I'd say in the end, I'd want it to be a car in the same class as me, just based on predictability. You know, you sort of have a rough idea of how fast they'll be carrying that speed, etc. And you know what they should be like. They should be behaving like through the corners. So when you get a lower speed class or a slower class, if you're in an endurance race, generally speaking, and the classes are probably separated by, you know, it's not as though the classes are separated by a second or 2 seconds a lap. It's multiple seconds, even as far as 10 seconds a lap, say. So there is the big speed differentials, and that can catch you out so much if you're going into a corner, and you know, you might not be concentrating as hard as you should be, and then all of a sudden you're coming up very quickly to the back of a car that's going very slowly. And at that point, you know, when you're committed to the corner, there isn't that much you can do. So I would say, yeah, I'd want cars in the same class as me to lap.
I think I'd probably agree, you know, on the same principle, just because I think if you can try and make your life easier in any way when it comes to traffic and things like that, then I mean, you'd always pick it, wouldn't you? Because these races are tough enough on their own, never mind when you've got to consider traffic and the other cars on the circuit. This is Darren King for the Yas Heat Machine, doing a great job at the moment. Is this number 2 Ferrari? It's been one of the real stars of the event so far. They had a bit of a tough first stint where the car just didn't seem to come alive for them, and then just out of nowhere it did, and they were suddenly switched on again and on the pace. Before you know it, back into even in the lead of the race with the number 1 bearing down on them, but they got a drive through. I can't remember whether that was for track limits earlier on. The number 2, it was It was quite early on in the race, though, wasn't it? I mean, within the first couple of hours, to be fair, Connall, they sort of got put on the back foot a bit early, but then they've recovered from it well, though, to hold on to second place all the way through to now. It's great.
Yeah, they have done a stellar job. Capaccia did well in his first stint, making his way through the order, and then, of course, the rest of the team have maintained it. So I was just looking, actually, as you were talking about the number 2 car, I was looking for them in the championship, but a DNF at Suzuka has put paid really to their championship hopes, and they got a 5th at Bathurst, so we know that they are there for a top 5, and now they're probably going about 3 better now, sitting in second, of course, and could be on that podium. As you see a drive through there on the left side of your screen, that is for George Boothby in the number 96 car. And Chaz, we were talking about it earlier, that pit lane is so long.
Oh, it feels like about 24 hours when you just go down the pit lane once. It's like race over and done. It's such a long drive down that pit lane, because obviously here we're not using the Grand Prix pit lane on the smaller straight down towards La Source. We're using the full endurance pit lane, which utilises both the Grand Prix straight to La Source and then the long downhill straight all the way towards Eau Rouge. There's a lot of pit garages down there, and it does feel like forever when you get down there. And we've got car 888 under investigation with the 404, so they're going to be on edge for a little bit. Ensland making that contact, as we saw with the Connection Loss Racing team, and the 96 car getting that penalty for track limits. And you know, we've seen some of the guys pushing the boundaries a bit, to be honest, haven't we, at this point, Connall? I think you have to give it a go around Spa. You have to push the limit, especially in a race as sort of high profile as this, and with all the runoff areas as well. It doesn't bite you in the backside quite as much if you go a little bit wide.
Yeah, it's very easy. It's very easy to run wide, and I was actually surprised in my first 3 hours of the race that there was no drive-throughs for track limits, which surprised me a little bit, because it is a very easy track to do it on. Because once you have that runoff that's tarmac, and you know, if I do run wide, I can still keep the throttle on and keep the momentum going. You do experiment with the track limits, whereas with Bathurst or tracks similar to that, you're a little bit more cautious, or a lot of bit more cautious, because Bathurst is a nasty track to go wrong at. So yeah, I think when you get to go from Bathurst to here, you really can experiment with your lines a little bit, and I think that's what we see with the drivers exceeding track limits. Jan Bierman in the number 995 car here, still behind Zielinski, only 4 tenths, but he's got, actually, if you just look behind Bierman, he's got the like and subscribe team just behind him. So yeah, those guys, well, I mean, they're not troubling the scores, of course. They are 11 laps down, but they are still circulating, they're still doing laps, and of course, Chaz, you still get points, even if you are in last place, you still get points for finishing. So, I mean, points make prizes at the end of the day, and to keep their championship hopes alive, they need as much points as they can get.
Yeah, they do indeed. Apologies for that silent moment there. My internet just seemed to blip out for just a second, and we're all good. Still here, though. Didn't go anywhere. They can't get rid of me that easily. I know Michael's been trying to find ways for months now to get rid of me. I'm a pain in his backside, trust me. We've had a penalty for the 888. It's been reduced because they at least gave the track position back. So they have been given a 5-second penalty. Oh, 10-second penalty. Apparently Michael can't read. He's in my ear telling me that. I think it's the monster. It's gone to his head. But over the course of this race, though, I mean, you mentioned it before, didn't you, Connall, about the fact that we didn't really get many penalties early on as the 995 comes into the pit lane. And it's been rather clean, to be honest. I'm very impressed by the standards of these drivers so far, and they all know how high profile a race it is, and they're just making sure that they know that they're representing their respective teams. You know, it's all about keeping on brand, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's going to be teams and drivers who aren't happy with incidents they've been involved in and feeling a little bit aggrieved, but as a whole, I think the driving standards have been very good. as we see Sheldon Muscat now in the number 36 car, the GT Omega RPM Esports Endurance Team. It's like, I've said it before, but anybody who watched the Suzuka 8-hour race in the motorbikes will see the craziest team names you have ever seen that are like an essay. And her commentators have to read it out every single time and shout out every single sponsor in it. There's some crazy team names. So we see some cracking names, team names in the Sim Grid series. The GT Omega RPM, it's a mouthful, but we get there. And Sheldon Muscat doing a good job. The team was further down the order when I last seen them, so they made their way up through, and now they are pushing Ericsson for that 17th position. So good job by the number 36 car.
Yeah, doing a fine job. I mean, Thibaut Props, one of the exciting drivers that gets behind the wheel of that machine every so often. And they were climbing up earlier on in the race, but back down into 18th place at the moment. They'll want to be a bit higher than that. I mean, they'll be happy to be in the top 20. I think that's what a lot of these teams aim for, is top 20, because that usually, by the end of the race, that tends to be the top half. But Sheldon Muscat just pushing on at the moment in the very wonderful metallic blue R8 LMS, and just chasing Ericsson at the moment. As it looks at the moment, he's the one that's closing up, and Ericsson in that car that, to be honest, looks like he's doing all right, but it's just that Audi just has the edge round here at the moment. And we were talking earlier on in the broadcast yesterday, saying how much the Audi has really become the all-rounder of these GT3 cars that used to always be the Mercedes, but apparently the Audi is not a one-trick pony at all anymore. Now, he's lost a bit of time there, but again, it comes back to that aero wash, doesn't it? As you go up the hill, up towards Radion, it's such a pain in the backside because there's just nothing you can do. You just feel the car going wide, don't you? It just gets away from you.
Yeah, I mean, I can feel slipstream on a 250 narrow single-cylinder motorcycle. I can't imagine the slipstream from the car in front with the wideness of these cars and the wings and the aero. It must be really tough and a weird sensation to feel, and it upsets your rhythm. You know, you've got your braking points and your turn-in points dialed in at this point, and then you're behind the car and you have to sort of reset them. And we've seen a couple of people being caught out by that a few times in this race, but Muscat looks like he can hunt them down. Yeah, the Audi looks strong. We've seen a lot of Audis up at the sharp end. You can just look through the order there and see the amount of Audis that have been picked. And we've seen earlier, Chaz, of course, the Audi Centipede. There was a 4-man group in all in Audis having a fantastic battle. We've seen it and it was brilliant. It was great entertainment for us. But yeah, the Audi looks very, very strong around here. And all around, you know, the reason that there are so many out there is because people think that it is the best for the 4 circuits that we go to in the World Cup, not just Francorchamps. So, you know, we've got Kyalami, Suzuka and Bathurst still. So for an Audi to be the favourite, I think it's a testament to the perception of it in a set of course competition.
Yeah, we are treated to the fact that ACC has done such a great job of these GT3 machines. And they are, to be fair, some of the greatest racing cars in the world. The GT3 homologation has just been amazing. There's the whole racing group has just been brilliant. Obviously trying to keep costs down and try and keep things still competitive. The variation of the cars that we've had has been fantastic. Jan Beerman in the YouTube chat after just getting out of the car. Well done on your stint, mate. Great to watch you. We got plenty of airtime for your wonderful Aston Martin, and here's some more right now as Zielinski is fighting with Kalachi. Two of them right together in the bottom right of your screen towards Lecom, the 601, trying that move around the outside. We saw him try that earlier, didn't make it work, and again, he's just gone a little bit deep there. They've got the Porsche just behind them there as well. That's a car that I believe is a lap down, because it's not Sabel, who is the 137 machine, but look, the 601 just runs a little bit wide there into the right-hander at the bottom of the hill, down through No Name towards Pouon. And again, that's an interesting indication of track limits there outside of No Name, because there's a lot of AstroTurf that you can run off and get back on before you hit that little area of grass. But drivers haven't really been getting told off for that bit that much because, to be fair, it's quite a fast corner anyway, so it's a bit forgiving, isn't it?
Yeah, you're trying to carry the corner speed through there and trying to keep your momentum on the run down the hill. So yeah, there's a couple of places where, of course, track limits are very strictly enforced, but there's some where you can get away with it. And I think after almost 19 hours, I think these guys will be well aware of where they can get away with what. So Zielinski now under a little bit of pressure from this Porsche. It'll be interesting to see whether he can maintain the gap to Kalachi, whether he can close it up, because there's a 7/10 at the minute. Kalachi did a great job of getting past there, but I think that Porsche is one of the wild card entries. Now, of course, for those who weren't with us earlier, we have 5 cars in the wild card category. That is the red backgrounds to the number plates, and the number 13 and the 23 are invitational cars. 34, 96 and 444 are cars that have come in via the last chance qualifying race, the Laguna 8-hour race, which was covered with the sim grid earlier on, I think it was last month. So yeah, these wildcards doing a good job. Of course, highest placed wildcard is the Jensen Team Rocket Team 23 in that lone McLaren out in the grid. So yeah, wildcards proving their worth here in this race.
Yeah, that's for sure, and it's always nice to have them in there because it sets a bit of a benchmark for other teams, and it shows as well that how close the qualification was. I mean, we were all raving about it. I mean, Michael, I think he almost got. I was going to probably make a bit of an over the top comment there, but I had to question Michael's sanity when that qualifying week was going on because, to be honest, there was just so little in it between everyone, and they were based on averages as well. That's the thing. It wasn't just go out and set the fastest lap and everyone's gonna just pick thousandths off each other and it's going to be an incredibly close call. But it was all on averages and there were still thousandths between them. It was amazing, it really was. And the fact that some of these teams didn't get in, that would have been down to hundredths of a second on average as well. So to have these wildcards in the championship is great because I think the mixture that it throws in, we see different results each time in this championship. You know, these very high demand races that can just draw so much energy and so much concentration out of all the drivers and teams. They're just a very different challenge to your usual sprint racing championship where you'd get like an hour or even half-hour races as we've had on the sim grid. And it just gets more and more difficult as the season goes on because you start getting put under pressure for points. And these wildcards, having them thrown in there essentially as jokers, you know, like a joker card as well as a wildcard, it just spices things up that little bit more. And it also gives us an insight into how other teams that aren't necessarily in this championship already, how they operate and how they go chasing after points. And I mean, I'm slightly biased obviously with the Jensen Team Rocket RJN car because they are teammates of mine at Zanshow Simsport. And without any Zanshow bias, Tobin Lee and his team, Ross McGregor and I've forgotten the other gentleman's name as well. But Mike's probably going to smack me on the wrist so hard for that as well. Tobin Lee, Ross McGregor, Luca Burke, that's the gentleman. I apologise, Luca, and to Zanshow for forgetting one of the teammates' names. Yeah, Mike Yao is going to smack me in the face next time he sees me. But, you know, they've done a great job in that McLaren, haven't they, so far? And I think that's the only McLaren in the field as well. So what a way to represent that machine. Yeah,
and from what I remember, not only through my coverage of this race, but also watching the race yesterday evening, having dinner and whatnot, it was that all I could see was this Jensen team making passes and making clean passes at that, clinical ones. So yeah, I'm really impressed with this team. They're having a stellar drive in that number 23 car. It looks beautiful. And yeah, it's certainly going very, very well indeed. But yeah, we were obviously getting inside info to the qualifying event of the Sim Grid World Cup, and Michael was just flabbergasted at how close the times were. I mean, I think the Side Max Motorworks guys were the fastest team not to qualify, and they only missed it by thousandths or hundredths of a second. So really, really unfortunate for those guys not to make it initially for Suzuka and of course Bathurst. But to get the Spa Invitational race, and again to get into this race, they had to prove themselves yet again. because they had to do a Laguna 8R, which is no mean feat. I mean, yes, you could have been the fastest car not to qualify, so you'd be relative favourites for that Laguna 8R race. But they were the last team to qualify. There was obviously the top three went through, and they finished third, or well, finished fourth in the race because there was a team that weren't standing a chance to qualify for this race that we're in. But yeah, it's not like it was all plain sailing for them. They had their own issues, and they weren't blisteringly fast at Laguna, so they could have even found themselves not qualifying or had something else gone wrong for them.
Yeah.
So they really had to prove their worth and dig deep to actually even just qualify for this event.
It's very true indeed, and it does show you the high demand on the teams. And just hello, that's the 601 there, having a bit of a moment with one of the Porsches. You won't be too pleased with that. Still don't see the number on that Porsche as well. I'm trying to figure out which one of them it is. There you go. Thank you very much, Mike Yao. I absolutely love the bloke. The number 34 machine, that is. That's Bedin, who's bedding it in at the moment by the look of it with that 601 Mercedes. He's not waiting around for anyone. And we're just going to take a little moment here to just give you some adverts from our partners here at the SimGrid. Obviously, Trackworks, Coach Steve Academy, and Thrustmaster. We'll be back with you in just a second as these battles on circuit continue. So talking more about the load cell pedal then, Hunter, just explain to us what the main benefits would be for somebody that's not used any load cells before.
Well, I'm sure you can attest to it that it just feels like a more natural brake feel that you would feel in like a car or whatever you would drive on track. You just get more data inputs from a load cell to your sim of choice by ACC instead, of course, iRacing, whatever. And that leads to a smoother and more consistent braking feel.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I'll sort of hold my hands up and say I was quite surprised with the fact that even with a basic load cell, you can sort of feel that the car doesn't lock up as much. It's not so stabby on the brakes. Welcome back then to the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster here on the SimGrid on YouTube, and welcome back to the 24 hours of Spa. We're into the final quarter of this race now, the final part of this 4-part broadcast. My name is Chaz Draycott. Alongside me in the commentary box, as ever, is my favourite Irishman, Connall Courtney. And to be fair, Connall, we've been treated again so far to some fantastic racing, even this far through the race, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we were talking about how everyone's fatigued and mentally exhausted and they just want to get this over with. It's almost at the point of the race now where they're if you're a marathon runner or a triathlete, you'd be hitting the brick wall that they talk about so often, of that mental barrier that you have to push through. And then we talk about all that, and then the guys are driving like it's a 30-minute sprint race. So it's always the way of the SimGrid, and it's good for us because in these wee hours of the morning, it keeps us very much awake and very much entertained.
Does indeed. We've got a great battle on screen at the moment with McCall and Richterek in the Aston Martin and the Porsche. This is the 444 machine just trying to get inside that top 30 because these two want to go after the number 34 car, which is obviously one of the other Porsches, with Carlo Luciano Bedin at the wheel. And these guys barely separated. They're just under, they're 42 seconds off the car ahead of them, but still, this battle isn't going to help that gap at all. Still, gives us something great to watch out on track, to be honest. And here comes the 444. And Alaric Enslin in the YouTube chat saying he's done for. He's been up and driving engineering since the start. It just gets sloppy when you're tired, and it's understandable, mate. We obviously hope you're well and hope you have some good kit, and we hope to see you by the end of the race again. Thank you very much, and good luck to you too, sir. But this is a relentless chase here by Morgan McCall, isn't it, here, Connall Courtney? Because he is absolutely all over the back of that Aston Martin and clearly not put off by that fluoro yellow design.
Yeah, clearly not. I mean, look at the rear wing of that. How can you see the rest of the track when you're getting that bit closer? The ATK Academy car, of course, again, one of the qualifiers through Laguna. A little bit wide there goes the Aston Martin. Has a fantastic name of the Aston Martin's driver. Right track, that's fantastic. Whoever you are, fair play to you. Fair play to you for having that surname, even though you've had no input into your own surname. But regardless, fair play to you. But we're seeing the slipstream now taking a big fact. Will he get him into the bus stop chicane? You know he's going to have a go. Right track probably will defend tight. Yes, he does. Shows him the inside and then cuts back onto the racing line. The Porsche now trying to swing out wide, cut back in and get the run out and go again. He has got the drive here, so maybe a little dive into... No, again, right track shows him the outside line, but the Porsche might be able to do a cutback here on the run to Eau Rouge. That's what he's planned to do. He squares the corner off. Oh, he almost makes contact and that ruins his cutback there. But he still gets the drive, and this is going to be very, very interesting. 2x2 going into Eau Rouge. He gives up, and that's probably best. You know, he does seem like he has the pace there. But I'm just getting a little bit of insider info here. Shout out to Serge, who is texting me. He's my American friend who has no problems watching at this time. But the number 2 car has had a crash at pit lane, and of course they were second in the race and had to do a 30-point turn apparently in pit lane. That was David King. And he also tells me that they're on their last warning for track limits, so may possibly get a drive-through penalty on top of the incident in pit lane. So things not looking great for the number 2 car, and that has promoted Malinowski and the number 211 up to second position.
Well, big changes, and thank you obviously for the insider information, Connall. Always good to hear. And this is a very, very intense defence by Rick Turek at the moment in this Aston Martin, doing everything he can do to hold back this 444 machine. And it's a good chase by Morgan, but yeah, like you said before, Connall, he tried to get that cutback out of La Source, but Rick Turek just pulled the Aston Martin over to the right-hand side on the exit of the corner just to block that off. There might have been a tiny touch, but McCall still had the run down the hill, but he wasn't on the favoured line into Eau Rouge, and let's face it, nobody wants to go too wide into there. So we'll have to see whether he can try and find it and get some advantage somewhere else. He's all over the back of him again now, and there you can see the car number 25 for cutting the pit exit has been given a violation. So basically they get strikes before they get a penalty, and that is one of the aforementioned strikes. So Morgan McCall then, he's not close enough on the brakes yet into the bus stop this time round. You've got to think, if he has a clean first sector, he's going to try and go for it down the hill. Here is the incident with the Ferrari. Oh no, that's some proper Austin Powers stuff, that is. And to be fair, I've seen someone do similar to that at the Nordschleife as well, on the pit entrance there, because it's just partway around a corner. And that is painful stuff. So painful for Mr. King. And he gets going again. But just the amount of time you lose just by being stationary, that's going to really hurt, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, that is absolutely horrible. You're just motionless for what feels like forever. And again, on top of that, they also have the potential of a drive-through penalty, so this could be disastrous for that number 2 team. Of course, going for their first podium of the season, no less. And yeah, things aren't looking too good for them. I mean, he's going to have to stay off those green parts of the track. Well, not the track, but part of the circuit. You can see them there. If you have 4 wheels on and you gain time on your delta, you will get a track limits warning. You get too many of them and you will get a drive-through penalty. We've talked about the drive-throughs being very significant here. It's about a minute 30 total time because of how slow the pit lane, how long it is.
I'm just going to say there, the number 17 Aston Martin with that Audi going through and lapping them, got held up slightly down towards Pouhon. It looked like a potential opportunity for Morgan McCall. Doesn't quite happen for him, so he's now going to try and find another way to get through past this very, very strong defensive drive from the number 17 of Richterek. And good morning, Lucas Rommel in the YouTube chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. Oh, a bit of a moment by the 17 as well there. Honestly, I bet my missus thinks, how has he got this much energy at this time of the morning? Honestly, she was completely flat out when I finally went to bed at about 2:15 in the morning. And here we are again. Absolutely loving it here on the sim grid. It's 7:30 local time in the morning in the UK. Obviously, wherever you are in the world, please do let us know where you are watching from, guys, and we hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Make sure that you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe as well to the sim grid. And while I'm on the roll, I want to do a quick mention for Coach Dave Academy, obviously with their setups, and obviously David Perrell as well doing all of his driver coaching too. The setups that these drivers use, a lot of these guys in this community use Coach Dave Academy setups because they're just known for being so quick. As down the inside goes the Porsche. Has a little bit of a moment there. Maybe a bit of contact, but manages to squeeze through. It was a bit of a, it wasn't necessarily a late dive, but it was a bit of a late bit of commitment from the Aston Martin to decide, yeah, I'm going to turn in and block this off there, wasn't it, Connall?
Yeah, forceful would be the word. It was quite tough, and we'll see now, of course, now there's a car sandwiched in between these two drivers battling for position. Now we're going to get 3 wide down the Camel Street again, as we always do, seemingly, when me and Chaz are about, there's people trying to go mental and give us all the heart attacks. So
honestly, these guys don't do anything for for people with heart conditions, I'll tell you that.
No, absolutely.
It's absolutely awesome racing. Great to see it. The 444 Porsche then, now ahead of the number 17 Aston Martin. That's the USB Drivers 3.0. Absolutely loving that. It's Vitek Richterek. Brilliant, a really strong racing driver name. And we like a good racing driver name, to be honest. And I think there are certain drivers that just have the pedigree based on their name compared to others that are out there, in honesty. And there was actually a driver in one of the previous cars. I'm just trying to find his name on the list. Can't quite remember which team it was that he was driving for. It was the number 72 Virtual Drivers & Co. Probably not really a name that you want as a racing driver, but Valentin Barrier is probably one of the more undesirable racing driver names. But, you know, he was driving quickly, and ironically enough, he didn't end up in said Barrier.
Yeah, I wonder, is he any relation to Sylvain Barrier, who's also a World Superbike rider? Again, wouldn't want to end it in said Barrier, but there is some cracking names you see there. Big shout out to Steinhauser and Bossignore and Richterek, of course, but I mean, the biggest shout out, the top tier racing driver name. I don't know if he's watching the broadcast right now. He's certainly not driving at the minute. Wolf Matuszka. There's just a beastly name, that.
It is indeed, mate. It is. He's been doing a good job in that 25 Audi. Obviously, they had a disconnect earlier on. They're still inside. I think they're inside the top 10 still at the moment in that 25 machine. Now we're on to, well, we're nearly at 500 laps here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's pretty amazing. Morgan McCall is now opening up that gap back to the 17, and he's obviously got lapped. Well, he is becoming a lapped car now with some of these guys just going through. I'm pretty sure that one of the cars that's just gone past him was one of the Aston Martins, which is, I'm trying to find it on my list here. Apologies everyone, I'm having a bit of a brain fart here. But it's the car with James Bacon behind the wheel. One of the Aston Martins there. I think, is it? It is, isn't it? It is that Aston Martin. There's not many of them out there on circuit, to be fair, so you think that I should be able to find it very quickly on my list, but I'm afraid that's not the case at the moment. I think this is just morning fatigue setting in at this point. Connall, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm trying to look through the entry list too. The
SRJ Motorsport,
yeah,
125.
The 125, yeah. So there's Bacon, Draycott and Yee, and of course they are battling hard for that championship in silver class, because they are second in the championship at the minute. The number 995 is leading the championship, and with the way things stand, it looks as though that number 125 is indeed going to take that championship lead if you put the flag out now.
You've Danilo Montalbano has just said 3 hours of alarms, and here we are. Love it. to be honest, I'm too much of a light sleeper for that. I just honestly, my phone can vibrate next to my bed, and I will wake up. It's really bad. So I often turn my notifications off overnight. But I was a bit too scared of doing that, just in case I didn't hear the alarm, because I was absolutely shattered. Just going back to racing driver names, by the way, the other race that I was just commentating on earlier was the 24 Hours of Zolder, and there's a team, Flemish Sim Sports, which I'm sure a lot of us in the community will know, and they have a driver which I think I gave him a very odd nickname because he's called Keanu Bourguignon, and I couldn't decide whether I wanted to call him Keanu Reeves or call him Beef Bourguignon, so we just eventually went for a bit of a mix of both over the course of the race. But apparently it was a nickname that I should be very proud of for this gentleman, and he took it all in good stride, and he even started putting his own YouTube name to that. It was brilliant. He started commenting, it's like, oh look, it's me, it's Beef Bourguignon back out on the track, and getting involved in the spirit of it. And I mean, I know that most drivers, they do enjoy the fact that we make these puns and things out of their names, but I know that there are some drivers that don't enjoy that so much, but it's always good to see the sort of spirit of it. And thank you to everybody, by the way, that's in the YouTube chat that's commenting and letting us know whereabouts they are in the world, what they're doing, and just what they think of the race. Because without you guys, obviously, we wouldn't really have a broadcast. Well, we wouldn't have an audience to broadcast this to, and we sincerely do hope you are enjoying the show. So please do let us know. Whereabouts are you in the world? What time is it? And how tired are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Because I think I'd probably go with maybe a 7 at the moment for me. Connor, what would you reckon? What would you go for?
Yeah, I'd be about that range. Yeah. We'll see in the final hour when it hits us, the crash hits. But yeah, that was a clinical manoeuvre there from George Boothby actually on Seabell. Taking 15th now inside the top 15. Of course, they were second at one point. Now slipping down the order, of course, with the incidents they have had. But yeah, sorry if I'm speaking a little low. By the way, I'm trying to balance it out between giving you guys the best coverage possible and not waking up my mum and dad, who no doubt beat me over the head if I wake them up from their sleep on a Sunday morning.
The phrase I was going to go with was kick your head in. It's just, I don't know why. It's one of my favourite phrases, like completely. I love that phrase. And to be fair, I mean, I've seen people say that about race cars as well. When somebody's absolutely on it and, pushing as hard as they can, you'd ask them, how was your stint? What were you doing overnight? He was like, oh, mate, I was absolutely kicking its head in. Because obviously using your feet to slam the throttle in. Bussy in the chat, by the way, it said, sad times waking up, seeing the car I should be driving is DNF. That's an absolutely devastating moment, mate. Sorry to see it. And Mike Yao, our very own Mike Yao from Simply Races, saying he's a 12 out of 10 on the tired scale at the moment, Connall. So he's definitely outdoing us there. I think he needs to have some of Michael's Monster, to be fair. Not sure whether he has any of his own. I'm sure he'll let me know. And Michael as well, speak of the devil. He's worked out the strategies at the moment, just in terms of what P2, P3 and P4 are doing as things stand. Now, they're all on alternate pit strategies. So they all have to carry out 4 more stops. And it looks like, at the moment, the 49 machine is the one in the driving seat with how it figures out to take P2 at the end of this race. Mike Yao has said he's had nearly 2.5 cans of Monster. He's been very precise, actually. He said 2.3. So even though he's on a 12 out of 10 on the tired scale, as Sabel comes in the pit lane for the Verschite team, I know that's not how we pronounced it, but it's how I pronounce it. Even though he's on a 12 out of 10 at this point, though, Connall, he's done a good job there, and this just shows you the attentiveness that we have from Mr. Yao.
Yeah, that's just annoyed me, Mike, how you can be so precise already with how much Monster you've drunk. I mean, I can't even be that precise when I've had a full 10 hours sleep. That's ridiculous. Yeah, yeah.
Mike Hamlet now asking for how many millilitres.
Here we go. We're getting down to the crunch stage. This is the commentary you have asked for, folks. We need to know how many milliliters has Mike drank. This is the important stuff here.
Oh, wait there. Before he gives his answer, I want to see some comments in the chat. To the nearest milliliters, how many milliliters of Monster Energy do you think Mike Yao has consumed over the course of this broadcast? Send your entries in, and we'll give you a free nothing. We'll give you a free broadcast. There you go. You can watch this broadcast for free. There you are. How does that sound? free tickets to the broadcast. Love it. But yeah, send in some guesses. Bussy with 1355 mil. Or I'll say it properly. 1,355 mil. Guido asking the proper questions though. Where is the number 488 machine? Obviously the MSR Liga Endurance Team Ferrari in this race. And personally, I wasn't sure until let you go, Mike Yao. Look at the attentiveness. I love this. I love this. It's just outside of the top 10, and it's Robin at the wheel of this machine. I absolutely butcher Robin's name each time, and I'm really sorry to him. But Dan Ferrier, are we there yet? Mike Zora saying 1 can of Red Bull. Now that's interesting. Very interesting. Well, I'm going to close the entries for that competition very quickly because I'm actually quite impressed that Bussy was within 50 millilitres. It was 1306, 1355 was the guess by Bussy. So great job, mate. You may not be returning to this race with a car to drive, but you've certainly done yourself a good job there in guessing
Wow!
how much.
What a consolation prize that is.
Oh yeah, you've closely guessed how much Monster our broadcast director has managed to drink over the course of this. Oh, you can tell fatigue setting in. Right, 20 to 8 in the morning here in the UK. It's 10 past 11 in the sim. We've got just over 4.5 hours left to go. Chaz, Draycott and Connall Courtney here in the commentary box for the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa. Part 4 of 4 here. And Mike Yao on the broadcast doing all of the wonderful camera work. Michael Hamlet behind the scenes doing all of the info, feeding us constant information. We absolutely love it. And Hugh Hattrick as well, who's been doing driver interviews over the course of the day. Great to have him with us as well. And thank you to everybody as well that's been taking part so far and getting involved and coming in to speak to Hugh in the box. Now this is a battle for position again here, Connall. This is the 999. This is Eric Neath in the Keck Sim Racing car, just getting through past Mr. Hanna in the number 72 machine. But it looks like, again, as we saw before with Enslin, it's not going to be as simple as one move and the job is done.
Yeah, the Keck Sim Racing boys, both teams have been very, very active, haven't they, in our stint here. They've been involved in some fantastic battles here. It looks as though they do have the pace now over Hanna. Hanna just looks to be struggling a little bit to keep up with that Mercedes, and that Mercedes made the pass and is trying to stretch straight away. Hanna is not close enough to repass. So yeah, the Keck Sim Racing boys, I mean, you'll never not notice them on track with that colour scheme. I'd love to get a shot of the two of them racing side by side. But yeah, fair play. And one of their teams, of course, the Keck Sim Racing number 2 car, the 995, going for the championship. So we've got the 995 in the silver class and the 999 in pro class. Now, of course, team orders in terms of helping each other for the championship will not come into effect in that situation because there's 2 separate championships for pro and silver class. So regardless of the 999 giving a position to the 995, that will not make any difference in either's championship challenge.
Yeah, nothing really for them to worry about there, but you know, that's the thing, you've got to pick those sensible battles, haven't you, when to give the position back. Here's Sammy Ibrahimi, by the way, 3rd place for Pro Ren Welton. They've been having a good climb up the order, haven't they, Connall?
Yeah, and we know the calibre of that team, of course. They were strong in the Endurance Cup. The Pro Ren Welton team, of course, with Vicky Thompson, Samir Ibrahimi, Chris Oke, and we've got Jordi as well in that car for the World Cup. So the number 49 car doing a great job. Samir was actually, of course, interviewing there not too long ago with Hugh Hattrick, and he thought he was done. It was planned that he was done in the car, and then he had to jump back into the car. So 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Samir doing a good stint here, only 3 seconds off second place, that 211 car. So really pushing now for that second place in this race. Now, the number 56, Igor Ogorodnikov. Amazingly, they are 2 seconds off a car in front after being 11 laps down, but look at that gap to the next car, plus 16 laps. That is not good at all for this team. But in saying that, a couple more teams DNF to climb the points order somewhat lower, and you just don't know what will happen at the final race of the season at Kyalami. Although in saying that, I wouldn't like to be going to Kyalami with a championship deficit. I'll get it right. With a championship deficit to Jordan Shark going to his home race at Kyalami. That wouldn't really be a good position to be in. But we know the like and subscribe team. We know their quality. They can pull it out of the bag on the day.
They can indeed, and it's a very frustrating situation for them. Obviously, the car looking very clean at the moment as they've had another recent disconnection as the number 56 car. They went into this leading the championship, as Connall has said, and it's been far from an ideal scenario for him. He's chasing Verplanken, which is the car right in front of him on track now, the number 602 machine, the eSport Performance Racing Team number 2. You can see the difference in how mucky the cars are in comparison to one another. Very clean, the 56 round the outside into the Fania chicane. That was absolutely gorgeous. Is he going to get it done on the exit, though? The two Mercs somehow get them together. Gabriel Rudiferiet saying, is Jensen Button racing? He is not, mate. It's there is still obviously the Team Rocket RJN car out there, but it's being run by drivers from Sancho Simsport who have teamed up with them. Part of the team that I'm in as well. Very exciting time for the team. But there we go then. The 56 gets through up into 39th overall. But like Connall said, I mean, there's 11, 12, 13 and 14 laps between all of the cars around them. So very painful stuff for them to have to figure out. And if anything, I don't really think that they're going to be able to pull that sort of stuff back now, Connall. Like you say, a couple more retirements, maybe they'll climb a few places in the order, but that's really going to shake the championship up, especially with that number 1 car, their championship rival, who we saw earlier. The number 1 was struggling in the first hour of the race, and the 56 was flying up the order and went back past them. But now, it's complete polar opposites again. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it just shows you how a race can turn on its head. And yeah, very unfortunate, of course, for that number 56 car. We always like to see, I mean, in an ideal situation for a complete neutral, we'd like those two cars to be level on points going into the final race of the season and just having an all-out shootout for the championship. But this isn't ideal situations. This is a race, and this is things can go wrong at any point for these drivers. And in saying that, the number 1 team are not out of the woods yet. Still 4.5 hours to go. They don't even have to make a mistake themselves. They can be caught up in their own accident and be the recipient of some bad luck, and they can find themselves shooting down the order. But it just looks as though at the minute Samir Ibrahimi has got 2nd place. Now he is past the number 3 and the number 4. Of course, different varying strategies. We've been told by Michael Hammett all 2nd, 3rd and 4th are going to pit 4 more times. So they are on varying strategies, but will do the same amount of pit stops. So it'll be interesting to see as we get to the final half hour or so how these different strategies will play out in terms of the gaps between each other.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties of these races as well. As the strategies go on further and further, if teams are going that extra lap or extra couple of laps every time you'd have the ones around them pitting, you do see how it just unfolds near the end. But in the long run, while you're going through the middle of the race, it's hard to comprehend. And I mean, hats off to Michael Hamlet for sticking with trying to figure all that out all of this time. He's done a great job keeping up with it and up with everything else as well in the same moment. But this is the number 23 McLaren. Looks good as well. Obviously, it is in the proper Jensen Team Rocket RJN livery. Number 23 car. Ross McGregor at the wheel. And this team has made their way up into the top 10. And they are the highest placed wildcard at the moment. One of the invitational teams to this one. And the lads are doing a smashing job. Big pat on the back is going to be deserved, even if something could happen further down the line to them, you know, to scramble all the way through the opening hours and get that car inside the top 10 is brilliant stuff. Not that I'm biased, but I am. Only wild card in the top 10. There's only one silver class car in the top 10 as well, which is obviously Draycott that you can see there in the 125 machine, the SRJ Motorsport Aston Martin. And there it is, the SRJ machine. His teammates in that car, Ryan Yee, or Ryan Yeat as I like to call him, and James bringing home the bacon as well. So they've got a strong lineup, and to be fair, I mean, we look back to Suzuka where they won the silver class. They've just shown all season how consistent they can be, and they're constantly outpacing some of the pro cars, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, to be 6th place as the silver class car, very, very good show. I mean, you look at some of the pro teams that are behind them, there's some very, very strong teams there that are behind them. And it's a testament to just clicking off the laps, not being caught up in any major instance, not having any major instance of your own, and just literally just doing laps in endurance racing, no matter the pace of them. It's just testament to that being so beneficial to you. You know, it doesn't matter. You'll see yourself in the first few hours maybe being 10th or 11th, or maybe even further down the order, and losing time to the cars in front. But then those guys who have pushed and made the mistakes then will be 40 seconds behind you to repairs, and you won't actually have to do any work to make those positions back up, because you'll make it as you go past pit lane. So it's the preferred strategy, of course, not to have any instance. I mean, it's easier said than done, and everyone's pushing for sure, but maybe just knocking off that 0.2 a lap could be crucial to you having a safe race.
Yeah, that's it. You'd rather, well, I'm sure everybody would rather sort of take little bits, bit by bit, out of the car ahead over a long period than take a second out one lap, then have an incident, and then another, and have a really uneven run through. But thank you again for everybody in the YouTube chat. We have a lot of comments coming in. We've got a lot of people on there. Tortellini back in the chat. Apparently the Telebubby car doing well, hoping for rain as well. So we'll have to see whether that does come in the end. I mean, we've had a very cloudy bunch of conditions, haven't we, all the way through here, Connall? And to be fair, we have had a little bit of rain overnight, but not really too much of it to sort of, what do they say, unsettle the apple cart, I think I said earlier. Hate the phrase, but quite often use it. If rain comes in the last hour, there's going to be massive drama, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. The sort of chaotic evil wants to see it, don't they? The rain coming in the last hour really will upset the final bits of strategy of these teams. But as a neutral, to watch that, yes, please, is what I say. But yeah, I mean, we had a couple of hours of rain, but the track, I remember tuning in when it started to rain. Track grip was just greasy and damp, so it wasn't like those full wet conditions. But it can rain here, as far as we know, and it can rain very, very heavily, very quickly, and the track can soak up. So if it does rain, we could see some switches, late switches, onto wet tyres as the leaders now pit.
Leaders in the pit lane then. Statsenko in the number 1 Audi R8 LMS. Doing an amazing job so far, to be fair, that team. That's the GTWR Simulator Gian Truck team. Doing everything right as things go within endurance racing. Here is the 49 car in second place then, that is trying to chase him down bit by bit. Doing their part in this race as well. And they've had a really strong climb up the order, like we said before. Doing a mega job. And yeah, to be fair, Tortellini in the YouTube chat mentioning the Mercedes glowing antenna, hence the name, the Teletubby car, from Tortellini in the YouTube chat. Here is the 225 Porsche, the Carbon Esports machine. Next car ahead of them on track is Gregor Schill in the 888 Coach Dave Academy Ferrari. A Carbon Esports team. They've taken part in quite a few of the SimGrid events since its inception. And apparently, yeah, I did think so. Guido just confirming it in the chat there. You can customise the antenna in the car in ACC. And it's little things like that. You can put the LEDs in the grille. You can change the colour of those. There's LEDs on the windscreen as well. And it's part of the sort of enjoyable customisation that you can do here in the Assetto Corsa Competizione, isn't it, Connall? And you see a lot of creative designs based on what the drivers get given to play with, and that little sort of pack of crayons, let's say.
Yeah, and to be fair, most of the liveries here are absolutely fantastic. I love them. It's great to see. It's great to see sort of the ones you start to get familiar with. Of course, the Keck Sim Racing guys. How are you going to miss the purple liveries of theirs? Of course, we've got the what's the team name? The 69, the 68 car. I'll get their team name up now. That is, of course, the Leona V Racing team. That is it. They have some cracking liveries too. A lot of liveries that you will not miss, shall we say. As we see, we get a great onboard shot of the Wheelspin Esport team, and look how gritty that car is now. The dirt that's been kicked up over the past 19-20 hours of racing. And Chaz, you'll love that shot, no doubt.
You know me, Connall, I'm a sucker for a good camera angle. Looks fantastic. Right near the exhaust of this wonderful machine. We all love an Aston Martin, and they sound incredible. These V8 Vantages make such a brilliant noise. They've got such a... It's just like a thunderous V8 rumble. And it sounds almost like, when they cane it out of a corner in these things, it sounds like there's too much pressure trying to escape from the exhaust, and the exhaust just can't quite deal with it. It's just this unbelievable noise of trying to put power down. Absolutely love it. And Guido's saying he loved the camera between the rear exhausts where you could see the flames earlier. Yeah, that was on the Audi R8, I believe, that we were doing that on. But you can see just how far forward the exhausts are as well in this Aston Martin. It doesn't run all the way down the side of the car like you get in something like the Mercedes. Obviously, with the Audis and the Ferraris and the Porsches, they're rear-engine cars, McLaren as well, so you get the exhaust right at the back of the car. They haven't got far to travel. And in the front-engine cars, they often now come out as the Aston Martin exhaust does, just behind the front wheels. So I think, if anything, the cars are probably getting louder and louder. They still work on the basis of the noise limits that they get sort of checked to, or regulated to, let's say. But yeah, it's interesting how the layout of the exhaust obviously reflects the engine placement in these cars.
Yeah, very interesting. I didn't actually see that. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Didn't see that either.
Was that Robin Pergadel there, I believe, in Ferrari, just coming up out of nowhere and catching us a little bit off guard. But clean pass, no problems there. Stefano Bossignori gave him plenty of room, and Robin Pergadel is now on his way in that beautiful Ferrari. I love that sort of black, grey and green number that they've got going on. But I think still that number 11 car is my favourite livery that I've seen.
Interesting stuff. I'm still a bit undecided, I think, on my favourite out there. And obviously there is, as Tortellini did bring up in the chat. Here you go. Here's a I think that was a bit of a hint, if anything, when I was saying I don't know what my favourite livery is. Oh, we've just got on board with my teammates in the Jensen Team Rocket RJN car. This was going to actually bring me on to the point that you can do full custom liveries in Assetto Corsa Competizione, as you can do in a lot of sims these days. You can just use a Photoshop document, and this is why we're on board, because that behind is the Nissan GTR of Noble, the 123 machine that was on the podium for so long and in the top 5 for so long in this race, the only GTR out there. But in these events, obviously, you don't always see the full custom liveries. I believe there are plans in future. I'm probably going to get a smack on the wrist from Michael here. I don't know if there are. This is very, very speculative, so do not take this as confirmation from the SimGrid or anyone else. But I think there was potential chat of having people's full custom liveries in future. But as you all know, to have those loaded in the sim and have them loaded in the server as well for broadcasters, it can add a lot more strain onto things as it uploads those textures. Obviously, all of these liveries and things that you see here, they are the sort of the pre-made in-game liveries that you can edit, and it's obviously very easy for it to do it. Lag for custom liveries, says Mike Yao to me on the Discord chat that we've got going on here, and he's very right. It's extra file size, extra things for the server to download, and extra things for us broadcasters to have to put out as well. So our poor graphics cards, I hope you all can please forgive the fact that we do this, but it's interesting that we get this. But obviously, Tortellini makes a good point. As long as the liveries are only shared with broadcasters, then it could probably be fine. But you never know. As part of a broadcast, if the broadcast is being paid for, that's the main thing. If you're paying for a broadcast and it can't be done, but that's not something the broadcaster has as their fault. It gets a bit... I'm getting a bit too far into this now because we've got this great battle going on. Great camera work as well from Mike Yao. We've had the number 22 car crash at Radion, unfortunately, from further down the order. This is pretty amazing stuff, to be fair. Looking back from the Jensen Team Rocket RJ and McLaren at that Nissan chasing us down. It's a big old beast, isn't it, Connall? It's not one of the cars that you want to have chasing you, because never mind filling your mirrors. It's similar to the Bentley. It fills the sky behind you.
Yeah, I've been absolutely in awe here of this great onboard shots we've been having. Absolutely phenomenal for about half a lap here. We've seen the Ross McGregor Jensen Team Rocket just spitting flames at Noble in that Nissan, and what a shot we have right now. It looks, it's just a cracking shot. Sorry, I sort of tuned out. I was just daydreaming there almost, just in awe of this battle here and the great camera angles that we were getting. So yeah, fantastic. And Ross McGregor, you can see the different strengths and characteristics of the cars here, because it looked as though Noble was going to close and make the pass sooner rather than later, as there is a car, I believe that's the 22 then, that is very, very broken. Yes, it is. He just got a shot of it on Ross McGregor's onboard of a very crumpled front end, and this is going to be another Mercedes at Radion. And that is, and a little bump at the rear end too, just in case there wasn't enough damage and enough for the mechanics to work on.
Yeah, that was a big, big hit there for the Mercedes. You can see, patiently waiting to make sure that there's no cars coming. Nice little pirouette there as well. Good recovery. But look how much steering lock he's having to use. I even love that. He just reaches over to press the hazards as well, just to put the lights on. But rightly so, dragging that car back to the back to the garage. This battle's still going on. McLaren versus Nissan. GTR looking down the inside. Still can't quite get it done. This is Mike Noble in the FFS racing machine. He's probably saying FFS right now. Just saying, get out of the way, McLaren. Ross McGregor, he's not defending too hard at this point. Obviously, there's still 4.25 hours to go in this race, as the Nissan really hugs the wall at La Source, gets through, and on its way it goes. And that obviously means that the Nissan now is back into the top 10 for the first time in a little bit. And Ross McGregor drops out of the top 10 in the wildcard entry, but still doing a fine job so far, considering how much of a well, it wasn't really a straightforward start for them in that McLaren. They're doing a smashing job to be in and around the top 10, although coming straight back at the Nissan down the straight now. Punches a big old hole in the air, does that GTR, side by side into Lecom. McGregor holds it around the outside, but gives Noble plenty of room just in case he understeers wide. It was quite street smarts there from McGregor, don't you think?
Yeah, the body language of McGregor is that he's really playing it safe at the minute, really not posing any threat to any attack that he is under. And even then, it looked as though he was just on the slipstream of the camel straight, just didn't want to roll off the throttle. So went and threatened to pass, but had no real intentions of making it stick. So it looks as though he's just going to stick in behind Noble and just get dragged along by him for a few laps, and hope maybe even drag him away from 12th place Shins, who we know is a fast driver. But lap times have dropped last time. 218s, there was one lap a few laps ago where there was only 2 drivers in the 218s, but Pfeffer now back into the 218-4s, Ibrahimi 218-7, and Fidele in the number 2 car in the 218-7. And that is it for the 218s. Everyone else circulating around the 219s, 220s, so I think that brick wall that mentally is starting to hit now. Of course, track temperature is coming up a little bit, 21 degrees, but track grip is still optimum. So it seems as though these drivers are just in the mode of just lapping and not necessarily pushing for those fast lap times, just trying to keep on circulating.
Yeah, at this point in the race now where things, they start to level out a bit, you get the odd battle here and there when you get your pit strategies overlapping with one another. I think that you've just got to keep it safe. That's the main thing. You can push for lap times, but you just have to count on cars around you having issues. The 521 Aston Martin of Magoni has got a stop-go penalty, 30 seconds stop and go as well. So as if that drive down the pit lane isn't long enough, They've got to stop and hold for 30 seconds on top of that. That's pretty painful, isn't it, Connall? I mean, I'm sure that they'll probably be like, oh, we've got a drive-through. Oh no, hang on, it's even worse than that. That's scary.
Yeah, I mean, there's it's bad to be crawling at whatever the speed limit is at 37k or something to that effect down pit lane. That's bad enough, but then to be actually motionless in pit lane and then have to do it down pit lane, it's painful stuff, and it must feel like an age, especially when you're used to the speeds that you're seeing. Of course, you're almost getting tunnel vision now with the speeds, the 200k down the straight. It just means nothing. You're so accustomed to the speed at this point, having done so many laps. Then once you stop, the sensation of speed is still there, and it's a weird feeling as soon as you get out of the car. But no doubt, trying to avoid drive-through penalties. Of course, we know from our insider information that the number 2 car is one track limits one away from a drive-through, and they, of course, are challenging for that podium position. So they are going to have to play it safe now with the last 4 hours and 11 minutes. But Chaz, long time still to go to get one track limits one. So 4 hours 11 minutes remain. We've just hit 30 seconds to go of said minute, and Eric Neath, now Keck Sim Racing, is really putting Jack Noller under pressure. Jack Noller is 5 laps behind the car in front, so this looks like it may be the limit for both drivers in terms of positions. So yeah, 5 laps down when you're Jack Noller. You can only look behind you, and when you look behind you, you see a big purple Mercedes right directly behind you. So that's not a good position to be in. As you see, Nias wasting no time in getting that position. Blocks the line for a counter-attack from Jack Noller and gets that position into the top 18 now. Looks unlikely unless there's any more incidents from the top 18, which is still very likely that Noller or Nias will be able to improve any positions further. We've got Michael Condaccioglu now in the number 96 car. Of course, if you're with us for the Laguna 8-hour race, you'll have seen Condaccioglu be under the most immense of pressure for pretty much most of the race that I was covering, and Condaccioglu withstood that pressure, and people would get past him and then make mistakes, and Condaccioglu would overtake them again while they were sitting in the sand trap. So quite a high quality driver, and one that is quite infallible to the pressure, as we're on board now with Mark Ham, who is in P41, the number 111 car. He is in the silver class, and we've got this great onboard camera split in between the rear of the car and the rear wing, and they are now under pressure from the Keck Sim Racing guys. It seems like the Keck Sim Racing are everywhere on this track, and it looks as though the Keck Sim Racing guy is not going to have too much difficulty passing Mark. Mark is a little bit slower than what the Keck Sim Racing guys are doing right now. Looking at the lap times again, the lap times have dropped. The only people in the 218s within the front guys is, of course, the number 1 car, the lead car of Tobias Pfeffer. The other 218 is a 218-9, just creeping into the 218s. It's actually James Bacon in the 125. So James Bacon really starting to put the pressure down now and open that lead in that silver class. And no doubt, if you put the flag out now, will be taking the championship lead in the silver class, will that 125. But of course, the 995 still has opportunity, only 19 seconds back on the nearest silver class car. So no doubt that they will still be trying to crawl up the order and get as many points as possible, because of course we are at the last race of the season in Kyalami after this. So the championship is still all to play for.
It really is, mate, and apologies, I just had to step away for a moment. As you can imagine, at this point of drinking fizzy drinks for as long as we have over the course of these streams, my mouth feels like the sound that the Mercedes makes at this point, so I've stolen one of my son's fruit shoots to try and get some sort of smooth, non-fizzy drinks and diluted. Everyone could say you can just drink water, Chaz, but trust me, I'm that much of a stickler. Michael has just very explicitly told me how much he would like a fruit shoot in my ear in the background as well. I'm sorry, mate. Fruit shoot gang, as Connell's just said. Michael, hang on one sec. Yes, apparently Michael's asking for a hunt down for everybody that has disliked the stream on YouTube. So if we can find out who's done that and ban them forever from YouTube, that'd be great, because we think that we have done enough not to deserve those dislikes, and we've got 135 likes. Thank you, everybody that has just been reminded by that. Don't forget to subscribe to the SimGrid while you're there as well, guys. Michael's been doing some research in the background, by the way, everybody, as well. He's been speaking to some of the streamers and getting their opinions on the event and the updates on how them and their teams are getting on. People like Dalking and Jardier both have said that the final 4 hours will be really interesting, because the tiredness at this point, while it gets back to daylight, it hits you because you realise, oh, flipping it, we've gone through the whole night. It's like there's a bit of a mentality thing there, isn't there, Connall? When you've gone through the whole night, you get back to daylight again. It's a physical reminder of how long this race has been.
Yeah, there's nothing worse when you're tired and you're fatigued and you're trying to just get to the end of your stint and you look up at the clock at the top middle of your screen, you see 4 hours and 6 minutes remaining. It really is such a mental block to get through that. And this game, as we know, the racing game itself, both sim and in real life, is so mental. You know, there's so much to do with mentality and your mentality having such a factor on your actual performances. So when that head sort of drops and you take that sigh of, oh no, I still have to keep circulating, it does have an effect on your driving. Start driving a little bit tenser, maybe a little bit sloppier as you lose motivation, you lose a little bit of focus, and that's when the mistakes occur. So the 24 hours really just is the test of your mentality.
It is indeed. And here is the Teletubby car that Tortellini referred to earlier in the YouTube chat, and it's quite ironic how Tortellini's similar to the word Teletubby, and so 211 as well. Very similar syllables in those words. That's the sort of straws we're clinging to here to try and give you guys something to listen to. That's desperate commentary by Chaz Draycott right there. That's the reason that I'm sure Michael's probably going to be like, "Nah, mate, we're not having you back." To be honest, though, I mean, this 211 car, it's constantly been up there since the very start of the race. They've been doing a great job so far, have the Jennifer Lopez team, the J-Lo team. And I think, if I'm honest with you, I was expecting a similar performance to some that we've seen previously in the Spa 24 Hours, where a car just gets out front at the beginning and just eventually stays there. But it's not been the case this time. That number 1 Audi obviously did get on early. By the way, they've done 500 laps now. I know the number 1 Audi has done similar, but I mean, from pole position, this 211 car had the pedigree to take a very, very dominant win, and you never know, it could still happen, but a lot will have to change, I think, between now and then. This is Jack Noller in the team name that rolls off the tongue, the GT Omega RPM Esports Endurance team, chasing down Eric Nieth in the 999. That's not the 999 right in front of them. That is one of the Audis. I think a bit further down the order. Is that potentially the number 70 machine? Just trying to see. I can't quite see the number on it. But still, they've got some lap traffic to think about here. And, oh, there you go, down the inside. That is the 111 car, actually, isn't it? The 111 Audi that we were on board with not too long ago with Guido's favourite camera. Now the final corner. This 36, it's one of those cars that always looks fast, but they're just not making the positions back up now because of how far out the field has been spread.
Yeah, I mean, you look when they go through the next time screen, they are just behind the car that passed them there not too long ago, Seabell, the number 137 car. So when they go through the start-finish straight, we will see the gap. It is, I believe, a few seconds. Seabell then has 23 seconds to Kondachi Oglu, and then there's a long gap. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Jack Noller to actually make that grind up. But again, people can make mistakes like that. 6 laps from Kondachi Oglu onwards. So that's unlikely that they're going to break the top 15, you'd have to say. And it's very unfortunate because, oh, hello. This is one of the best
There's
camera
some
angles I've
branding.
seen. Yeah, wow, this is amazing. Hope this isn't what Niels van der Kokkel is having a look at when he's driving, because that would be very, very difficult to navigate the Spa-Francorchamps track. But he's only 2.3 seconds behind Samir Ibrahimi, so he's closing on Samir. Last time around that Samir was doing a 218.3 in comparison to Niels 219.4. So Samir opening up by a second there. It was within 1.3, it is now opened up over 2 seconds. So Samir is really responding to the pressure that Niels van der Kokkel is putting under him.
And that's the thing, you know, some of these drivers react to pressure differently. Some of them can hack it, some of them can't. And this is the number 97, which, again, the Sidemax Motorworks teams have been great in the Endurance Cup and in the Sprint Cup as well. In other SimGrid series, this team has been a real force to be reckoned with. But at the moment, I'm afraid that they're not quite having their cleanest race. We just caught a glimpse of the Bentley, the Boatley itself there, the number 194 Racing Line Motorsport machine with Akos Gietvan, Bence Metiassi and Marco Macri behind the wheel. And that car, again, it was another one that was near the front early on, wasn't it, Connall? And it's just sort of faded away as this race has developed bit by bit. And to be honest, we were always knowing that well, good English, Chaz. We knew that the Bentley was quick around here at Spa, especially very early on in its set of course of Competizione life. But with just the one of them here, it's been a bit difficult to sort of get any true representation of whether it is a fully competitive car. But the 194 guys are certainly doing their best to show us that.
Yeah, it's hard to get the data on which car is performing and how well it is when there is only one car out. Of course, it's very easy to get the Audis and the Mercedes when there's 5, 6, 7 of them. As we see the Bentley run a little bit wide, but a top 5 at the minute for this Bentley, the Racing Line Motorsport team. I'd say that would be a good job. Of course, they're the top Bentley because they're the only Bentley out on track. But yeah, it's a fantastic job, and it's a testament to the Bentley keeping the tyres as well. As we see a car stop, is that the 211? That was a black Mercedes there. Was that the 211 car of Niels van der Kokkel?
It is.
It is. So third place has had to stop. The hazards are on. Was that a hardware issue? Because that was a dead stop in the middle of a track and a reset. So very, very strange situation there. And that has really paid his chances within this next hour of catching Samir Ibrahimi. Yeah,
that's a big chunk of time lost there. That's really, really odd. Michael's just saying that he has had issues with hardware recently, and he's hit the ignition and cut the engine, and you have to stop the car to restart them. They do not restart on the move. So here we are, Mike Yao absolutely on it. Let's have a look and see what happens. Yeah, you can just see the revs just die. Yeah, definitely, that engine's gone. You can see he's on the hazards. That's great that he's straight on it straight away, although he is pressing buttons away here, trying to get it sorted. And yeah, he has realised at this point you do have to stop the car dead. He could have been a bit further out the way for safety, but you know, in the heat of the moment, with the fatigue setting in, these drivers do crack on with it and just get things done in the moment, don't you? And he gets back going again, and well, he needs to Niels van der Kokkel now, doesn't he, Connall?
Yeah, I think I've just made a line there in Chaz Pingo, so that's that done. I win. I know you've been trying to avoid it while I've been on the broadcast, so I don't win, but there you go, I've won. We've just got a drive through now for the 888 car. That is Gregor Schill in that car now. They just got back into the top 20, and that is a track limits drive through penalty, so that is not good for the 888 car. Of course, they've had a disconnect themselves, been terribly unlucky again. AAA car just can't seem to get any luck. Of course, they do have the pace, you know, the drivers, you know, the quality of those drivers. They do have the pace for those top 10 and top 5 finishes. Just not getting the luck at the minute. But track limits, it's a difficult thing to maintain around here because it's so easy to run out wide and try and keep your foot on that throttle and keep that momentum building. But it is such a painful drive through. It is the most painful drive through on this ACC calendar.
Is indeed, and Gregor Schill is going to have to endure it in the 888 Coach Dave Academy Ferrari. We're looking here at the number 2 machine with Simon Fidel at the wheel, with the Yas Heat team doing a great job so far. This number 2 car has been really quite strong, to be honest. And yeah, I had a little. That was a very good question actually by Menteroth in the YouTube chat. He says, "Why is the car moving in the mirrors when it's standing still?" And it's one of the strange little sort of glitchy graphical issues that you get in ACC. And to be honest, for how pretty it is, there aren't really many of them. But when you look at a replay and you see a car, the mirrors actually still play what's going on in the car in real time. So even though it's in the replay and it's like coming to a halt as we saw with the 211 there, the mirrors are actually still playing what they're seeing in real time back in the race, which is a very interesting thing to have, to be fair. And I quite like that. A bit of time travel in the Mercedes. I think that Niels van der Kokel's going to be hoping that he can use that to his advantage at some point in these last few hours.
Yeah, he's going to need to time travel to get that lost time back. It's very unfortunate to have these hardware issues, but again, it's a representation potentially of mechanical issues, as we've just seen on the right of our screen. The Triple Eight Coach Dave Kyalami car serving what I presume is serving the drive-through there in the pits. You see Mike Noble now really putting the pressure on one of the Keck Sim Racing cars that is championship leaders of silver class, the 995, as Keck Sim Racing number 2. So the second team, and the second team are currently P1 in the championship. They're doing a great job, and they've just lost out a little bit there to Mike Noble, but of course that's not for position, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway if it was for position, because Mike Noble is in the pro class, so separate championships there. So it's for now, I think for the 995 car, it's just all about trying to damage limitation now. It looks as though the 125 James Bacon currently driving in it has this silver race sewn up unless any mistakes are made from them. So maybe just climb the order a little bit, maybe get to Hannah or Noller or Seabell even if they make some mistakes, and he could potentially find themselves to the 995 doing a bit of a damage limitation run and potentially getting the Kyalami still with his championship lead intact.
Yeah, that's the thing. They do still have to think about the long run, and not just the long run of this race, but the long run of the championship. So to have another one after this is going to really amplify the implications in terms of the points here at Spa. And also, it's been pointed out to us in the YouTube chat as well that Mike Noble in the 123 Nissan GTR that we were watching not too long ago is actually catching the MSR Liga endurance team Ferrari 488 in 8th position. And if I'm honest, I'm all for seeing another Nissan Ferrari battle, because that Nissan, I mean, it's been a joy to watch. And the Bentley, the only Bentley in the race, I said about them trying to show us that it's competitive and maybe not giving the true representation, but shut up, Chaz, because they're in 5th place overall at the moment, Connall. Doing an amazing job. Amazing job.
Yes, so we see once again the solo cars is in the only the only car of that manufacturer in the race are 5th and 9th, and we've seen, of course, we were a little bit biased, to be fair, when watching the Nissan at Bathurst, because it came out of nowhere. It and the Honda NSX came out of nowhere at Bathurst, and we're looking really strong, even pushing the podium places at one point. So some fantastic driving from those teams. It's a testament to how well balanced these GT3 cars are in this game, and it really does come down to what you can get out of the package and your setup, etc. And also your driving ability, no surprise there. But of course, certain cars suit certain tracks. So it's just a part of racing, it's a part of life. But the SimGrid are releasing a new BOP, as has been discussed in the chat. So very exciting to see when we go forward into future races that being implemented, and I don't know how, Chaz, but we will get even closer racing.
To be honest, it sounds like a treat to me, to be honest, mate. I mean, we've always had really close racing in the SimGrid, and I think that, to be honest, having it in an event like this as well, it has been so close all the way along. I've really been loving how competitive this whole field has been, and the fact that we do keep seeing these battles, it's awesome. It really is. And I've watched endurance races before that are not even a quarter of the length of this, and you see less battling, and the overall competitiveness of this field is just absolutely mad. It really is, and the level of it, the fact that some of them. Yeah, the fact that some of them can have such a pace advantage. I mean, that number 1 Audi, let's face it, they have been a real star, haven't they, all the way through this one. The pace from every driver in that car has just been incredible.
Yeah, and just looking at their lap times, of course, the lap times now have dropped to 2:18.1 was the best lap. 2:92 is their last lap. But I mean, it's not just them. Everybody's pace has dropped. Even Pfeffer has dropped down to a slow 2:18.8 for his standards. I mean, 2:18.8 would be, I'd be dreaming of that race pace. But these guys, they've dropped off into the high 2:18s now. They were, of course, doing 2:17s at one point. Best lap of the race so far is from that number 1 car, 2:17.3. But yeah, there's only a few cars now in the 2:18s. Actually, the fastest guy out on track last time around was Wolf Matuszka, and he is in a 2:18.1, so he's almost into the 17. So Wolf Matuszka is by far and away the fastest guy out on track last lap around. So Matuszka in the car and can really now start to pressure Ross McGregor in 10th place in that Jensen Team Rocket car.
Well, hopefully, I mean, I'm slightly biased obviously on Ross that he can stay inside the top 10 again. Liam Murray in the YouTube chat saying we need to make an offering to the rain gods, and to be honest, I think it'd be part of my duty here on the sim grid to happily and volunteer to offer up Connall Courtney to the rain gods. Obviously, you know, I have to speak on my own behalf there. I'm sure Connall will probably agree, to be fair. But no, we would love to see rain, guys. I know that you do all keep asking for it. Obviously, we can't control that now. We'll have to see what happens with the wind. It's not really been a strong wind, actually, Connall, has it? And we've been expecting that when that wind picks up, it's going to blow the weather towards us. But it's just not quite happened yet. We had a little bit of rain through the night, but it didn't do enough to shake anything up in the order.
Yeah, everyone seemed to adapt quite well to the little bit of rain, which is still difficult. I mean, there's sometimes when you deal with mixed conditions, you don't want a mixed track. You don't want half wet, half dry, or just damp. You want it either full wet or full dry, just so you know what you're dealing with. So it's not as though when it was only light rain that it was an easy track to deal with. It was still a very difficult track to deal with. It's just so happened that every one of the teams dealt really well with it and didn't have any major incidents that changed the order a little bit. So I think that's more a testament to the drivers as opposed to the conditions.
Yeah, indeed. That's a very, very good shout. Michael's actually just gone in the YouTube chat with the audacity and offered up tortellini as the sacrifice, and I don't mean the food. I mean genuinely the obviously the driver tortellini. I still don't know the full name, to be fair, but I'm sure Michael will probably confirm. But this is my problem, you see. I'm no good with usernames. I always, people have moaned at me in the past in Discord servers because I just have to have people's real names there. I've had series where I've commentated on different drivers that have been using their usernames, and then I'll get introduced to them in another server somewhere else, and I'm like, who the hell's this? And they're just like, oh, I'm so-and-so. And I'm like, just tell me your real name. You know, we can't commentate on usernames, but it is what it is. Obviously, it's no issue on YouTube. I'm not getting bitter about that at all, but you know, in a race, it just makes life easier as a commentator, doesn't it? I think that's my real world side of me just kicking in a little bit much there and getting a bit salty about it. But still, we have plenty of action left to go. We're within the last 4 hours of this race now. And I mean, the last two have flown by. I mean, there's only half an hour left of you lot dealing with me until the end of this one, Connall. And well, it's been a real joyride, hasn't it, mate? We've had a right laugh with it, to be fair. Yeah,
there's been some entertaining action and some not so stellar commentary from us talking about Monster Energy cans and our broadcaster drinking or measuring it.
The driver's name.
But no, it's been brilliant. It always is with the sim grid, and yeah, it's really interesting. It's the first 24 hours that I've actually covered So yeah, it's a new experience for me. I hope everyone's not feeling too bad in these wee hours of the morning and are enjoying at least the action on track. Maybe you have us muted, but if as long as you are enjoying the action out on track, well then that's not too bad. I can deal with that. But we've had some fantastic racing, and even so deep into this race, we have still had people battling as if their life depended on, as if it was a sprint race. So it's just
Yeah.
the mentality of these guys is fantastic, and it's great for us as neutrals.
It is indeed. I'm definitely neutral unless it comes to the Jensen Team Rocket RJN machine anyway. But no, it's just been great. It really has been a joy to be a part of it, guys. And I mean, we've still got half an hour for me to go yet, so I'm not going anywhere. Don't you all worry. I know that you all can't wait to get rid of me in some situations, but I'm here for a bit. We will be joined, though, later on by the wonderful David Christie and Luke Rogers back on the comms again. Hugh Hattrick will also be doing some driver interviews not long after that at 10 a.m. local time in the UK. But we're just about to get to 12 p.m. in the sim. It's just about to get to midday. Not that you'd believe it with how dark it is with the clouds. And then a few minutes we are just going to have a little showing of our adverts once again. Of course, thank you to our partners at the SimGrid, Trackworks, thanks to I was going to read out the full title of the series. To Thrustmaster, obviously this is the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster, and to Coach Dave Academy as well. Coach Dave Academy working all the setups, driver coaching as well with David Perrell himself. And thanks to Mike Yao at Simply Race for everything he does with these broadcasts too. And don't forget, if you do want to go to Simply Race, obviously there's been a new lockdown in the UK announced since I last plugged Simply Race, but Simply Race have a lot of different sim rigs in one room, all even kit though. That's the thing. That's one of the beautiful things about it. You know, we can all sort of joke about with how we're quicker than our friends on certain sims and when we race together. But if you want to get even, if possible, obviously, if it's now legal in the UK, get to Simply Race and see if you can outdo your friends on a racing sim with a lot of decent kit as well. I must say, I have been there a few times and I do absolutely love it. So I'm very annoyed about this new lockdown. But here is the 97 car back out the pit lane. It's just a car that's they've just had no luck really, have they, Connall? They've just always, we always seem to find some sort of misfortune for them, don't we?
Yeah, very unfortunate for those guys. Robin Porgadel now in the 488. He's got himself up to 8th position, and actually that is, that could take my pick for the favourite livery. The number 11 car has got it at the minute, but that car is looking very, very nice, and it's going very, very well, of course. Robin Porgadel in the 488. Just circulating now in around 218.7, so he's up his pace. He's actually faster than everyone ahead of him at the minute. Everyone ahead of him from 7th to 1st are in the 219, so everyone has really slowed down their pace. But maybe just trying to bring it home, just trying to play it safe. This could be, for a lot of drivers, this will be their final stint, final few minutes of their stint, so they'll really just be on bring it home mode, not do anything silly and cause their team any more upset. So once again, we have Seb Handler and Kondachi Oglu are the only other two guys in the 218s. So there's a couple of guys here, of course, who are still pushing as far as they can because they're trying to close down positions. But it seems like most guys are settled into a comfortable rhythm now.
Yeah, you do get that near the end of the race, and I mean, Michael's said it himself in our little sort of behind-the-scenes chat, where he's been sort of checking out some of the drivers' streams and just seeing how everybody's getting on. And some of them, they don't even care about their position now; they're just loving the event and loving the atmosphere of it. And obviously, knowing that all of these drivers and teams are all coming together and it is one massive event, it's just got this wonderful sort of family feeling about it, hasn't it, at the SimGrid? And I hate to use the cliche, but it really is like a family at the SimGrid. You know, everybody behind the scenes that puts all the work in as well, and all the drivers, all the teams, everyone gets to know each other. And speaking of, obviously, part of that family are our partners, Trackworks, Coach Dave Academy, and Thrustmaster as well. And we'll just throw to a couple of adverts for you, and I'll be back in just a minute. So talking more about the load cell pedal then, Hunter, just explain to us what the main benefits would be for somebody that's not used any load cells before.
Well, I'm sure you can attest to it that it just feels like a more natural brake feel that you would feel in like a car or whatever you would drive on track. You just get more data inputs from a load cell to your sim of choice by ACC instead, of course, iRacing, whatever. And that leads to a smoother and more consistent braking feel.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I'll sort of hold my hands up and say I was quite surprised with the fact that even with a basic load cell, you can sort of feel that the car doesn't lock up as much. It's not so stabby on the brake. Welcome back then, everybody, to the 24 Hours of Spa in the SimGrid World Cup by Thrustmaster. I'm here for my final half hour of this stint, and so too Connall, Courtney as well. My name is Chaz Draycott. Connall, Courtney joining me again in the box, and, well, to be fair, mate, we've had another very enjoyable stream so far. A couple of hours under our belts here in this brilliant, brilliant race, and we've had a bit of everything. A bit of drama here and there, some incidents going on, spits of flame from the Nissan especially, and a great mix of cars near the front of the field as well. And that's been one of the highlights for me of this race, to be honest, is just how well we've had a spread of manufacturers at the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, 5 different manufacturers inside the top 6. That's always great to see. We always love a little bit of variety. We don't want it to become a Porsche Cup or a Mercedes Cup or anything of the sort. So to have 5 manufacturers in the top 6, that is fantastic to see. And yeah, it's really, but it's a product of endurance racing too, you know. It comes down to just the driver and the driver quality, and it seems as though, you know, these guys in the top 6, they've picked their car solely based on what they're happy with. They haven't picked it based on what they think will be strong or what they think other people will be going for and doing well, and they've just picked based on their own comfort within the car, and they feel like they can do 24 hours without any major incidents. And that could be one of the leading factors as to why they are actually in the top 6.
It's all about the consistency, isn't it, mate? That's the thing. You need to hold your own out there. But yeah, this silver class leader doing a great job at the minute. Currently 8 positions ahead. And we are getting a lot of requests in on the chat, but as I keep saying, it's not BBC Radio 2, guys. Mike Yao is doing everything he can in that broadcast booth, so please do allow him to do his work, guys. He's got 3 broadcast PCs and a laptop on the go as well, so he's literally got everything going on there at the moment at HQ, let's say. But doing a fantastic job all the same. Being able to give us picture-in-picture as well, give us replays as well that just me and my individual PC couldn't way back when the Endurance Cup started. But still, what a fantastic event we've had. And yes, I'd like a bacon sandwich as well, please, if you're handing them out, Mr. Git. But he's asking for one, so I assume you don't already have one. But it is what it is. Anyway, 12:06 in Sim. We have less than 3 hours and 40 minutes to go now in the 24 Hours of Spa. And we're on board, ironically as well, with James Bacon out of all cars. I still didn't put 2 and 2 together. You can tell I'm tired. But this is the closest you're going to get to a bacon butty, I think, Mr. Git.
Yeah, moving on. Don't be teasing us in chat with a bacon sandwich when we're sitting here. Come on, this is cruel. I thought we were friends, chat.
Can I jump in, mate? Because last night, this is how I know that I'm going to definitely marry the missus at some point. She popped her head into my office where my desk sits. I barely have to turn my head to see the door for my office. It's pretty much at arm's reach away, just to my left-hand side. And she just popped her head in the office just to see how I was getting on. And she just said, you know, mute your mic a sec, I've got a question for you. I was thinking, oh God, what now? And she just said, do you want me to take that bacon out of the freezer for you so it's defrosted by the morning so you can make yourself a bacon butty when it's done? Boom! Married. Done.
I tell you what, it's lucky you didn't think out loud there, because you wouldn't have got no bacon. You would have got the bacon slapped across your face there, wouldn't you? What now? But yeah, there you go. If someone in YouTube chat can clip that part where Chaz says he's definitely going to Meyer and send it to Chaz's missus just to put the pressure on him. That would be great. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
don't do that. She's ginger. No, I love her really. Love her to bits. You'd hope so as well. She has a lot to put up with. Flipping heck. My
I'd say
God.
so.
Anyway, we've got Luke Rogers warming up to get in the box very, very soon. I've promised Luke. I've tried not to leave a smell. But we are looking at here the number 137 Porsche of Sebel, Alexandra Sebel for Vesite. He is trying to chase down Kondaccioglu in the 96 machine, but obviously there's a big gap between those guys at the moment. And it's a bit of a difficult situation to be in, isn't it, Connall, when you're in a bit of no man's land here, trying to make up ground when, I mean, I mentioned it before, you don't have a visual representation other than some numbers on a screen of how far behind you are. You can't see the car that you're chasing down, so you don't visually know whether you're catching them or not. It's a bit of an annoying place to be in this sort of race.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. When you're in a battle, time can fly by very, very quickly. But when you're on your own and you're just time trialing as such, time just feels like it stops when you're driving, and every lap just feels like you're doing a Nürburgring Nordschleife lap, really. And when you get to this point of an endurance race, to the magnitude of a Spa 24-hour race. So yeah, that's why lap traffic can almost be a good thing. You know, obviously you don't want to get involved in any incidents with lap traffic, but you can use it. Of course, you have to battle. Well, hopefully not battle with them, but you have to make the pass, especially in GT3 racing where the onus is entirely on the passing driver and the lapper. So it does get your concentration back up as such when you're making pass on lap traffic. But certainly when you're out on your own in your time trial, it is a long, long race.
It is indeed, and while the traffic does spice it up a little bit, I think sometimes it can hinder you. You know, if you get held up by a car, it's very frustrating, and you've got to think about every single tenth that you've just lost and how quickly you can try and gain it back again. You know, it's having that balance of flying through the traffic, but also you've got to try and just take it easy at certain points. You know, you don't want to risk too much. And I mean, you said it at the very start of the broadcast, didn't you, mate? Risk management is definitely the phrase to use around here, because not only is it a tough circuit to get right each time as we look at your favourite car on track, it's also the fact that you've got the other cars to contend with as well.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, making a dive bomb here where if you get past this lap traffic on this corner, it'll save you 3/10 on this lap. Whereas if you get the dive bomb wrong and you take them out and you get a drive through, you get a time penalty from the stewards, you lose 10-15 seconds or even about a minute going through the drive through pit lane. You know, what would you rather lose? I'd rather lose the 2-3/10, you know. So it does come down to that, and you have to look at the clock and remind yourself, especially in the early stages of the race. Yes, I'm losing half a second in this lap, but I still have 21 hours to make that time up. So patience is a virtue here, and you always got to manage it. But we're looking actually at the 211 car, of course, currently 4th position. And if you're not reading the chat, Tortellini has just been on and has informed us that Per Niels van der Kolkhout is currently driving with no force feedback at the minute. So give him some love, please, because that is a very, very difficult task, especially when you've got Hendrickson in the number 11 breathing down your neck.
Yeah, indeed. You want to be able to feel what the car's doing. And I mean, I've heard people argue the case for racing without force feedback before, where you know you don't have to wrestle the wheel as much. You can just get the wheel exactly where you want it. But when you can't feel, even just through your hands, because let's face it, the main difference in sim racing to real motorsport is you don't get the feel of the car through your backside. You don't get the real G-forces of what it's doing at each corner. You have to rely a lot on your visual cues as to, is the car over rotating, or you know, what's it doing? Is it jumping around because of the wheel? Is it sort of understeering? Is it oversteering? To not be able to feel that is a massive difference, especially in sim racing. So he's doing an amazing job at the minute. But like I say, people have argued the case for it, where you can just have the wheel where you want it and the bumps and things don't upset you. But at the same time, you've got to think the car would react weirdly if you jump over a curb and the steering is still exactly how it was. It may over-rotate you a bit. I think I'd rather race with force feedback, to be honest, but yeah, I can see the argument the other way as well. So this Mercedes at the moment just stuck in traffic a little bit there. That's the connection loss team just ahead of them. the number 404 machine. Still one of the greatest memes within the sim grid, to be honest. And totally saying they lost a pit stop because they wanted to change drivers because of the force feedback, and the driver wasn't requested. So they pitted, but didn't actually come out of it with any benefited change, I'm afraid. We've got another question asking, where is the rain? And as you can see by the weather in the top right of the screen, the little clock and then the 10 and the 30, got half an hour and it's going to remain just cloudy for then. And to be honest, Connall, I'm quite surprised. The fact that it's 12:15 in the afternoon in sim and it's still looking that sort of dark.
Yeah, I mean, November in Belgium is quite dull apparently, but yeah, when we can't actually just flick a switch and put the rain on us. Not only is it unrealistic, it's also unfair to the drivers to just. It's almost like a NASCAR mandatory caution that you see. It would just be artificially impacting the race. I think setting the server to have these random conditions and mixed conditions is about the first way, because it just resembles real life. But yeah, I mean, 30 minutes. Look, I mean, you look what is going on the next 30 minutes. Well, when we go 30 minutes to go, another 30 minutes, 3 hours. We're hitting 3 hours still to go, so there's plenty of time for rain to still hit. It is still very, very dull, as you're saying, Chaz. So do not count it out just yet. It's going to be difficult. It looks unlikely, but you never know, right, Spa?
Yeah, very true, mate. You never know, indeed. Nothing is guaranteed in motorsport. And to be honest, these drivers have found that out over the course of this race. But the 404 Aston Martin just in front now. Now, this is for position, obviously. Hendrickson chasing down Martin Laurent. We'll have to see what he can do here. And we're not really seeing the Astons make that much of an inroad. I mean, James Bacon is the highest placed Aston Martin in the entire race at the moment, in 6th position, and leading the silver class as well. So I don't think, actually, are there any pro drivers in the Astons? There's always gone deep into the hairpin there is Laurent. Sorry, just caught me off guard. Almost got the wrong name there because I was talking about the other drivers, but makes the move nice and easy there for Hendrickson.
Yeah, if there was as easy as that every time, you'd be laughing, wouldn't you? But it's again, forcing people into a mistake is a very valid tactic in racing, and it's tricky. It's a tricky situation to actually pull off, you know, and to force somebody into a mistake and you not make the mistake yourself. But you learn that. You learn that along with your racecraft over time, and it just builds up and builds up the more experience you get. So if you see these guys and you're wondering, I see a few guys on a server I am that talk about, you know, what we said, the more experienced guys and how do they do it and how do they read people. But simply, it just comes down to racing, and it just comes down to getting those races in and, you know, making a mistake. When you're learning, especially in a game or a racing sim or in real life, when you're learning, you gotta have crashes. But the crucial thing is, you gotta read from your crashes that you gotta learn. You gotta think, right, why did I crash? What was I doing wrong? What can I do differently? And when you start doing that, that's when you progress. So crashing isn't a bad thing, especially in a sim when you don't have to pay for any repairs or, you know, send yourself to the hospital. So yeah, crashing is the best way to find the limit, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things that we could cover in terms of what these drivers have to go through in their heads as well. I mean, there's so much strong mentality going on to be able to keep the car on the circuit for as long as they can at this pace as well is just amazing. And I mean, obviously there still are people crying out for rain. Obviously, you know, they want everything. I'm afraid, you know, the server's got 80% chance of rain on it, and it's just not happening. We're within that 20% where it's just not coming to us, and you know, that's part of the joys of it in a way for us, because even if Michael and his team behind the scenes here at the sim grid set this to be 90% rain, there's still that little chance that it might not. So even if we do choose something for it to happen, or there's a potential of it happening, you know, you never know, do you? We still have that unknown factor going into a race, so it keeps it exciting for us. up here in the commentary box.
Yeah, when you're dealing with percentages, there's always a chance, of course, that it goes the unfavoured way, but it's just a part of it. It's what you can deal with. 3 hours and 28 minutes remaining. We are just getting near the 3-hour mark, and when we get to the 3-hour mark, really, we're getting to near the end where we're starting to see the patterns forming, and it's still so hard to tell who's going to be where when we get to the final closing stages of this race. Track temperature now at 22 degrees, so it has increased, but again, not too much. It's still quite cool, and it's still quite nice for the tyres, although looking at Tobias Pfeffer here, he's not worried about looking after his tyres at all. Last lap time was 2:19, so we are seeing these guys still dropping off lap time wise. But no doubt, I mean, if you're Tobias Pfeffer right now, you're going to be coming over the car not too long in the future, and you've got a lap gap to second place. So they've got their eyes on the championship, and no doubt they will be having a championship mentality right now in the way they're driving.
Well, we're just looking then at Pfeffer now in this wonderful Audi, and the thing is, to be honest, mate, I mean, the thing that confused me most when we got into this race, I was thinking, wow, this Audi's doing a great job. I wonder, you know, we haven't seen this one before, but we have. It was obviously black, white and red in the first round back at Suzuka, 10 hours. It feels like forever ago now, doesn't it? Honestly, it was certainly a great race to get the season underway. It's very, very high prestigious championship, and you know, we were saying before, weren't we, about the slots, how hard the drivers had to work just to get those average times up, because we have that great shot there of the different manufacturers going through into the out of the Fania chicane. But the how close it is between everybody in those average times just to qualify for this series in the thousands. You've got to have put a lot of hard work in to deserve a spot in this race, really, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. It does take a lot of work. I mean, as you were saying earlier, Chaz, you know, the lap times in the qualifying to get into this event, the pre-qualifying, shall we say, to get into this event, wasn't just a fastest lap time. So you couldn't just go out, set 3 laps and be like, yeah, I'm in the top 20. Yeah, that's good enough. You had to set an average. It was an average of laps over across the team. So that is very, very difficult. And, you know, guys in pre-qualifying might not have suited the track or might not be strong at said track, so they might have missed out in qualifying, and it's very unfortunate because so many teams no doubt wanted to do this race, but it's not possible for everybody to get in. There's a limit to the amount of people who can qualify for such a prestigious event, and hopefully everyone who has qualified for this event are enjoying themselves right now, because it is a phenomenal event to be a part of. Spa 24 hours is great to have on your resume, to even have just finished a 24-hour race at Spa, and no less with the level of talent that we're having in this race. So yeah, I hope everyone's getting their money's worth. Definitely,
mate. We definitely are, and within a few minutes, guys, it's going to be time for us to shimmy on over, actually, Courtnall? Well, there's a new one. There's a new nickname for you, mate.
I've never been called that. I've been called Connall, Conrad, Connor.
Courtnall. Michael's loving it in the background. He's renaming you on Discord now. He's Courtnall Connie. That's it. There you go. It sounds like a really bad name for a World War II aircraft, doesn't it? No. Courtnall Connie. Oh, but no. To be honest, mate, it's been a real joy. It's been changed. There you go. He's Courtnall in the Discord server now as well. But very soon, mate, we are giving up our positions in the commentary box to David Christie and Luke Rogers. I'm not sure who's going to take my seat, but they might want to avoid the smell. But my name is Chaz Draycott. Joining me has been Courtnall Connie, as you can see there on your screen. This has been fantastic. But I want to just have a quick chat with the boys first and bring them in. So David, Luke, and we'll start with David. Obviously, the Scottish always have to have a go first, don't they? How are you doing, mate?
Wow, Chaz, I feel so happy every time we speak, buddy. It's almost like this anti-Scottish sentiment just comes oozing out of you. How you doing, fella?
I'm very good, thank you, mate. I'm very good. I'm enjoying my independence at the moment, and well, I'd like to anyway.
Well, sounds like everyone's going to be in their own living room from Thursday.
Oh, I'm going to sit in this office, mate. I've got my soundproof foam out. It's nice and insulated. I'll be sound in this office, I think.
You're going to need that after that bacon comment for your missus earlier.
Probably, yeah. I'm probably locked in now. I just don't know it yet until I try the door in a bit. But no, to be fair, we've had a great race here so far. Obviously, you guys had a big chunk of a stint earlier on as well. And, well, you've just seen, haven't you, how just high level of competition we've got here in the sim grid. And once again, even in a 24-hour race, these guys are treating certain bits of it like it's a sprint race, aren't they?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I was on about last time at Bathurst about how I was thinking strategy was going to come into it, and it very quickly got thrown out the window. These guys are, 520 laps in, and it is a sprint race. Every single one of those laps has been a full-on last lap dash for the cash kind of pace that's gone on, even with the rain, even with all hell breaking loose through the night. It's just been incredible to watch.
It really has indeed. And Luke, Mr. Rogers himself, will be in the box again in a few minutes' time. Luke, have you rested up and got ready to jump back in, mate?
I couldn't sleep last night, so that was great. So I've just made myself an extremely strong coffee, and I think I'll survive. But yeah, it meant that I was able to keep up with more of the race. So that helped at least. I was able to watch the sunrise, which was actually quite an interesting time in the race. There was a few instances of the 56, but it was quite an interesting part of the race that we sort of missed as commentators, because some of us were asleep and some of us are trying to sleep.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice to be back in the booth for the final 3 hours. It should be a good end to the race, and I still think there's a lot of chance for change up at the top.
Yeah, definitely. There's anything can happen. It's motorsport at the end of the day, isn't it? We can pretend that we can sort of predict what's coming up as commentators, but we never really know. The drivers never really know. And it's always very difficult for them to get it nailed, to be honest. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing how you guys do. Obviously, it's been a very exciting time for me and Connall. But just before we go, Connall, any highlights of the race for you while we've been on air?
Well, lowlights is now that I'm going to be forever remembered as Courtney, or
Courtney Connie.
No, but it's been fantastic with Yi in the 24-hour race. I was planning to get some sleep after this stint, but 3 hours to go. I don't know. I might keep tuned in. Sorry, I've got Michael in my ear.
You're saying that I've forgotten Connell's real name. Love it.
Making me crack. But yeah, I mean, I almost went the full 3 hours. I had 7 minutes left before I got ripped apart. But oh well. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody in chat, for keeping with us. Amazing that we had so many people turn out for the wee hours of the morning in Europe, and those who are this time is suiting. Thank you very much for being a part of the chat. Thank you, of course, Chaz, my comedy partner in crime, and both Michael and Mike for doing a stellar job. And I will see you guys later, which no doubt will be a tantalising prospect with 3 hours and 20 minutes on the clock.
Smashing. Well, Mr. Christie has just said he shall avenge you, Courtney, for allowing me to take the mick. Because let's face it, if anyone's going to get taken the mick in here, it shouldn't be me, really. But anyway, I just want to do the same, really. I mean, Courtney said it pretty much exactly. Well done to everybody behind the sim grid that's got this done. Michael Hamlet, you absolute hero. Mike Yao, you absolute hero as well, mate. 3 broadcast PCs and a laptop as well to get all this running and keep it looking as good as it does. All the work on the cameras. The guys have been up for more than 24 hours, everybody. Can we please get some claps in chat, thumbs up in chat, likes on the stream, everything, just to show your appreciation for, well, Mike and Mike, to be honest. They've done an amazing job so far. Courtney, great to commentate with you, mate. Have a lot of fun on this. We've just been told, by the way, that there's been a crash for the P2 car by average user, but I'll leave that for David and Luke to keep up with. But speaking of David, Luke, have a fantastic time, mate. Thank you to all of our partners at the Sim Grid. My name is Chaz Draycott. We'll see you again very, very soon, guys. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Dre, Chazcott and Courtney Connie, taking you through the last 3 hours there. A very, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a slightly ragged Luke Rogers and myself, David Christie, taking you through these final 3 hours. We are low on sleep, we are high on caffeine, and we are absolutely buzzing for the finale of this race. Luke, a very, very good morning to you, buddy.
Good morning. Yeah, I think it's been a while since I've been as little awake as I am right now.
I was going to say that's not the effervescent welcome I was waiting for.
I've been awake for about 12 minutes and I still haven't actually woke up, I don't think. So it's going to take me a little bit of a while to get back into this, but at least we've got some pretty exciting racing to watch to help us get into the morning. And what a top 10 that is. There's so many manufacturers. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I count 6? Yeah, 6 manufacturers in the top 10. So it's a pretty cool race to see, just because we don't have that dominance of one car that we sort of might be expecting in this kind of race. And there's been multiple changes to the lead, although the one car has decided that actually it's theirs and they want to keep it. But yeah, it's been a pretty cool race so far, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty cool end as well.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely spot on. So to bring it up to speed then, it's still Jordan Cherra in the lead for the number 1 Audi. That's the GTWR Simulator Giant Truck team, and they have been almost having a stranglehold on this race so far. Every time we've been watching, they've been up at the top of the table with a 1-lap lead over the number 49 Pro Ren Velten Audi of Samir Ibrahimi in the car just now, but of course sharing it with Jaroslav Honzik, Victoria Thompson and Chris Hoyk. So they are still well within contention with these final 3 hours, as I would say perhaps the Yaz Heat Ferrari of Simone Fidel.
Yeah, I think at this point the Ferrari needs either a big change in conditions that favours that car, or I think some incidents from the top 2. But there was a suggestion in chat that maybe the 49 car had a spin somewhere, so I'd be intrigued what's to happen. And also a drive-through for the 404 car. Clearly their driver stopped working.
I got that, mate. Don't you worry. I will not let.
It was really subtle, wasn't it? It was really subtle, that one. But yeah, the drive-through for that team. I'm not quite sure how big the gap is down to the 137 car overall, because I can't see the gap to the 101. But that might be a change for position once the drive-through comes through, because obviously a drive-through here is so brutal. Right? You lose about a minute driving through, because you have to drive through the GT pits and then the F1 pits, and then you have to get all the way pretty much to sector 2. Yeah, it's over a. So it's about exactly the gap down to the 137 is about identical to the amount of time you lose to drive to. So it looks like we're going to get a bit of a battle going through with the 404 and the 137 after that drive through happens.
Yeah, and that's such a shame for Andre Dedicek and the Connection Lost Racing team car, because they worked so hard to recover that position to get all the way back up to second place, and yeah, drive through absolutely scuppers their I wouldn't say their chances, but it's going to scupper their stint that they're doing just now. We also see the number 24 getting a drive through. That is, the number 70 in 24th place. That's the Revolution Sim Racing Red car that's got a drive through right now. And let's have a look there. That is, I think that's Diego Luero that's in that car just now. But anyway, back to the track, and this is Robin Pagadol in the MSR Liga Endurance Team car, the 488 Ferrari, chasing down the amazing 123 FFS Racing GTR of Andre Frank, and that GTR is certainly raising some eyebrows now. It really does like the one set of conditions over the other. Luke, you mentioned it last night. It doesn't do very well in that in-between stage, but it likes the dry track or it likes the wet track.
Yeah, and I think maybe they're perhaps set up, I think, a little bit more for rain that didn't come, or rain that hasn't come yet and might come towards the end. I know there's a fair few teams that were sort of expecting us to have, more wet running than dry running, and we only really got that greasy stage that we saw in the night time in our stint before some of us slept. So for teams like the 123, I think the 194 Bentley as well, and to some extent, I think a few of the Mercedes teams slightly further down the grid, I think they were all sort of expecting those wet conditions. That hasn't quite materialised, and that's allowing sort of the traditionally dominant car at this track, the Audis, to sort of start to take over as the more dry conditions we get, the more it favours them, because that car really doesn't like the wet. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame for for I think that both the Bentley and the Nissan especially, which both cars I think would have competed potentially for the win if we'd had a lot of rain. But there's still 3 hours left. There still could be a big rain shower.
Can I just say I love how much hatred you have in your voice when you talk about people that have been lucky enough to have sleep.
Yeah, I could
I
not
feel you,
sleep.
buddy.
It's rough.
But I think a lot of these drivers will be sharing that feeling because, as we said on our part 2 stream, a lot of these drivers will be staying up. They stay up for moral support for their driver buddies, or if they're streaming, oh my goodness me, that was a Porsche having a huge moment. Oh, and there's contact as well, straight into the 49. That's the Pro Renvelten car, and that's Samir Ibriani. That is second place there.
Yeah, there was that suggestion in chat that the 49 had a moment somewhere, and there is the moment. It shouldn't be too significant to their race because luckily, we are sort of approaching the penultimate pit stop right now. With 3 hours to go, you're pitting right now. Not penultimate, the one before the penultimate pit stop. What's that? What's the penultimate pit stop? What are we calling that? But that's what it would be right now. Because it's 65 minute stints, obviously. So, 3 times 65 minutes would mean 3 hours 15. Well, apparently they've done what I did in my sprint race last night and hit the wall on pit entry as well. So
yeah, they've got damage. That
a bit of extra damage.
That front left did look like it was a little bit damaged. It was a little bit wobbly after that contact there, and I wonder if that's just maybe caught them by surprise. But yeah, that is a huge development with just 3 hours and 10 minutes left to go in the race. Goodness me, this is awesome stuff.
And that's it's going to mess up their strategy a little bit, but given the fact that I think with just under 3 hours 15 left, they should be okay to just pit, to do on 2 more stops. Any more incident that takes them off, and an extra trip to pit lane would be rough for them. But they're going to have a fair bit of damage, I think, with the car. It took you for a fair bit of damage. That's a steering wheel, I think, pointed the wrong way. I think it's the best way to put it.
I think it needs a little bit of alignment work. But going back to that, I actually do want to bring something up because it wasn't Fidel that was in the car. Actually, it was Samir, wasn't it? Who was in the car at that point. Now, that Porsche went off right in front of them, but well enough for Samir to, I would imagine, have seen that accident happening. And you would have, I don't understand why you wouldn't have maybe taken your foot off the accelerator. It's not the best place to do it, granted, it's coming up Beau Rouge and through Radion. But I do wonder sometimes if these drivers maybe could take a little bit more action to prevent themselves getting caught up in this.
Well, I think there's a few factors at play there. One, Radion is a blind corner, and that Porsche was over the crest, so he had absolutely no idea where the car was. And from what he had seen, the Porsche had fired itself off to the right after it hit the wall. So I think maybe there was a misunderstanding about where the car was. And also, being in an Audi, the one thing you do not want to be doing is lifting as you go through Radion because your car will spin out.
Yes, yeah.
So I think you're kind of committed to the corner and have to get through it and then stop. So to some extent, with the way the corner works, it's very hard to lift off safely. But also, I do agree that there was probably a bit of unnecessary risk involved in just trying to take it flat out when you've got a car spinning out in front of you. And yeah, I guess probably avoidable in the end for the 49 car. But I think at most they're going to lose 1 position. It shouldn't be too much damage, so they're going to go down to 3rd place. And I think they're certainly capable of taking it back to Ferrari car. So we'll see if over the 3 hours they can do that.
I'm just having a look here, right? What I'm trying to get my head around is that was Samir Ibriani that was in the car, and then I'm sure it was shown as somebody else, and now it's Jaroslav Honzik that's actually in that car. Unless I'm mistaken, in fact, no, I am mistaken. It always was Jaroslav that got in the car after the pits there. But that moves the number 2 Yas Heat Ferrari Simone Fidel up into 2nd place then, and that's going to be a cracking little battle developing as Jaroslav goes another lap down. That puts him into the grasps of the 211 car, and of course that is the JLO team Mercedes that is currently being driven by Niels van der Kukelt. So you do wonder if not only have they had that issue, but they're now throwing themselves into the clutches of actually having to battle with other cars again, potentially.
Exactly that. But I think maybe the one saving grace for them is that the 211's just come into the pits, right?
Yeah, I did just notice that. Just immediately negating my argument there.
Yeah, so they were right there, and then they also come in, because obviously we're sort of reaching that the penultimate pit stop, as I'm now going to call it, until it's over. We're right in that pit window, so I think a lot of the grid now. Yeah, that. If that's the well rested version, which I'm very much not. So I think we're going to see most of the grid come in now, and I think in sort of 10 minutes we'll really see the overall picture of where the grid is. Once everyone has made that stop, and once everyone is sort of on the same strategy again, coming to the end of the race, I think we'll see what the grid looks like and see where those battles are coming. And talking of battles, we've got one on screen right now with the 488 and the 123.
Yeah, that is the 123 FFS Racing GTR of Andre Frank that has got the unenviable task of trying to defend from Robin Pagano in the MSR Liga Endurance Team Ferrari and down into the bus stop chicane. What an incredible race we've had so far. Pagano looks like he's got a great exit from the chicane, tries to draft him on the run up the start-finish straight. It's going to be a move into La Source, but the GTR, I think, has the legs to prevent anything even happening with that 488 car.
Yeah, this is just a GT3ism, I think we're seeing right here, of the car that is slower but is better in a straight line, finds it a lot easier to defend versus the faster car. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle for the 488 team to make the move. They need to, I think, just get a better run through Eau Rouge. Obviously, the Nissan's one car that very much struggles going flat through there, and maybe they can get a bit of overspeed here and start to use that draft to pull themselves towards it and potentially a pass into Lecumbe.
Yeah, kind of fingernail biting stuff right now as Robin Pagano tries to go around the outside of Lecumbe. A beautiful move, and they're side by side through the corner. I think he's got the move done. The GTR's perhaps going to try and stick it up the inside, but he can't do it. Robin Pagano with a fantastic move, a ballsy move, a brave move around the outside of Lecumbe there.
Yeah, it's very smoothly done there, and a lot of trust, I think, in the GTR driver. In Frank, just to actually go for that move this late on into a race when everyone's a bit tired, and you still can trust the other driver that you can go too wide through a very scary section of the track in somewhere which is always one of the big incident causes, I think, on this track. Like it's such a I think just because of the nature of how you sort of get tightened up through to the right hander, sending up to the left hand, that it just seems to cause incidents all the time. And we've seen so much clean racing through there throughout the 21 hours so far.
Just had a very brief flash of the 25 Audi there. That is the Mook Motorsport Audi, and great to see they're still in the top 10 despite having a torrid time with penalties and issues all through the night. There was also contact as well, and that is of course Wolf Machuska that is currently behind the wheel of that pink Audi. But what a battle we've got going on coming down Kemmel Straight here. That is Bryce Mingyu in the eSport Performance Racing Team Mercedes, the number 601. I'm looking at that car and all I'm seeing is mint.
Yeah, and it's a fast mint right now as it's looking to get past this 36 car for 21st place. But whilst we're watching this on the screen, there's a couple of teams that are pleasantly surprised they're still trucking along despite the incidents they've had. Obviously, the 888 had that. I think they lost 4 laps with a disconnect towards the start of the race, and they're still going. Last time we saw them, I think they were up in 21st. So whether they've had another incident or not, I'm not sure. But down in 23rd now, still trucking along, still trying to get to the end. I'm not quite sure if the 56 is still on the grid, but they had multiple disconnects across the night. Mostly when we were, well, obviously when no one was in the commentary box. So that team, the championship leaders, maybe having the championship hopes sort of ruined a bit by connection issues. And also obviously the 556 car that's had to retire from the event after multiple internet issues for Chad Schaefer. So a bunch of casualties, I think, to the wonderful world of Wi-Fi. Through this race, and a lot of casualties also to big incidents, but it's nice to see at least the vast majority of the grid is still racing still trying to get as high a position as they can get coming into these last 3 hours.
What I find amazing is the 995 Keck Sim Racing number 2 Aston Martin, after that monumental moment at Eau Rouge and Radion last night, back up into 20th position, so doing really, really well. They're just ahead of this battle just now as we see Bryce Mingwe going into the chicane. Fires up the inside into La Source. That's a brave move there on the number 36. That is for position. And that is the number 36 of, I think that's Dean Vella in the GT Omega RPM and Esports Endurance Machine. The Audi comes second best to Bryce in the Esport Performance. So that was a great move done at La Source, and that one is in the books.
Yeah, and also, although it is for, obviously, overall position, it's one of those fights that I think for the 36 car they didn't particularly want to take, because in terms of championship, obviously the silver cars and the pro cars aren't really racing each other. All they're really doing is racing for bragging rights in the 24 hours itself. So I think there was a case of the 36 deciding, actually, we'll just let the 601 go. You know, they didn't defend particularly hard. Let it go through, and I think probably the smart thing to do at this point in the race.
Yeah, just having a look there. You see Akos Gietvan just ahead of that little battle right now. He's in 5th place in the Mercedes, I want to say that he's in. Excuse me, just while I go and check. Sorry, the Bentley, of course it is. It's right in front of it and literally in front of me on the screen. But so he's just in front of that battle and manages to get his way through it. But you've got that Mercedes right at the back as well. That looks very, very nice, I've got to say, in that really dark livery that's going on behind it. But just hearing that there was a bit of a moment for the car, so I'm pretty sure we'll be getting a replay.
I think it's...
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, you know when you get like info that there's going to be a crash, then you realise it's one that you've already talked about. It's
we'll
yeah,
talk about it again, I guess. Another one. Someone crash. Oh, I'm joking. I think I'd prefer if no one crashed, right? Just so we can get as close race as possible. But no, I was getting hyped up there for an instant that we'd already seen. So.
I'm just watching behind because that is a cracking little battle that's going on right now just behind Akos Gietvan. I think that is still involving Mingwe and Vela just now, just on the entry to La Source there. But yeah, this has been an awesome race just now as we see two cars going side by side down the hill just behind Akos Gietvan there, and neither of them wanting to lift whatsoever. Oh, this is going to end in tears. Thankfully, they all just jump in line beside each other, and we live to tell the tale. Igor Zanella here in the Racing Line Motorsport 192, and man, he is doing very, very well in that car to recover.
Oh, we've got a stack of cars right here. We were seeing it earlier. That's a crunched Porsche. I assume it's probably a visual glitch because that thing's flying right now. He gets one position on the straight. He about gets another one through Lake Coombe. He holds on to it. 2 positions, 2 corners, and now it's only real one car left to get. It looks so sad, but I think it must be a visual glitch from the incident we saw with the 49 earlier. That is a very sad Porsche.
I was going to say that's the one that came speeding across the track, and that's looking slightly second-hand. Yeah, I think we're going to have to get Chris Fix on the go with that one because that is wrecked, that car. Thankfully, just visual damage, but again, it just goes to show you the level of detail that goes into this sim. So, Tinko van der Velde for the Sidemax Motorworks, the 97 Porsche in 32nd place, is going to be wanting to keep himself to himself after that issue with the then second place car. So just ahead, I think that was the 25 Audi that we saw there as well. But back to Andre Franke in the FFS Racing GTR, starting to slip out a little bit away from Robin Pagadel. Now, Robin did have that move done. It was Andre that did have that move done, and Robin's now back ahead. And we've got some lap traffic coming into play here as well, so that gap is just going to increase a little bit.
Yeah, luckily at least it's a car that's fairly slow in a straight line, so the Nissan should be able to get past it pretty quick. You see the lights flashing furiously as he tries to go up the inside through Pouan. Makes it work, as I think the Audi backed out a little bit to give him the pass, so no harm, no foul, and he only maintains that gap, I guess, to the Ferrari. Didn't really lose too much time in the end, thanks to the lapper that he was getting past. But we saw the 25 sort of in that gaggle of cars with the Porsche there, and I thought for a second I saw them right at the back of it. So they somehow found their way through all three of the cars in about 2 corners, and didn't actually lose any time to the 557 car, which is only 5 seconds up the road. So nice bit of driving from Matuszka there to maintain the sort of overall position they have in the race. And it looks like they're a team that's starting to go forward again, starting to look towards catching that 557, and maybe, given that it's only about a 20-second gap, maybe they can catch the 125 as well.
Well, 528 laps are in the book, and we have now officially got less than 3 hours to go. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome if you have just joined us. This is the SimGrid World Cup, powered by Thrustmaster. I am, of course, David Christie, and alongside me in the commentary box for the grandstand finale is none other than Luke Rogers, and we are watching Manuel Duer down in 33rd place. That's the Revolution Sim Racing Red Audi that's getting very, very twitchy right now, and he has got a Ferrari behind him. That looks like the number 2 Yaz Heat Ferrari from the looks of the livery that just goes shooting past. But Manuel, that car's looking... It's looking a bit dirty, but it's still looking fairly tidy. All the panels are intact, and that's what you want after 21 hours of a sim race.
Yeah, there's nothing I love more in real life than seeing those sort of battle-scarred cars post-endurance race. You know, you always see the white Porsches, I think especially after Le Mans, where they have the sort of muck on the front of it. It always looks so great, and I love the fact that in ACC you sort of get the same thing, where you have these cars where you see the dirt and the rubber marks all develop on the car. It makes it look so good. So both the Yassi and the Audi right in front both just look so good with the way the livery and also the mud is playing off each other.
Yeah, they always are so much fun to see, because I've got one of my friends is a clerk of the course for GT racing, and actually sent me a photo from the paddock from Spa, and the damage to the cars was absolutely unreal, and you just think that is hundreds of thousands of pounds in damages right there, and some very, very deep pockets on those customer racing teams. But yeah, such is the life with GT racing.
And I guess also something that really sim racers don't have to deal with. You know, you can afford to have crashes in sim because you don't have to pay to get your car fixed. That'd be a interesting addition to a sim. They try to add actual repair costs to your car, but it's something that I think is needed in terms of the racing world, because obviously it is quite expensive to get into motorsport. So it is one of the most exclusive sports in the world. So allowing a relatively cheap, in comparison, way to actually go racing at a realistic level, admittedly in the sim, but I think ACC offers a realistic enough experience that you can sort of replace that maybe financially unattainable real life motorsports with a competitive and extremely exciting way to have a hobby.
And I think that's what makes it so popular, especially with real life racers as well, is look, you also take that danger factor out of, you know, a real life drive. And in real life you can make a move, it goes wrong, and you hurt yourself very, very badly. Even if it's just briefly that you wind yourself, you realise you've done it. You know, you kind of... and this is maybe overplaying it, but you're not exactly mentally scarred, but it's on that level. I did an endurance race in real life with the C1, and you know, I thankfully didn't have any massive like crashes or anything like that, but I spun the car round the wrong way at Maggots and Beckett's, and it was at like 11 at night, and you've got 30 to 40 cars coming streaming past you, and for the rest of that stint, you're completely broken. You're so shaken up, and these drivers don't have that so much. But if you know, in real life, if you have a crash at a certain corner, you're not going to be the same going past that corner. It takes a lot of work behind the scenes to get you back to 100% sort of mental fitness. Whereas in the sim, you know, these drivers can just throw it into the corner every single which way, without having to worry about the physical consequences. The most they've got to worry about is getting a penalty from race control. And you know, in some ways you think, yeah, it's not that realistic, but on the other hand, it makes it more realistic because this is what the drivers would want to do if they possibly could.
Yeah, I think there is always the risk though that you develop sort of bad habits with that, with maybe a bit less of a care when you're coming through incidents. You might be a bit more forceful on overtakes. You might be a bit more. You might drive a bit more riskily around other cars that are having moments, as we sort of saw with the 49 car earlier on. So there is that element of, yes, you can maybe take more risks, but also if you take too much of a risk, you really just end up putting yourself in a bad place. So you have to be careful as well, and you have to really know how to reach the limit and stay there in terms of not having that risk, because you do want to have that sort of that mental feeling of, I've had a few incidents in this corner, I should probably just be a bit more careful through that. If you can't embrace that sort of mentality coming into an endurance race, you're probably not going to finish the race. So although we don't have that danger thing, I think it's almost a skill for sim racers to actually get sort of into that mentality, just in the sense of properly protecting their finish.
Yeah, and that's what becomes key. And I've just seen here, this battle is absolutely intense. We're on board with Jardier's stream just now, and for some reason his Twitch chat has turned German. So we've obviously got a very strong German contingent watching him this morning. But a very good morning to everyone that is over there and enjoying Jardier making his way round the track in third place in that number 49 offering. That is, of course, the Pro Ren Velton team. Now, they are just 3.5 seconds behind that Yaz Heat Ferrari of Darren King. And you can see that there on the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah, that gap is slowly creeping down. So I think it's a matter of time before we have a proper battle on track for second place. And the fact that after 21 hours of sim racing, with no yellow flags and no full course cautions because of the way ACC works, we're still going to get that opportunity to have a fight at the front of the field. It's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, that is, of course, Dan King in the Yaz Heat Ferrari 488 GT3 just up the road. You can see Jardier's slightly delayed stream, so that's the by the time it goes to Twitch and goes through the buffer in the top left there in the main window, and in the bottom right that is the live feed that you can see from Jaroslav Honzik as he is on the track right now. So it's awesome to see in the top left, because you obviously get a little bit of an impression about how they're feeling. You can see he's smiling, he's happy, but ultimately it's all on Darren King right now, because the pressure is on and that gap is coming down quite quickly.
Yeah, I think being able to be 21 hours into the race and still that relaxed is a skill that I unfortunately could never have. I don't think.
Look who is in front of Jaroslav Honzik right now. Isn't that the wonky Porsche?
Wonky Porsche. Where is the wonky Porsche?
The wonky Porsche is just behind Darren King.
Oh yes.
So he's
but it looks a bit less wonky.
I know, but I think they're going to be getting some PTSD being behind that
wing.
car.
Look at the wing. The wing's still sideways. Oh, that car looks so depressed as Porsches go. It's not been the day for the Porsche teams. They're still on in 16th, I suppose, but just in general, the Porsche teams seem to be struggling. And it's obviously a track where the car isn't particularly fast. It's probably the only track in sim where the Porsche is particularly fast. So maybe that's a good thing. But yeah, it's surprising that we haven't at least had one Porsche sort of not doing it well, but at least doing okay. The 16 obviously is third in class, but down in 16th overall, it's not something you'd expect from Porsche.
Yeah, for sure. 2 hours 50 minutes left to go in the race here, and we've got to say a big thank you to our event partners, to Thrustmaster, to Coach Dave Academy, and to Trackworks. And we will no doubt hear from Chaz, Draycott and Hunter through the course of the morning and explain a little bit about the Trackworks brake mod system and exactly what it can do for your performance in the sim, as well as Coach Dave Academy. If you see what we're doing on the stream here, if you like what you're seeing and you fancy improving your ability, your performance, and getting the times down in amongst these really, really fast guys and girls here. Coach Dave Academy is your one-stop solution for getting that done. Not only does it offer setups and guidance on how to use them, but it also offers a fantastic community to help you really get the most out of your sim racing experience. So head over to Coach Dave Academy, be part of the family, and we thank them very, very much for being on board with us here. Andre Frank in the FFS Racing 1, 2, 3 Nismo GTR Godzilla. The Minty Boy is still just a second behind Robin Pigadel there in 8th place. That gap really not going anywhere just now. Neither is the gap between Dan King in 2nd place and Jaroslav Honzik. That's still 3.5 seconds. It is coming down slightly, but not anything to write home about just yet. But this battle with Andre Frank in the GTR, it kind of ebbs and flows, doesn't it? There was one point, Luke, where he was about 1.5 seconds ahead, and now that gap coming right down and even closer now.
Yeah, I think that's partly just with the way the track is. You know, the Ferrari is sort of better through that sector 2 area, but the Nissan with the bigger engine, the bigger power to weight ratio that thing has, it gets to pull itself back in sector 3, and then it sort of latches onto the slipstream in sector 1 and starts to pull another few tenths, go sort of from the source to Lecum, and then once again the Ferrari pulls ahead. So we just saw that sort of ebb and flow between these two cars right now, who seem to be pretty well interlocked on track and pretty well interlocked in terms of overall pace. I think it's going to be a long time before they have an unhappy ending and get split up. Probably the next pit stop is when you might expect that sort of thing to happen. But yeah, it's going to be a while, I think, before this Nissan's done with the Ferrari.
Oh, this feels ominous right now. You just want the Jaws theme to play in the background because the GTR is stalking its prey right now. Robin Pigadel in the Ferrari is going to be prey to the GTR in just a second. And I'm trying to think back because I said something about 10 minutes ago when we saw Pigadel in front of Frank. And I am right in thinking that Frank did overtake that 488, didn't he?
It was the other way around, wasn't it? I think the Ferrari...
Was it the Ferrari that overtook him? Because as soon as I said it, I'm like, did that actually happen?
No, the Ferrari started the stint behind the Nissan, got ahead, and now it seems like the Nissan maybe has a bit better tyre wear, or maybe just sort of got a bit more confidence in the car. I don't know whether this is Frank's first stint, because I can't remember. I can't remember much at the minute, admittedly. But but it definitely seems like the 1-2-3 cars picked up pace over the stint, and maybe the 488's using up their tyres a little bit more and starting to fall off. You can see down in the bottom right, the pace overall right now is in the 19s, so it's not especially fast. I mean, it's faster than I can do consistently in these kind of conditions, so it's still pretty fast. But in terms of what we're seeing up at the front, where they're sending low 18s and occasionally dipping into the 17s, it's not massively fast right now. So I don't know whether the 488 car is just losing a bit of pace, whether intentionally or otherwise.
I don't think it's intentional, but it's something we mentioned early on through the night. Andre Frank in the 1-2-3 has a thing of about 7 laps. As I just completely missed a replay there. Sorry, what did we miss?
It was one of the white Audis. Not sure which one, spinning out. So another Audi having an issue. It's something that's I think becoming a bit of a running theme through the Sim-Grid World Cup by Thrustmaster, and they seem to be very good at spinning out those cars. I think they are pretty well known for it, so I can sort of understand why, but I'm not quite sure which car it is.
Let's have a look here. That is the number 192. Oh, so they were up. I did hear that in my ear from Michael in Simply Race there. Had passed that on, but that is, of course, let's see, 192. Oh, that is the Racing Line 192, the Audi just now. So yeah, he's well and truly bedded that, is he? Lucky boy to get that back out.
Yeah, first off, he's a lucky person to not have a much bigger incident with that tyre wall, and then to be able to get the car back out. So it's not the end of the world for the 192 car, but obviously that's one of the protagonists in the championship fight. And given the 56 car was DNF from this race, there was a real potential that the 192 could inherit the championship lead, but the one car, I think, has other design, so just decided to take over the whole field. I think they've actually put the field 2 laps down now, by the looks of it. I'm pretty sure they've just lapped the rest of the field for the second time. So that car is putting on a pretty dominant show. Now it's just 1 lap, of course it does. I know it's definitely at least very close because we saw at one point that the one car was just behind the 49 on track, so maybe that's not quite happened yet. But in terms of the championship fight, the 56 actually not finishing the race, the 888 car down in 23rd, not having a great race, the 192 up down in 13th, obviously 11th in class is going to fall behind the one car, so it's really looking like the one Audi is going to really take control of the Pro Championship right now.
Yeah, and this literally blows the doors off the Pro Championship right now with a dominant performance from Jordan Sherritt and the rest of the GTWR team. They've made it look so easy when really it's anything but, and we're still watching Andre Frank in the FFS Racing 123 GTR as Robin Pegadel in the 488 Ferrari just in front of him comes up to some lap traffic at the worst possible time at Lake Coombe, so that's going to slow him down, and this is going to be I think a little bit spicy over the next lap.
Yeah, I think with that one car, it's sort of I think they're pretty disappointed that they haven't won both races so far, because we saw them win. That's a pretty wild line from me on Friday there, but we saw them win in Suzuka. At Bathurst, they probably should have won, but I know Sherritt had a few moments, and then also I believe, if I remember correctly, had a disconnect as well. So obviously the Audis were really struggling with that sort of oversteer that the car is very well known for around Bathurst. That is a track that the thing's fast but unstable at, so maybe understandable. But they finished 11th at Bathurst, right? So they're sort of resurrecting their championship fight right now.
Oh my goodness me, I'm just going to jump in for a second, Luke. That is a bombshell in the top 10 right now, because the 557 Butler Pal Motorsports Audi of Tristan Bullwinkle given a drive-through penalty, and given that they are just one lap ahead of Robin Pegadel and Andre Frank and potentially Ross McGregor as well, that could see them losing up to 2 to 3 places there.
Yeah, they were a car that was really starting to make more forward progress. They're slowly but surely catching the 125. When I eventually went to bed around 3 in the morning, so I was watching Nico Hillemann's team, one of the other drivers for this car, and it was about a 45-second gap to the 125. So they'd been able to slowly but surely chip away, and this is going to undo all the good work that they did over the night. So a bit rough for the team, but I mean, we've seen how many drive-throughs for the entire field. Mostly, I would assume it's a track limits drive-through. Pretty much always is around here. It's very easy to get those penalties, and yeah, it's going to really push them back. I'm not quite sure how big the gap is to the 480. I think it is a lap, so they might be able to hold on to the position. It's about a 75-second loss, so maybe they'll only lose 1 position, maybe 2, but they'll still be in the top 10. Yeah, so they'll definitely lose to Pogadal, and given the gap to the 123, yes, they'll go down into 9th place with this drive-through. Might even slip back to the 10th with the 23 car, but yeah, given that progress that this team's made, and given the fact that neither of the races they've done so far have gone particularly well, with the 21st and a DNF to their name, I think this was really an opportunity for them to have a really great finish. And although it's still going to be pretty good finishing in the top 10, that drive-through is really going to harm that race.
Yeah, I can imagine their voice chat is turning a little bit unsavoury at the moment, and it's just what happens in these endurance races, especially with some of the drivers. We see Tristan is liberal, to say the least, with the track limits right now, and I can only imagine that you're absolutely spot on with that, Luke, about the reason for that drive-through there. So the 557 car of Butler Pal Motorsport, Rennie Butler is going to be absolutely fizzing at that one right now, I can imagine. But never mind that, because have a look here. Jordan Sherritt is your current race leader as we knock in 537 laps on the board here at Spa. 2 hours 40 left to go. And this has been an exemplary drive of how to drive pure, consistent and concise laps every single time.
Nice to see a bit of South African representation right at the front as well. Obviously, David Perol, I suppose the owner of Coach David Kyalami, and also the guy that set up Simgrid in the first place is South African. I myself am first generation English immigrant from South Africa, so I always like to see the South African guys running well.
There was a little bit of an accent to you. My partner's from South Africa as well, so it's amazing. As soon as Safas get together, their accents immediately go back to that. So Yeah, man, it's good, eh?
Oh yeah. My Afrikaans is non-existent, unfortunately, but
I've been taught all the Afrikaans swear words. That's the important
but
thing.
yeah. So I always like to see the South African guys running well because obviously, although I consider myself English, there's not much pride in the English flag right now. So I always like to be a little bit happy for the South African guys.
So Jordan Sherritt well and truly flying the flag for South Africa at the moment, and you've got to say that GTWR simulator truck team, they have just really nailed it. They were doing so well at Bathurst, weren't they? And a series of unfortunate events had already conspired against them by 12 hours, and they've got to be feeling really good right now, and because they've kept themselves so clean and out of trouble.
Yeah, and obviously they won in Suzuka, so we know it's a really strong team. We know it's one of the teams that should be fighting for the championship, and in fact they are in second place coming into this. So if they can keep out of trouble for the next 2.5 hours, they're going to put themselves in a really strong position for that championship fight. And I think something that I always don't like to use the word deserve, because I always think it kind of paints the wrong picture. I think of exactly what I actually mean. But if you're talking about a team that should be fighting for the championship, I think they're probably first on the list.
Just having a look at the timing screens just now as we see Tristan Ballwinkle still shown as in the pits. He'll be leaving very shortly, but that's surely going to hand that place then to Robin Pagadel and Andre Franke.
With just over 2.5 hours to go now, I'm really impressed as well by the 125 Aston. We saw last time out in Bathurst that the 995 car was sort of the surprise package, right, coming from Silver, contending with all the pro drivers right at the front. And this car with the most practiced man, I think, in sim motorsports, James Bacon, who does love a practice session. I will say he puts in a lot of work in terms of setups and in terms of practice laps. So I think it's really being rewarded right now. And as things stand, with the 995 down in 6th place in cars, the 125 will inherit the championship lead after this as well. So it looks like we're going to see 2 changes to the championship, provided the standing stay as they are. And also a little extra shout out to the wildcard cars. You know, the 223 Jensen Team Rocket car and the 96 of. No, it's gone. I was trying to guess it, but no, I forget.
Sam Cairns.
There we go. Yes, but those 2 cars doing pretty well. We were sort of, I think, maybe expecting both of them to be in the top 10. The 96 was obviously qualified in 2nd place, but I think that car was set up for the wet. Really favoured those wet conditions in qualifying, and they also had an incident. If you remember, they had a spin out. There we go. The Side Max car. There we go. Who obviously finished 3rd place at Laguna Seca. But they were a team that. They were one of the Mercedes that crashed at Eau Rouge, so a bit of a comeback race, I guess, for them now. But both of those cars really are having a pretty strong performance, and given their wildcard cars competing with the pro class, it's pretty impressive to see.
We now move into the next stage of strategy and pit stop changes. Akos Gietvan in the Bentley, the 194 is into the pit, as is Robin Pagadel in the 488 Ferrari as well, so they drop down a little bit, but again it seems to be a little bit just before everyone else, basically, as we have 2.5 hours, or just over 2.5 hours left to go in the Sim Grid World Cup, powered by Thrustmaster and in association with Coach Dave Academy and Trackworks. We're still watching Sam Cairns in the Sidemax Motorworks in the only remaining wildcard entry inside the top 20 outside of our Ross McGregor in the Team Rocket car. They're doing really well. They're on the verge of breaking into the top 10. I think they already have, actually, because Robin McGregor going into the pit lane. Stefano Bonsignore in the Wheelspin Esport car. I'd love to say that's a new line over Eau Rouge, but I think he does that too many more times. He's gonna get a visit to the pit lane, isn't he?
Well, the thing is, with the way Eau Rouge is set up, you can actually cut the corner a little bit with the way the track limits are in the sim, and also as long as you're not actually gaining time, you won't get a time penalty. So we'll see. We've seen, I think, across the race, a lot of cars, especially when it was wet, were pushing the limits, I think, a little bit in terms of obviously if it's raining and you cut the corner and you've already done the dry lap, the sim doesn't think that you've gained time by doing it, so it doesn't penalise you. But we were obviously policing that ourselves. But yeah, I think it's one of those corners where you have to be fairly lenient because it is so hard, especially in those sort of heavier cars like the Mercedes and stuff. They just do not work through there. So I think letting people get away with stuff like that is always the better way to go.
Yeah, it's that age-old argument, isn't it, between upholding the rules and allowing the free-flow nature of the races. We are now seeing Maciek Malinowski in the JLO team Mercedes, the lovingly named Teletubby car.
It does look so weird with the bright red antenna sticking out, and in the night especially, I think it looked almost like a little alien just flying along the track. But in the daytime, it looks a bit more normal, a bit more like an actual AMG car. And yeah, it's a team that I think are probably going to be disappointed that they're not right up at the front of the grid. Obviously, they are fourth place, but qualified on pole. At one point in the race, had a 20-something second lead, and it through various minor incidents, and also I think just from the overall pace in the Audi cars, they've just not been able to maintain that. And although Maciek is a very fast driver, I think given how far it is now to first place, I think they can only really aim for maybe a podium.
Yeah, it's certainly within the cards. We're also seeing Darren King in that number 2 Ferrari. That gap to Jaroslav Honzik now 5 seconds. So that is starting to go in the wrong direction for Jaroslav. So that is Darren King right there in the Yaz Heat Ferrari. That thing looks absolutely resplendent and remarkably clean for having done 21 and a half hours.
It almost looks like every time they come in for the pits, they give it a bit of a scrub down and clean it off. But yeah, it's an interesting livery, I think is the way to put it. And maybe the dark colours are hiding the dirt on the thing. You can see actually on the front there's a bit of marks. But yeah, it's a team that's been going pretty well. The Ferrari is a car it's decent around here without being spectacular, I think is the best way to describe it. And it is a car which I always like to call a fairly malleable one, because you really can design it to your own driving style, right? So I think it's probably just an example here of the two team putting in a lot of work and getting that car working how they want it to. Maybe also getting a slightly favourable track conditions to that setup that they have, and it's letting them really do a lot better than the rest of the Ferraris. Obviously, the 888 having connection issues that might have taken it out of what otherwise could have been a fight for the win.
We can see William Hendrickson in the Graphics Engineering Mercedes into pit lane just now. That drops him out of 11th place. This is Gregor Schill in the 888 Coach Dave Academy at Ferrari. Now, we saw them through the night, and you mentioned that just as we were leaving the stream. They were up to P20, P21. I don't know if they've had any more issues. I wonder if it's just strategy that's throwing them down there. I can see a little bit of damage on the front of that bodywork, so perhaps that's going to answer our questions for us. But recovery drive has been the word for them in the last, I would say, 12 hours, and there's not anyone else really than the guys behind the wheel of that car that I would want to try and take that time back.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid lineup, I think, to put it pretty simply. It's one of the teams that I think, in terms of the overall strength on the roster, you probably expect should really be up in the top 5 and so on. But they had some issues earlier in the race, the 23 car, that to push them back, and I think maybe coming into this a bit last minute, that I wonder if maybe they had a little bit less practice compared to everyone else, and they're in a McLaren, which when it came to those greasy conditions earlier, it just turns into a car that is probably one of the worst in terms of pace on the grid. So it's always an interesting car to drive, I think, in a place like Spa, because in the dry, it's quite fast, and then you get those wet conditions and the pace just goes.
And we saw how quickly the pace went last night. We're now back into the 219s, 220s, and last night we were lapping in the 228s, and that was just at the sort of greasy conditions that we had. It wasn't quite wet enough for wet, but it was still very, very tricky. As David Pertil in the Rivetto racing team car there had a bit of a moment going out of the chicane, but back with Andre Frank in the FFS Racing GTR, that minty boy, into the I think that's Lecumbe there it is, and the 123 car really having to charge hard right now. 5 seconds he's got of a gap over. Is that right? 5 seconds over Ross McGregor, because that was up at 8 seconds 2 laps ago.
Oh, isn't that the gap? That's the gap forward, isn't it?
No, that's the
5
gap
seconds
forward,
to
yeah.
And 18 seconds behind to the 23 McLaren. So obviously Tristan surfed that drive to it. It managed to actually stay ahead of the 123 Nissan. We were sort of expecting they'd come out side by side, but it didn't quite materialize like that. So I don't know whether maybe we got our calculation wrong, which is probably what occurred given the lack of sleep in this booth right now. But yeah, the 123 car I think has an opportunity here to make some forward progress if they can catch up to Tristan. But and also know Tristan's been having some issues with his wrist, so I'm surprised he's actually still in the car. As I know, Aiden and Nico are both actually awake and with him right now, so I'm surprised they haven't switched that. I would assume they probably will at the end of the race.
The point still stands then, just in the opposite direction. It's Bullwinkle that Frank is catching up to so quickly, because that gap was 5.5, it's now 4.9. Bullwinkle was 2 seconds slower on that last lap here, and I think he's on similar pace right now. I wonder if the Audi's tyres have well and truly gone. Certainly no signs of him going into the pits. No, he crossed the line to start another lap, so here comes the charging Andre Franke. So we'll keep our eye on this one. The FFS Racing GTR Godzilla could claim another scalp within the next lap here, and Frank goes across the line. And yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. You can see Bullwinkle actually caught up in some lap traffic there.
And I think when you see gaps like that, you have to assume that maybe there was some kind of moment for the 557, because 2 seconds off the pace as a car running in 7th, and as the driver that was going forward earlier on, either this 123 car has found a lot of pace suddenly, or there's been some sort of issue for the 557, whether it's just getting stuck in traffic or otherwise. So yeah, the gap is starting to close. There's an opportunity here for the Nissan to make another bit of progress. And yeah, it's, as Mike's saying earlier, it's probably just getting stuck behind some slower members of the grid. Obviously, I think we're having their own battle right there.
Isn't that the 995, or is that?
No, it's a Mercedes that is.
No, I meant behind.
No, it's a Mercedes.
Oh yeah. I was thinking that was the.
It's just the same colours, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is very annoying. It is very hard to work out.
That'll be the sister car then, won't it?
Yeah, probably true. That would make a lot of sense. As to why they're running in the same livery.
Yeah, that's the 999 Mercedes AMG of Keck Sim Racing. The 995 is the Keck Sim Racing number 2, and then you've got the 997 in there as well in the Keck Sim Racing team. So yeah, they're having a ball right now, but Bullwinkle really having to try and make that time back up. We'll see now on this next lap here if he can pull that time back out, but I think that GTR is charging.
Yeah, it's a car that it seems to come alive, I think, later on in the stint. I wonder if that's partly because of the way they have the car set up. You know, we've been saying that this is a team that wanted it to rain. It's a car that is set up more for wet conditions that haven't quite materialised. And one of the sort of the factors of that is because when you're setting up a car for the wet, you take out a bit of toe, you take out a bit of camber, you maybe give it a bit more downforce. And sometimes you raise the ride height as well, and that can protect the tyres. So over a longer run, although you might lose pace at the start of the stint, you sort of get that side effect of, at the end of a stint, you know, sort of 45-50 minutes in, suddenly your tyres are working a bit better, suddenly you can make a bit of forward progress, and it tends to balance out over a stint. And also, once it rains, obviously they're going to be in a pretty great position as that car. So, you know, if you do get some late race shower, then they could be happy. That's a new line to the Connall.
That was brave. That's going to be the 404 connection lost racing of Dericek on the inside going into the Kemmel straight there. That is, yeah, that's robust, I think is the word I was looking for there.
And it almost ended a lot worse. I think you're a little bit more on the grass there, and there could have been a monumental moment in terms of the overall race there, with 3 cars all stacked on top of each other. It could have been a big one. But they all managed to sneak through. Add a bit of dirt to the cars, the already dirty cars, put a bit more on, why not? Yeah, it's intriguing to see how much people are willing to risk by maybe going. I mean, it's not a particularly difficult overtake going through the Kemmel King, but you know, when you do dip tyres on the grass and stuff, 21 hours into the race, there's that risk that you're the driver that makes some small mistake that ruins your team's race, and 21 hours into the race, you do not want to be the one doing that.
Andre Frank in the 123 FFS Racing Nissan GTR has had his sudden burst of pace explained. He is into pit lane, so potentially running very low on fuel and giving that car a little bit of extra lightness. But we did mention about the GTR, it does come in waves in terms of the pace that it's got. It's got a sweet spot of around about 7 laps, and when it's on those 7 laps, you better get out of its way because it is going to be one of the fastest cars on the track, as we see Andre Dedicek in the Connection Lost Racing 404 Aston Martin. A little bit wide, but it's fine. We won't tell anyone if you don't.
And going back up the grid again to the 123 and the 557 fight we saw, the Nissan is coming into the pits, and I think they're going to be a little bit tight on. I'm trying to do maths in my head, which is not something that's very easy to do when you're on about 3 hours sleep. But yeah, they would need to pit twice, still, right? Yes, twice still,
Yeah.
because of the way the stints work. Obviously, it's a 65-minute stint timer, and they were off strategy by about 15 minutes, so they're going to have a dash to the line at the end. But the 557, as Aiden's putting out in chat, is that car's on a slightly better strategy. I think it's able to make it to the end on 2 stops. So maybe their position being protected by that lack of stint time are sort of forcing them to come in here. So although we do see that battle on track, I think the 123 car is going to have to make an extra trip to pit lane.
I think you're absolutely spot on with that one. Let's do a little race recap then. It's still Jordan Sherritt in first place at the moment with the Audi, with that GTWR simulator giant truck team. 543 laps in the book, a lap ahead of Dan King in the number 2 Ferrari, the Yaz Heat Ferrari, and Dan is about 4.8 seconds ahead of Jaroslav Honzik in the Pro Renvelten Audi. Jardier, as we lovingly refer to him, and then the 211 car is in 4th place. That is Maciek Malinowski in the JLO team, Mercedes, the Teletubby car, and then it's Akos Gietvan in the Bentley 194, the Racing Line Motorsport. We've seen issues galore for that thing, thankfully nothing too severe. And then in 6th place it's James Bacon in the Aston Martin, the first of the Aston Martins and the first of the Silvers, doing a sterling job getting himself all the way up into 6th place. It's then Tristan Ballwinkle in 7th place, Butler Pal Motorsport, after that bombshell of a drive-through in the Audi. Then Ross McGregor, a stunning drive from the young lad up into P8 in the wildcard entry, the Jensen Team Rocket RJN McLaren entry, and that thing looks absolutely gorgeous. 9th place is Daniel Ferrier in the 25 Audi, that gorgeous pink Audi in the Mook Motorsport running, and then it's Mike Noble in 10th place in the Nissan GTR 123 for FFS Racing. So that is your top 10, and 2 hours 20 minutes left to go in the race.
Yeah, 2 hours and 20 minutes that I think is looking pretty good in terms of the amount of fights we're still going to have on the grid. There's so many close battles, obviously 5 seconds between 2nd and 3rd right now. We saw that battle between, sort of for the 7th to the 8th positions, that I think will go down to the wire. And even further back here, we have this battle for 14th place that is going on. Even after 21 hours, we still have these 2-3 second gaps around the track, and it's just a testament to the strength of the field, I think.
It certainly is. But yeah, so I mean, we're coming up to a next hour, so in just a couple of minutes' time, one of my favourite bits from last night was hearing fellow Scotsman Hugh Hattrick doing some driver interviews. We've got another one lined up in just a couple of minutes' time, and really looking forward to that, where we'll also get our hourly little show of our fantastic sponsors that we have here at the SimGrid as well. And it is genuinely my pleasure, and look, I'm sure it's yours as well, to be part of this broadcast, and really it feels kind of special to be part of these events, because you're part of something quite big. I've done sim racing now for about 15 years, and it does make you feel genuinely proud to see the community come to this point where we've got, like, say, a 50 car 50 team entry into an endurance race. It's just wild.
Yeah, and completely unlike you, I've already really been in this racing world for about a year now, in terms of racing, and
You're just a child.
I'm only 21. I'm a baby. But you know, in terms of even in commentating, I've only been around since the start of the World Cup. I mean, the first World Cup event was my first motorsports commentary event. So, you know, coming into this and seeing I think the passion, both from obviously all the fans that have been watching for you know, pretty much the whole event now, and all these drivers on the grid, the amount of drivers we have, it's pretty awesome to see. Because it's not easy to get this many drivers committed over multiple months to one event, which is essentially, you know, I think a lot of it's for bragging rights. So it's pretty awesome to see, and I think a testament to how fun sim racing is, and B, how much of a challenge endurance racing is, even in sim.
Yeah, it certainly is a big challenge, and it's one that we love doing our part to take part in. And just a reminder, guys, don't forget, for all of the drivers out there, for everyone that's streaming, and all of the viewers and the fans as well, if you've got a bit of a moment that we've maybe missed on the stream here, or we saw earlier on, don't forget to take part in that competition for Trackworks. If you post it on any of the social platforms with the tags Trackworks, at the SimGrid, and your favourite overtake of the race so far, then you've got a chance to win a fantastic load cell mod from the guys over at Trackworks. So tag it on social at Trackworks, that's TRACKWERKS, and at the SimGrid, with your favourite overtake of the race so far, for a chance to be in with winning that. That is top of the hour then here in GMT land, which means that we get the awesome pleasure of being joined by the one and only Hugh Hattrick. Hugh, a very good morning to you, buddy. Who do you have lined up for us this morning?
Again, I have the stars of the race. I have Niels van de Kokelt and also Samir Ibrahimi. Hello.
Yeah, hello, gents. I think you mean Bart instead of Samir.
Sorry, I mean, it was Mohammed. Sorry, I do make a mistake there. It's a
fine.
live show. I do apologise for that. But yeah, so I've got two stars here with me today. And first of all, it's going to be Bart Mattia speaking to me this morning. Well then, Bart, we're all just with 3 hours left. Tell us and the viewers what your race has been like so far.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, the race has been great. The start, not so much for us. We had an incident on the third lap, which we had to pit for repairs. And then we were deemed at fault, which gave us another drive-through. So we were lapped down pretty much on the first 5 laps. So then it was just coming back from there. We're doing really good. Everyone's been really consistent. I'm really proud of everyone in our team. We've been gaining a lot of positions through the pit stops, not getting into any incidents, and yeah, currently running P2 in our class, which is probably higher than we expected in the first hour.
That's great. And how have you found coping with the conditions? Because we had a dry race and then we had the wet in the evening as well. How did you cope with all of that?
Yeah, the conditions, I do our strategy, and I always find it tricky because you never know how exactly to set up the pressures for wet conditions, and pressures in the ACC are very crucial. But we have a very good driver in our team who's very good in the wet, so we put him in the car for most of the wet running. He's done some fantastic laps, one of the fastest on the grid. We also managed to get the pressures pretty correct, and the rain also worked very well with our strategy. We pitted pretty much on schedule for the rain tyres and then back to the dry setup.
That's great. And what has been the main kind of exciting moments of your race so far? Because there's been plenty of people going off, there were plenty of crashes throughout the evening. It's pretty miraculous that you can miss all of that, really.
For sure. I don't think we missed all of it. I think we were just a little bit more lucky. We had a few small incidents. We had a few scares as well, with cars getting quite close to us when they spun. We had an incident where one of our drivers got scared by his roommate and forgot to brake. But yeah, apart from that, it has been pretty smooth and pretty good going.
And how are you finding being up all night to do a race like this? You must be quite tired. What do you do to kind of keep yourselves awake and keep yourselves alert?
Yeah, I am quite tired now. I am planning to go straight to sleep
when this finishes, but I didn't really want to go too steep because you lose track of what's happening, and doing the strategy, I think it's quite important that I know this stuff. So yeah, only 2 hours left. I was one of the drivers driving at night, so I think being in the car is a bit easier because you have something to focus on, and you don't feel the tiredness as much. As soon as I got out of the car, I could kind of start to feel it. But then my teammates took over, so I've just been sat here looking at it.
It's fantastic. And do you think you'll be able to make up a few more places in the remaining couple of hours?
We're hoping we might make up one more place. We're quite close to car 96. Unfortunately, P1 in silver class has just been untouchable this race. They're doing a fantastic job. I think we are pretty safe if nothing goes wrong, touch wood, to keep the P2 in our class, which will be amazing. So yeah, maybe P13 overall, but we're happy with where we are right now.
Fantastic. Well, thanks very much for talking to us this morning, Bart, and I wish you and your team all the best for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Bye just now. Now I will go over to Niels van de Koekelt, who is here for a second interview this morning. Hello, Niels. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing pretty well, actually. We're well, a bit upset about what happened, but yeah, I'm doing pretty well.
Would you like to tell the viewers what exactly happened?
Yeah, so I've been having this issue with my wheel that sometimes, well, like in the previous race at Bathurst, it froze all of a sudden, and like there was just no way of resetting it, so we lost a lot of time. And the same thing, unfortunately, happened now. It took me about a minute to get my wheel even working again.
Goodness.
And then we wanted to swap in another driver because I was driving without force feedback at the moment. But we forgot to select him. So I basically had to do an entire stint without force feedback, which, well, is far from ideal. But yeah.
How did that affect your race throughout? Because did you struggle to keep up with places, or did you manage to make up some time?
Well, we were fighting for P2. Like, it was actually really close between P2, P3, and P4. Like, we still had good hopes of getting on the podium, but we just lost so much time because of this issue that we're now almost a lap behind to P2. They're 17 seconds behind us now. So, yeah, realistically, unless something happens to them, we're probably not going to get on the podium, unfortunately. So that's a bit of a bummer.
And how have you found the overnight conditions and then coming into this morning? Because it's been quite changeable. It wasn't maybe as much rain as people expected. But have you found that your car was set up correctly for the conditions?
Yeah, like I said in the first interview, our car was well prepared for both wet and dry. So, you know, it really wasn't too much of a hassle. I had a small incident in the first, like the last wet-ish stint. So that cost me quite some time, but straight after, when the track dried up again, I was on pace, so that was good to see. But yeah, the transition really hasn't been that hard. We hope for a little more rain, especially considering the practice conditions have been, well, soaking. But yeah, it is what it is. The car is still behaving very, very well in the dry. And yeah.
That's great. Well, and you think there might be a possibility of catching anyone in front, or do you think it's going to be just staying where you are just now and just doing your best?
Yeah, unless something happens to them, we're not catching them. But we'll keep on fighting. Still 2 hours to go. A lot can happen in 2 hours. So we still keep our hopes up. But yeah, just a setback. But we'll keep going.
Well, that's great. Well, I wish you all the best for the rest of the race. I know you're about to jump back in to your to the race seat there and continue on your next stint. But thanks very much for talking to us this morning. And I'll give you back to David Christie and to Luke Rogers.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Hugh Hattrick. And I've got to be honest, it's bloody awesome that we've got our own paddock reporter down there having a chat with the drivers. And yeah, massive thank you to Hugh there having a chat with. Very, very interesting to hear from Niels van de Koekelt on the JLO team there of just how much of an issue losing force feedback during a race is, because it's just unbelievably different, isn't it?
Yeah, but I had that exact issue in the SimGrid Kyalami, the 90-minute enduro race that was run not that long ago. I got into the car. I was running the second stint of the race. I got into the car, and my wheel had no force feedback. And the one thing that really, I think, is that the big change when it happens, it's not the loss of feel. You can deal with that. It's when you turn the wheel and there's no resistance, and you just end up turning the wheel too much, because obviously you put a lot of the wheel turning and a lot of braking for a lot of these guys is done by muscle memory and in terms of the way the wheel sort of acts as you do it. So with that loss of force feedback, you also will end up putting in too much input, and it becomes so easy to spin out because of it, because you maybe turn your wheel on a curb too much and it just unsettles the car and spins it out and so on. So it's a real challenge to do, and I know I couldn't do it. We tried for about 10 minutes and then we just decided to DNF because it was so far off the pace, just trying to survive. So the fact that he was able to drive a full stint with it, get it back to the pits and not lose that much time is quite impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. I remember I was doing another platform endurance race, and my wheel gave up halfway through. And of course, when you reset it, when you switch it back off and on again, the default is that the force feedback is gone. It doesn't reconnect. It doesn't know where the values are. And I may have had a temper tantrum and thrown said wheel, and that wheel is now no longer in use. Jardier is finished. Now, hang on. He's going to get one more lap out of this. This is going to be the end to his stint. 2:19.1. Now, one thing I noticed, Luke, is when we were listening to the interviews from Hugh there, we saw Jardier having a bit of a wobble and a bit of a moment, and that car looks very, very scuffed up. But then, of course, it did have that contact with the Mercedes about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I think at this point as well, most of the grid is scuffed up in some way. There's been quite a few incidents here, but this is his last lap now of the stint. Obviously, he'll be coming in, and I think Chris is going to get in the car next. So, and assume it probably takes the end. But you can see there that there's no damage on the car. For those of you who are unaware, if you see the time required at the bottom, it takes 30 seconds for the sim to put fuel and tyres in, and if you have damage, it will do it afterwards, so it will add a couple of seconds to do your pit stop time. So clearly there's no damage to the car, and it's just a visual thing, and that moment maybe didn't have as big an effect as we might have been a bit worried about. But coming into the end of his stint, it's not something you want to have happen at the end of your stint, having those moments then, because it can really mess with your pit strategy. And he's lucky that it wasn't a bigger one, because if it had forced them to pit with 2 minutes 11 to go, they would have had to pit another extra time towards the end of the race. So they were able to just get to that point where there's only one more stop left after this one.
Well, that's exactly the point. So it's going to be Chris Hook that's going to be jumping into the car as soon as Yaroslav is able to bring that number 49 Pro Rennfelten Audi into the pit lane, just going through the tail end of the circuit just now. Again, you can see his live stream is slightly delayed from what we see on our official stream at the bottom right there, but then that's the time it takes to get to Twitch and back again. Currently watching the number 261 Audi. That's Tony McCaughan in the McCaughan Racing Audi. And who's that just in front? Is that Nowakowski in the...
It's the position.
Yep, that's Nowakowski in the 225.
Yeah, and a tenth of a second separating these guys right now. Obviously only for 25th. But it's still 22 hours into a 24-hour race. With 40-something cars on the grid, you still want to be finishing as high as possible. And also, I think as one of these silver cars, you want to be... the more pro cars you can beat, the better you're going to feel in the overall race. So, it's nice to have these such tight battles still so far into the race, with no yellow flags, with no safety cars, no full course cautions. And everyone is still so close, and this is another of many battles that we have on the grid. And admittedly, they're not quite getting as feisty as maybe we perhaps want, but I think it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, that Carbon Esports Porsche of Mikhail Nowakowski is under real intense pressure just now from Tony McCoffin in the McCoffin Audi, down into the source then this time by, and I see a purple and yellow car in the background. That is a Merc, isn't it, in the background of the Keck Sim Racing. That'll mean that it's the 999 behind them. So yeah, nothing to worry about, and I say that because that Aston is unrelenting in terms of getting past cars, even if they're a lap up or not, in its recovery drive, and the 997 as well, making its way back. But I can see that Henrik Gamble in that 995 is actually back up to 20th position. So what a drive. Here we go though, McCoffin on the Kemmel straight side by side with that Porsche. I think the Porsche is always going to have the grunt, it's always going to have the guts to pull on that Audi, but Tony surely is going to get him in twisty bits through the rest of the circuit.
Yeah, the problem right now for this Audi car is that the Porsche and the Audi have fairly similar levels of grip through corners. The Audi's a little bit better through this sector of the track, but it's so hard to overtake it, through sector 2 that it's really not very helpful. And then you get back onto the straights where the Audi's a little bit worse than the Porsche, and it really starts to struggle again. And you get to the braking zone where the Porsche is better. So it's so hard to overtake in this kind of but although the Porsche is a car that is slower on this track, because of the way that these two cars are designed and the way that these two cars find their pace, it's very difficult to get by. And I think probably the reason why the 261 is getting a bit stuck here and starting to feed them back into that plum Mercedes behind.
And just saying that Gregor Schill in the 888 Coach Dave Academy Ferrari jumps into the pits as well. So I think that's him just in to take on his stint right now, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't him that was in the car before. So potentially just taken off. I'm pretty sure that it was James Parker that I saw in that car earlier on. And now we're coming down to the final couple of stints. Drivers who have timed it to just now are going to be in for the remainder of this final of the race here. Oh, and that was that 997 off into the pit lane there, or was that was the 999? Sorry, it just veered off to the right, and for a minute there you're thinking the worst, and then realising that pit lane is there.
Yeah, it's such an interesting pit entry. I think it's in a bit of an odd place. So I've never really been a massive fan of it, and given the fact that I drove into the wall last night, I'm even less of a fan of it now. Yeah, it always, every time you see it, it always thinks, I was like, I just spun out, or is he going into the pits? But yeah, it's just a case of coming in. As we see a Ferrari or Ferrari battle here through Blanchimont. I'm not quite sure whether this is going to be an overtake. If it is, it's going to be a pretty ballsy move. And yeah, he's going to stick it up the inside. Does he make it work? Not quite in the... Oh, that's where we saw that spin for the 488 car. It didn't go into the pits. It just had a bit of a spin. Does a little bit of donut and comes back in front of the 23 car. Wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be...
and there we go. That is Tony McCoffin. Then we just saw him in a battle there. He's now down to 26. Who was he fighting up in that position there? Because that's been a massive, massive crash there. And the 261 looking like he's got significant damage.
The 225. The Porsche that we saw he was already fighting with, and the 888 got caught up in it, a car that's been on a bit of a recovery drive. So I'm curious to see exactly how much damage those cars have and exactly what's happened. The 225 has a drive-through for track limits. I would assume it's probably something to do with the incident. But I'm going to hazard a guess and say that the 261's gone for an overtake, and maybe it's not quite worked out. Here we go. I think we're going to see it right here. The 888's coming out of the pits, and maybe there's been a bit of a pile up here because of the changing speed.
Oh no! Oh, you hate to see it. The three of them have just dived one corner. That's never going to work. That Porsche, I feel the Porsche did move slightly left, but completely unwittingly. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But it'd be interested to see that from another angle if we possibly can, because it did look like they were three wide, and that Porsche either moved to the left, or maybe it was the middle car moved to the right and would have forced the car left. But either way, that was a huge accident, and yeah, disaster for all round. That's Nowakowski that was in that green 225 Porsche that's now up the road, but he's got a drive-through penalty. Meanwhile, Tony McCoffin in that 26th place, Here we go then. So that is the Triple Eight car that's just come out of the pits, has now went into the pit lane as well. We're on board with Tony McCoffin. We're on board with a Porsche. It moves to the left just ever so slightly. That for me, that's all on the Porsche there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a particularly smart move trying to go 3 wide with a couple hours left in a 24-hour endurance race. But yeah, the Porsche clearly points the car to the left in the braking zone and just drifts over. I'm not exactly sure what he was trying to do there. And yeah, it puts 2 cars in a wall. So I think it's a pretty cut and dry incident. They already got a drive-through as well, because I think he just went straight on, cut the corner and got his final track limits warning. So it's all going wrong for that car, and I think will actually give the position to the 261 overall. But I think that's going to be a pretty cut and dry case for the stewards.
Well, there's one car that has just appeared behind Tony McCoffin that I never thought I'd see, because they're so far down. It's the 56 like and subscribe Mercedes.
I'm impressed that they're actually still on the grid. I mean, I'm impressed that the 56 is still going, because they had two big disconnects here. I mean, we can see here. You see just how much that Porsche comes over on the track when they're 3 wide, and then cuts the corner for good measure, giving himself a drive-through, which is the opposite of smart, I think, is the polite way to put it. So I think that's probably going to be a drive-through plus a big penalty coming their way.
Oh, you gotta love it. So in real life racing, this is the moment where that entire team would be swamped by about 40 mechanics from the other teams in a very, very enraged mess right now. Andre Herman to distract us right now in the 488 Ferrari that we saw having a little bit of a dancing session at the chicane there, going around and around and around the corner. And I've got to be honest, he was very, very lucky that he didn't cause contact with Luca Berk in that 23 Team Rocket Jensen car, the McLaren there. That car is on the absolute edge as you see it coming over Eau Rouge there, but I wonder if he's maybe pushing it a little bit too hard.
Yeah, and we see that the 23 car has now got ahead by a couple of seconds, so just a case maybe, as you said, of the 488 having a bit of a period in the race where maybe he's unhappy with his own pace and is pushing beyond his limit, which is something that is a very dangerous sort of habit to get into in endurance racing. It's something that I do quite often, where I'm a couple of tenths down in the car in front, so I start trying to brake 5 meters later, and then start missing corners. So it's a dangerous hole to fall down when you have that sort of moment. But yeah, the 23 getting ahead now into 9th place. The 488 is still holding on to a top 10, and obviously 8th in class, so still pretty good finish for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just seeing there, Prost in the number 36 Audi gets a drive through for avoidable contact between the 68 and the 36. The 68 is, let's have a look who that is. That is the Leone V Racing Team 1 outfit. So that is, that's not really gone too well for them, and that is going to throw them into, I would imagine, 23rd place.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely push them back a bit, but there's still time to go. Still 2 hours. They can make a few positions back just yet. And talking of making a few positions back, this 96 car has been all over the grid. Started 2nd place. I think at one point we're outside the top 20 thanks to their spin in Eau Rouge, and they've started to push their way back up. They were back up, I think, into the top 10, and that had another issue that pushed them down. And now they're back up to 15th again. So hopefully no more issues for them. Hopefully they can make a bit more progress as they're slowly catching up to that 404 car. I wonder how far exactly they can get up.
That'll be a very, very curious question indeed. That 404 connection lost racing of Martin Larenc, currently 42 seconds up the road there. But Philippe Simard just a couple of seconds there ahead of Bosslet as well in the Porsche. So again, you've mentioned it a couple of times, Luke, but we've only got 2 hours left to go here of a 24-hour race, and we've still got batches of drivers that are separated by a handful of seconds.
Yeah, and as I always like to mention, in sim racing, we don't have safety cars. We don't have, we don't have full course cautions. And although, in the case of the one car, if you do avoid all those incidents, you do avoid any penalties and just drive to the pace you have, you can start to pull a massive lead like they have pretty much done since about I think about hour 7 or 8. But they took the lead and haven't let it go yet. But generally speaking, with how tight the field is and those changing conditions that bring certain cars back into the race, even with no full course cautions and no safety cars, we still get those tight battles that are all the way through the field. You know, we've got 2nd to 3rd, 14th to 15th, 9th and 10th right next to each other, and even further back there's some more battles going on, so it's awesome to see.
Well, I'm going to jump into the little spreadsheet that was lovingly created by our production team here as we are watching Mikhail Statsenko in the GTWR Simulator Giant Truck Audi, and the movers and shakers over the entire race. There's been some mild gains, but it's mainly been big losses. Coach Dave Academy down 16 places. They started in P7. They are down into 23rd position as the time of writing this, and I think they've gone down even further still. So yeah, not gone well for them. So these are at the top of the hour that these places were taken. Sidemax Motorsport number 97 car, that started in 14th, that's now down 18 places into 32nd. Your biggest gainer from the list that I've got here is actually the GTWR team. That your race leader, the number 1, was started in 10th place, is up to P1 and have been there since 5 o'clock yesterday.
Yeah, that's it's a mighty drive, I think it's the best way to put it. I really wouldn't be surprised if this is partly a setup thing, because I think the whole world was expecting a bit of rain here. You know, you always get rain at Spa, and yes, we had those greasy conditions, but I think a lot of teams were sort of banking on it getting significantly wetter than it has. And although I think some people would be a bit upset, you know, there have been a few people that have complained about the lack of rain, but I mean, if you watch real life motorsports, that threat of rain is something that all the teams have, and sometimes it just doesn't come. That's racing, as far as I'm concerned. That threat of changing conditions that sometimes does come, sometimes doesn't, and when it does, is completely sort of unexpected. You know, sometimes the rain will come a lot harder than you think it should. Sometimes it won't come hard at all. So I think it's just a challenge that makes this kind of racing fun, and also I guess it adds an element of luck, right? When people set up their car for the wet and then it doesn't rain, the cars that aren't set up for the wet, which I expect maybe the one car probably is, do get a bit of time on the rest of the field. But all it takes is 30 minutes, it starts to rain again, and potentially it could come to this thing where the one car loses a lot of pace.
Yeah, absolutely spot on there, Luke. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are into the final 2 hours of the SimGrid World Cup, powered by Thrustmaster, the 24 hours of Spa. We're going to take a very, very quick commercial break, and we'll be back for the final hours.
So talking more about the load cell pedal then, Hunter, just explain to us what the main benefits would be for somebody that's not used any load cells before.
Well, I'm sure you can attest to it that it just feels like a more natural brake feel that you would feel in like a car or whatever you would drive on track. You just get more data inputs from a load cell to your sim of choice by ACC instead, of course, iRacing, whatever. And that leads to a smoother and more consistent braking feel.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I'll sort of hold my hands up and say I was quite surprised with the fact that even with a basic load cell, you can sort of feel that the car doesn't lock up as much. It's not so stabby on the brakes.
And 10 minutes left on the SimGrid World Cup, powered by Thrustmaster. Live coverage provided to you. I am, of course, David Christie, and alongside me is the inimitable Luke Rogers. Luke, it's been a fantastic race, but yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit giddy now, having experienced Bathurst and what went down in those final 2 hours. Yeah, this is going to be good.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to have the sort of the drama for the win that we quite had last time out in Bathurst. But we should, or at least we could, have a fight here for second place that goes all the way down to the wire. It's only 3 seconds in it right now, but it seems to be a pretty stable gap. So all it takes is one car to have a slight moment, and that gap is going to change quite significantly. So I do think this battle is going to be the one to watch as we go into these last sort of just over an hour and a half left to go. And I also look back at 4th and 5th, and there's only 16 seconds between them. And that Bentley seems to be going pretty well right now, as the 211 slowly slips further and further back. So that's another battle we have to watch. Not to mention 8th and 9th. There's only 6 seconds in that. 2 seconds back is the 488 car. So we have these battles all through the top 10 of the grid. This could be a lot of fun. There's all these battles just in the top 10 that we can watch, and just in the top 10 that should come to fruition at some point during the race. And I also then look back at a 404 96 car fighting for 14th. There's a couple cars behind them again with small gaps, so there's still a lot to play for in these last hour and a bit.
Yeah, and this is what it's all been leading up to. We mentioned this last night. The whole 24-hour race is putting yourself in contention for this final stint. It's all about right now, and we're seeing Chris Hook in the Pro Renvelten 49 Audi taking over from Jardier right now, and you can see just in front of him 3.8 seconds up the road is Dan King in the Yaz Heat Ferrari, that beautiful black, red and blue machine. They are still 2 laps down on Mikhail Satsenko. I don't actually think they are 2 laps down. I think they're about a lap and a half, and it's just the way that when the leader goes over, yeah, there we go now. Just confirmation of that. Obviously, it says 2 laps on there, but it's actually a lap and a half or a lap and 3/4 by the time the other drivers get themselves across the line. So an hour and 45 minutes left to go. There's all these battles developing. You were absolutely spot on to mention Akos Gietvan there in the 194 Bentley, the Racing Line Motorsport 194, of course, sister car to the 192 Audi R8 that's been in the wars way down in 13th place there. But Akos having a bit more luck, and that Bentley really liking these dry conditions here at Span. It's not one that you would maybe have associated with being so far up.
Yeah, it's a car that you'd associate with driving in the wet. Especially here, it's a car that it provides a lot of stability as a platform. So although it's not usually one of the fastest cars, when you do get those wet conditions, you can have a lot of confidence in the car. And that confidence sort of begets speed. That kind of, especially when it gets very wet, right? When we sort of get monsoon-like conditions like we had in qualifying, which is obviously why the Bentley has started so far up the grid. But it's been really cool to see them hold on. I think they can't really go forward. Although I say that Geffen is closing on Van der Koekel, the 211 Mercedes, so they're trying to go forward. But it's not a car we were expecting to sort of maintain their position through the drive. We're expecting them to drop back and then come forward if and when the rain comes. So it's been cool to see them stay in the top 5. And it's also really cool to see the 123 Nissan, although it is slightly off strategy now. It is a car that, we had that sort of same worry, and it did seem to be happening. They were down, I think, outside the top 10 at one point. And they've started to make progress back towards the sort of the middle of that top 10. So there's a bunch of cars here with that sort of ebb and flow that we come to expect in endurance racing, especially in sim, that is causing a pretty great race.
I feel so sorry for Andre Herman and the MSR Liga Endurance Team 488 Ferrari right now. He has the unenviable task of having Henrik Gamble in that charging Aston Martin, the 995 Kexim Racing silver outfit, the number 2 of the Kexim Racing team, and well and truly out of position, Henrik Gamble right now. That Aston Martin is 100% got the pace to be a top 10 car, but contact, crashes and some penalties as well have forced them several laps down. But yeah, he's definitely shown Andre what for right now, and hounding him and pressuring him right now, and you feel it's going to be a matter of if, not when, that it's going to happen. Or rather when, not if. There we go, that's what I meant to say. Luca Berk as well is getting caught up by this little battle as well in 23 McLaren, the Team Rocket RJN outfit. And yeah, I get the feeling I'm going to hear that something's happened with these 3 cars.
I mean, based on what we've seen over the last, the last few minutes at least, it looks pretty respectful. And It looks like, I think the 905 probably recognises that forcing the move is not a very smart thing to do right now. Obviously, these guys racing for 9th position, whereas the 905 down in 20th place. You know, you don't want to be that car that ruins a battle for a really solid finish by trying to unlap yourself really dangerously. So it looks like they're erring on the side of caution and maybe waiting for either the pit cycle or for a more clear overtaking opportunity before they go for it. For now, at least.
I'm going to be keeping my eyes open on that, Aston, because I'm going to respectfully disagree on that one with you, as Henrik Gamble moves up into 19th position after a pit stop, and yeah, elbows out, elbows out, well and truly. Philippe Simard, we're joining the battle here for 14th and 15th position. This is for position here, the number 96 Sidemax Motorworks Mercedes of Philippe Simard, and chasing down Martin Larenc in the 404 connection lost Aston Martin. And the 404, like so many other cars, has been on a bit of a recovery drive, now starting to lose a little bit of pace.
Yeah, and it's not the right time in the race to be losing pace, is it? This is when you want to be going forward, not backwards, but it seems like the cars around them at least are maybe finding a bit more confidence and a bit more speed. And I mean, this 96 car is a car we expect should be towards the front of the grid. They qualified second. They've not quite, through that Eau incident and a couple others they've had through the race, they've not quite managed to maintain their position like most of the rest of the top 5 has. But they're starting to make some progress, and I think they can make up a few more positions before the end of the race.
Yeah, and this is where the pressure really tells, because you can see the off camber that is going on with Martin Larenc. He's really been pushed to areas of the track that he wouldn't normally use with that car. This is a wonderful shot from the rear of Luca Berg, and as I said, that is the 995 Aston Martin that is leapfrogged over, who was that? That was 10th place, wasn't it? That was Herman that was in front of him, so he's got past him, and I called it. I says that he wasn't going to just wait and let that one go. He is charging in that Aston Martin. He's got a point to prove. Right now, side by side then, Philippe Simard takes that 14th place on the run down to La Source then. Incredible that we're 22 and a half hours into a 24-hour race, and we've still got moves like this is a 1-hour sprint race. Philippe Simard takes 14th place from the connection lost 404 Aston Martin and takes it like taking candy off a baby.
Yeah, that was a pretty simple move in the end for the 96. I'd expect maybe the 404 sort of recognised that it's not a battle they really need to take. They're second in class right now. They are a team that has that potential for the championship. They're being in the top 5 right now, and I think actually we'll move into the top 3 by the end of this, based on how the positions are at the minute. But fighting the wildcard car, which obviously is not for position in terms of points. It isn't for position in terms of bragging rights, but I think at this stage in the race, you're trying to bring the car home now. You're trying to get whatever points you can. And when you're this far ahead of some of your own title contenders, I think you just need to err on the side of caution.
That's not going to happen, I absolutely guarantee it. Here comes Henrik Gamble on the Kemmel straight there. Absolutely saw that one coming a mile off. That Aston Martin is not staying behind anyone, and the pace on it is absurd. Makes that move stick, and that's Andre Herman and Luca Berg that he has taken in the space of 3 laps. So, that is an absolutely inspired drive going on right now from the 995 of Henrik Gamble down there in 18th place. And I'll call it right now, I still think there's an outside chance that Henrik Gamble could get himself and that 995 into the top 10.
Yeah, they are quite a bit waste out. I think a lap would a bit off right now, but I think the important thing for them is that they're now third in class, because obviously they are the title leaders, or the championship leaders right now. And at one point we saw them below the 137 car after that crash that they had. I think it was in Austin, wasn't it? We saw that incident happen just before we went off to the no comms section of the race. But they were a team that, coming into this with I believe a second and a first, second and a first in the first 2 races, they were the team to beat. And when they had that big incident that really propelled the 125 into the massive lead that they have, there was that threat that the 995 could lose their grasp on the championship. And yes, they will lose the lead as things stand, I think there will be 2 points behind coming into Kyalami if it stays as it is. But it could have been a lot worse than that.
Watching the battle for second and third place, we are looking at Chris Hook in the 49 Pro Ren Velton Audi, just behind Dan King in the Yaz Heat Ferrari. Dan is 2 cars in front right now. Those are 2 lapped cars in front of Chris Hook just now, and Dan is really, really pulling a blinder.
Being mentioned in chat, I'm not quite sure on the truth of this, whether it is or not. But apparently one of the cars up at the front, I believe they're talking about the 2 Ferrari, is having a bit of brake fade right now, so struggling with them. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of brake changes here, because in ACC, for those who don't know, you've got 4 brake compounds. So you've got the one brakes, as they're called, which are roughly 3 hours before they'll explode. They're the kind of ones you use for a sprint race. And you've got the 2 brakes, which last roughly 12 hours, which is the kind of thing you'd use for maybe our, I think Kyalami and Suzuka are the kind of races you use those for. And then you have 3 brakes, which roughly last 24 hours. They can sometimes go a little bit longer if you're nice and gentle on them. But there's also, if you go to a track like Bathurst, you use 3 brakes and they still fade after 12 hours. And then 4 brakes last about a lap, so you don't want to be touching them if possible. But sometimes you will get during the race where even on 3 brakes, you get to the end of this race, and with a couple hours left, you're losing so much time with that brake fade that you need to switch brakes. And obviously, you'll switch to 1. I think would be the smart move to make. But having brake fade, or maybe even a brake failure, if one team gets particularly unlucky, is a big threat. It's very hard to actually get a full failure in ACC, but that brake fade can lose you a lot of time as your pedal gets longer and longer. So maybe we'll see some upset in the top 10 of cars that potentially need to come in and change their brakes.
Yeah, I think we're going to develop over the time. But I'm just trying to figure out, is that right, what I'm hearing from Michael, that Yardier is actually a Yaz Heat driver, but he's not driving for them?
Yeah, he's on the Ren Wilton team, obviously, in the Audi. But he's joined Yaz Heat since joining Ren Wilton, so it's a bit of conflicted interest right now.
It's fine.
I don't think at this point, coming an hour and a half in, I don't think you're thinking about that kind of thing. You're just going for the position. If he can get it, he wants it.
Now, this is Martin Lorenk in 15th place in the 404 Connection Lost Racing Aston Martin, and he is just behind the car that's a couple of laps up. That's Mike Noble in the 123 Nissan GTR. That Nissan GTR is up into 7th place. We saw that on the outskirts of the top 10, and now it's just ploughing its way up through the order. And I wonder if he's got his eyes on the number 125 next, of course, of Draycott.
I don't want to spoil your party, but we do have to remember that they are off strategy as well. So
yeah,
right now they're about halfway through a stint that unfortunately won't quite get them to the 65-minute marker. So I think they're still in contention for a top 10. Ooh, I say that. I look at the gaps and how tight it is behind the 23 car. I think it's certainly possible that they might fall out of the top 10 with that slightly unusual strategy, I think is the best way to put it. Or rather unfortunate strategy that's been caused at some point earlier on by having to pit off off their stints and come off the strategy that they probably had planned. But yeah, there's still a car that's going well. There's still a car that I think will end up around, if not in the top 10, right on the edge of it. So it's still a pretty great performance for them.
Yeah, very, very good performance. As is from the Connection Lost Racing, has been mired with incidents and crashes. Let's see, this is the 192. Oh, and a little bit of silly contact there. No need for that, and sends a car speeding off into the side there. And that's the Racing Line Motorsport 192 Audi. I wonder if Race Control are going to be looking at that one.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where the car in front of you, goes a bit deep and goes a bit wide in the corner, loses time, and I think you just have to accept that you're also going to lose time. And you might get a bit annoyed by it, but it is what it is. the 24-hour endurance race, losing half a second, slowing down a little bit more because the car in front of you just made a slight mistake is much better than the potential contact that sometimes arises when you just try and drive into the gap that those cars are trying to fill, because you know for a fact that those guys will never be looking in the mirrors, and they're making a mistake like that. Obviously, you'd expect that the car's probably getting a bit loose, getting a bit leery, which has caused the first Audi to have. I think they had a bit of a snap of oversteer coming into the corner, so they're never going to be looking back in the mirrors, and just trying to fill a gap like that will always end in some kind of contact and a penalty coming your way that you really did not need.
And usually tears before bedtime. Cracking view on board. Andre Herman in the MSR League Endurance Team 488 Ferrari. Oh, little wiggle there coming through Lecom. And just on the back of Luca Berk in that 23 wildcard Jensen Team Rocket RJN car in front there. So this is for position. This is for 9th and 10th place right now. Cracking little battles all through the field with just an hour and a half to go of this race. And Luca is starting to feel the pressure from that Ferrari, and I wonder if Andre is just starting to push that Ferrari a little bit past the edge right now.
And interesting a chat with Greg Lewis saying, would we recommend ACC? I have to say it is the best sim I've ever driven, and I've driven a fair few now. I started with iRacing. I will mention it, and partly because I'm quite into oval racing, so I still have iRacing for that. But I used to drive the GT3s and that. And since coming to ACC, I will not touch them in iRacing because it's just so much better in ACC. Because the thing with it is, when you go to a sim like iRacing or even the older set of Corsa, I think sometimes suffers with it. You have all these different cars. They're all in different types of tire compounds. They all have these slightly different. The aero affects the cars in different ways. And when you have 30, 40 cars in your sim, it's very hard to plan all that out. It's very hard to have all those different tire manufacturers in your model. But when you come to something like ACC, where obviously it's based on the SRO series, that's the affiliation, which is why we have the GT World Challenge Europe stuff and the GT4 Europe events, and also we're getting British GT soon, which I'm very much looking forward to because it's some of my favorite tracks in the world. But it allows Kynos to really focus, I think, on a smaller set of tracks and also a much smaller set of cars, which all have those similar characteristics in terms of using the same tires and having certain bases in terms of their performance cars. So the fact that they're able to focus just on GT3 and GT4 meant that it is, at least for me, I think the best sim available for those cars.
Yeah, and again, it's objective. We have to throw that in there. These are our own personal opinions. But I absolutely agree with you. I am again, from what we've discovered, I have been around sim racing for many, many years. Started off, I think it was on Live for Speed back in about 2003, 2004. Maybe it was a little later. Whenever that actually came out, that was the first thing that I really sort of got my teeth into. Ever since then, I've went through Assetto Corsa, all of your console games, through Assetto Corsa Competition, iRacing. I was obsessed with iRacing. I've been on that platform for about 7 years, and comparing GT3s in iRacing to Assetto Corsa Competition is like comparing, a supercomputer to a cardboard box that's got the picture of a monitor on it. One might even pretend to be the guise of one, but they don't even compare. The way the experience that you get from Assetto Corsa Competition is just absolutely out of this world. It makes you feel like you're part of the race, whereas in all honesty in iRacing you look at it and you're like, what the hell is going to happen this time now? And that's always what happens in a GT3 race, whereas with this we're 22 and a half hours in, and it is just exactly like watching the real thing. There are cars spread out all over. Look at that. That's what, maybe 6 laps split in the top 25 cars. I think that's actually tighter than you would get in real life.
And I think the one pitfall that ACC has always had is that the multiplayer experience isn't quite up there with the more well-funded, iRacing, and I think to some extent stuff like R Factor has historically been better, but that's something that SimGrid's changing. Obviously, the the daily races system that we have on the SimGrid website, which by the way you should check out, it is introducing that sort of matchmaking style that I think ACC has needed in the, the competition servers are great. They're a lot of fun to race on, but it's always felt like the one thing that's been missing from the game is that, oh, I've done it again, haven't I? From the sim, is
Did you just call it a game?
I did. I called it a game.
You just called Luke Rogers, ladies and gentlemen. His email address is available on request.
But yeah, so I like the fact that the one thing SimGrid's trying to do is introduce that daily races system. That obviously it's going to have a ranking system as well. I think it's an MMR system, which is going to let people see how good they are versus everyone else. So check out that on the website. It is in beta at the minute as well, so expect a couple of rough edges, but it's a promising little product. I see you in chat saying we're ACC fanboying, and I'm ACC fanboying because I'm a fan of the sim, because it's the best sim. There's a reason I'm a fanboy, but I still use iRacing. As I said, I'm a big fan of oval racing. So obviously iRacing is the place to go for that part, because it's the only place to go for that. And obviously LMP2s, you only really have that on R-Factor 2 and iRacing. But I think ACC is better for it, just having GT3 and 4, because it has allowed Kunos to put so much focus on these cars. And yes, maybe you don't quite get the variety that you get on the other newer sims, but it is such a great platform for GT racing. And also, if you do want to go more into the variety, the older Assetto Corsa game is pretty good in itself. I always like to use that as a sort of a chill drive thing, because you have those mods. There's a great one called LA Canyons that I like to drive on.
I've just been getting into that myself as well, the free drive mod and stuff. There's also
so many
there's one that I really like, is the based in the Pennine Valleys. It's just it's almost blissful.
Yeah, you just get to hop into some normal road car, and you don't even need to drive fast. You're just going to go drive through the mountains and have a bit of fun on some Tugas around the world, or Tugas. I don't even know how you pronounce that. But anyway, Tuga. There you go. But it's that thing where you have the quantity sims. You have the sims where if you want to drive a wide variety of cars on a wide variety of tracks, you can go do that. If you want to drive, the best modelled single series, this is where you come for me.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, the comment made there about fanboyism, I think that's something that is rife in the sim racing community, and it's so
also
important.
True. I am a fanboy. So.
But you're not, though. I mean, maybe joking aside, I don't think you are, because a fanboy is somebody that will go for something or a product and not see the flaws or the problems with it. And ACC still actively in development, which is a great thing, has had some horrendous flaws. I mean, I've been with ACC since the launch, and since the public launch, and I remember the hours of frustration when you go into a race and the cars would be spawning into each other, and they were very, very quick to fix that. Some other platforms aren't as quick to fix those issues. But going back to what you were saying about iRacing, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's widely accepted that iRacing's got one of the best multiplayer competition matchmaking platforms that are out there. But the great thing about that is, other racing sims can see that, can go, we like that, we'll take these bits of it and implement it like that. So I think as a community, we have never had it so good. We have got such a wide range of sims that keep everyone happy. You've got Assetto Corsa for your mods, you've got iRacing for your mass multiplayer, Gran Turismo and your Forza for the casual gamers. It's just a wonderful, wonderful time to be a fan of racing sims right now.
And although obviously I'm going to get called a fanboy for saying this, but the one thing ACC also has that is great, companies like SimGrid, because they offer all these special events that make up, I think, for some of the flaws that ACC has. That lack maybe of competition. Obviously, I mentioned the daily races stuff, but you can enter the endurance cups, the sprint cups. There are 4. I think there are 4 splits in both of them. So if you do want to race at some sort of competitive level, even if you're relatively new, as soon as you get up to some kind of pace, you can enter that and you can race against drivers that are very good and improve. And yeah, Greg, again, I'll answer what you're saying. ACC is there's not going to be a sequel for a while. I can tell you that because they're still actively working on multiple DLCs. You have the 2020 pack that's coming out soon, which I assume will be Imola, maybe the Super GT4 if we're lucky, and maybe also Magny Cores. But I know they're working on that, and British GT is coming out next year, which will be the tracks that are on the British GT calendar that aren't already in the game. So, did it again in the sim. So they're not Spa, not Brands Hatch, because both of them are already here. But you get, I think it's Snetterton, Donington Park, Alton Park, and one more that I can't remember. That I think they're adding.
I'm leaving you on your own on that one.
Oh, I've been left out. I'm pretty sure it's 4 tracks that they're adding with the British GT DLC, which I think is coming sometime in the second half of next year. So there's a lot to look out for in ACC.
I think on that point, Luke, as well, is that it's a huge thing having the backing of such a company like SRO as well. Kunos have done so well to get them on board, and SRO, such forward thinking to jump into development with a games developer. So it's awesome stuff. Also, quickly answered the Yankovic in ACC about the communities gathering together, hundreds and hundreds of people, and also incidents at turn 1. Listen, I'm going to say this, right? Is it a sim race if you're not dead at turn 1 at Monza?
I was doing that league that I'm in, that I had my race last night at Spa. We were at Nürburgring the week before, and bear in mind this is like a community league, so a lot of the drivers in it are A, new to sim racing, and B, new to driving with a wheel, and so on and so forth. So there's quite a disparity in the pace. Up at the front we're setting like 53s at Nürburgring. I think I did a 53.9 in qualifying, if I remember correctly. And then sort of towards the back of the field, you're firmly in the 2 minutes. So it can be a bit interesting. And we had so the first attempt we had at starting the race, we had a 25-car pile-up in turn 1 at Nürburgring, because obviously it's a hairpin. So sending a bunch of inexperienced drivers into a hairpin on a 46-car grid can always result in incidents. But we just one thing ACC has is a reset button, like it's a red flag, so you can embrace your. Oh, what race was it? Which Spa race was it where they had that massive crash in the wet? I want to say 98.
Yeah, it was.
So 98. Oh, I actually got something right, I think.
Yep. I think you're absolutely spot on with that one.
It is nice. I'm actually impressed with myself. I've just high-fived myself for that one.
I am virtually high-fiving you, obviously, in these COVID conditions. But yeah,
just before I was born.
Stop rubbing it in, yeah. I mean, we get it. You're just a young whippersnapper. One final closing comment I'm going to make to the chat, because obviously we're talking about the handling models. What is important as well is that the hype train and the bandwagon is massive in the community, and it's all very well when you get some well-known streamers pointing out flaws in games and things like that, but up until that point everyone's just sort of plugging away with it. So it's important to kind of cut developers some slack, point them in the right direction, give them helpful hints and suggestions through the relative forums, through their game forums and stuff like that. But just be nice. These are guys and girls who do this for their living and do this out of passion and enjoyment as well. As let's cut back to the track, shall we? Because that was a stunning move from Machushka. Was making a move on Ian Brow there, and the gap now between Darren, that production team, Darren King, and Chris Huyck in third place is now under 2 seconds.
Yeah, there's we were saying how there's going to be those battles through the top 10 coming into the last hour, and we already see that one between the 25 and the 557, and the 23 is lurking just behind them as well. So we've pretty much got a three-way battle for what will become 7th place once the Nissan hops back into the pits. But we also have a battle for 2nd place between this 49 car and the 2 car, which is getting so close now. So it's going to be pretty awesome to see. And again, I'm going to answer someone in chat whilst we have it. You will not be getting compensated.
If it's the same comment I saw as well. Let's actually pick that one up, right? Let's look at that in all seriousness. Obviously, when a car or a team disconnects and you have server issues, then again, using the word that in the completely wrong context, so bear with me on this thought, right? Now, we have got, what's that, 48 other cars in the server, and they are all going round without any issue whatsoever. We've got a dedicated team of staff behind the scenes that are running the hardware, monitoring the hardware, and every time you get a comment that says, oh, you know, there's server issues or there's lag or things like that, the first thing they do is they go and check all of the stats, all of the CPU usage, the RAM usage, the network stats, all that sort of boring nerdy stuff. Because obviously, the guys at the SimGrid want to provide all of the racers with the fairest, cleanest, and simplest platform that they can use. And Michael, you're joking in chat, but I'm going to avoid, for a change, using the hashtag blame Josh, because this one isn't actually Josh's fault. So understandably, it's understandable that teams are frustrated that there are issues with connections and problems happening during the race, but 99% of them are out with the control of the SimGrid, and they will happen in any platform on any style of sim racing. So the simple answer is they can't compensate for any sort of lapse. It's not, that feature is not built into the game for them to suddenly do that. Anything like that would need to be some sort of like substantial investigation, including, you know, network logs to prove that it was a server that caused that issue. Because otherwise you're putting all of these other drivers that are just plodding along with it, that are just getting on with the race in an unfair position as well. And it just then drags the entire race, which is supposed to be for fun, it's supposed to be an awesome little championship, into this whole negative spiral of, oh, we didn't get to race. It's unfortunate, but unfortunately these things happen in real life, and these things happen in the sim world as well. You just have to take steps to try and mitigate that and make sure that these don't happen.
And I mentioned in our previous stint before bedtime that I kind of like the fact that we have mechanical failures in this, because it does add that element that is an ever-present threat in real life. And obviously, you know, things like your drivetrain conking out or your gearbox stopped working, like we saw with the real Spa, it didn't really happen in ACC. But I do kind of like having those threats of, oh, internet goes out, or, you know, you have a wheel issue that we saw with the 211, and having to deal with that. I guess it makes it more realistic. I think so. But you know, the 211 having to deal with the force feedback issue. I remember, again, this is going to show my NASCAR knowledge, that there was I think it was Ryan Blaney in one of the, I think it was Atlanta this year in NASCAR in the Cup Series. His gear lever was essentially, so the NASCAR still uses a stick shifter, and his gear lever wouldn't stay in. So during the corners, instead of steering with two hands, he'd have to use one hand to hold the gear lever in place so that the car would stay in gear through the corner. And you know, you don't really have that sort of thing in the sim. So having those other mechanical issues caused by, you know, what I can only say is virtual issues, you know, things that would not affect your race. Your internet going down is not going to make your car disappear in a real track. But it kind of adds that same element, which, although it can be very annoying for those drivers, it does make, I think, for an interesting race.
The other thing I'd say as well is that connection issues would invariably affect just one driver. So there's another issue there, is the fact that if a driver disconnects and can't connect to the server and hasn't handed the session over, he has to reconnect before they can give the car back. And that's you know, it's either, if that was going to be realistic, if the driver just disappeared and the car disappeared, then that car would be withdrawn from the race. So, you know, it's, you can't have the complaints for wanting to treat it like real life and realism, and then, you know, have the benefits of doing it online as well. Anyway, we digress. Let's get back to the race. An hour and 15 minutes left to go. I know. This is the most
actually doing our job.
This is the most reserved and controlled I've ever been on a broadcast. I don't like who I've become. I've become old and well, semi-wise. In fact, nowhere near wise.
Not sure about that one.
If you have just had the unfortunate nature to tune in, don't worry, we are going to be commentating on the race. This is the SimGrid World Cup, the penultimate round, round 3, the Spa 24 hours, and we've recharged ourselves, we've revitalised ourselves. It's David Christie here in the commentary box with Luke Rogers, and of course we have to say a huge thanks to the event and World Cup partner Thrustmaster, as well as Coach Dave Academy and Trackworks, who make some awesome setups for your car and also make some cool little brake mods as well. So between the three of them, really your sim racing experience is going to be on another level. All we need to get is some sort of driving racing apparel on board, a clothing manufacturer, and we'll be absolutely golden. Could you imagine that if we get some SimGrid merch?
I could probably do with a coffee sponsor as well, I think, at this point. As my eyelids are not enjoying this 24 hours. It is my first 24-hour event. So, I mean, I usually stay out to watch the real events, but I will spend half of it like lying in my bed, you know, curled up probably with a takeaway, tucked into my duvet. So it's not something you can do when you're commentating, as much as I would try. So instead, I'm curled up in a very oversized hoodie in a chair, but it's yeah, I think it's been pretty cool to see, you know, through the World Cup that we had, you know, first we had Thrustmaster come on in the second round. Now we have Trackworks come on. So I think there's a real sign that particularly sim racing sponsors are starting to get interested in actually working on sim racing esports events. And yeah, the more the merrier. I think if there's anyone watching that is part of a company, you know, you want to sponsor us, maybe slip a few goods to the commentators as well as part of the sponsorship. I'm not going to.
I'll happily take a
complain.
Personal sponsorship from the Filter Coffee brand at this moment in time. But having a look on screen right now at what's happening on the track, Chris Hoyk has brought that gap down now to under a second to Darren King. This is all starting to kick off. An hour and 15 minutes left to go in the race, and this has now just erupted. Darren King in that Yaz Heat Ferrari number 2 has really got his rear mirrors full of that Audi, the number 49. That is, of course, Yardier's team, the 49 Pro Renvelten Audi, roaring into life up through Eau Rouge and through Radion, excuse me. Wow, this is just building up very, very nicely, and the pace that Chris Hoyk has got through this is, it's immense.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see that. I know I mentioned this a lot, so it's probably annoying, but you know, 23 hours in, and there's a second between second and third place. You know, it's not something you see every day, even in the real world, where people get, you know, brought closer with the safety cars. I always like to mention on in ACC. So it's great to see how tight this field is, and I really think it's an example right now of where this Ferrari seems to be better sort of at the start of a stint, but once we get towards the later of the stint, I can only assume it's using up the tyres a little bit more, you know, getting a bit more scrub, probably a bit more toe on the tyres. So there's partly what I said with the one car, where it happens where when you set your car up more for the dry, you generally set your car up to have a bit more tyre wear, because you know you can afford to scrub slicks because you're not rubbing off the tread, because there isn't any tread on a slick. But when you set your car up to have that compromise, you try to set it up to not really use up the tyres as much. So it can happen where if you're one of those cars that has that slightly compromised setup for the wet conditions, you will come back at everyone at the end of your stint and you will have really good tyre life.
Oh my goodness me, I'm taking a deep breath here because this is getting closer and closer and closer between Darren King in the Yaz Heat Ferrari and Chris Hoyk. Look at just how much Chris can close up with that Audi coming in through the bus stop chicane here as they start another lap. This is going to be lap 572 that they jump onto just now. Mikhail Statsenko is absolutely away with it right now. 573 laps in the book, a lap ahead of second and third place, and pretty much several laps down of everyone else. What a beautiful view we've got here of the Yaz Heat Ferrari on the rear diffuser and looking back from the exhaust towards Chris Hoyk in the 49 Pro Renvelten car up through Eau Rouge. And look at that. Now the Ferrari has got a lap car in front of them. Now that's going to be handy on there because it's going to give them a little bit of a tow, but Chris Hook still is nudged in there, and I think that car could possibly come between them. Oh, brilliant move from that lapped car there. This sight and the insight to pull in, but strategy-wise, just hearing from race control that Chris Hook is going to have to pull in 2 laps before Darren King in the Yaz Heat Ferrari. So, yeah, that's going to be a real interesting little strategy call right now.
Yeah, and any time, I think sort of in 2 to 3 laps time, once it hits 1 hour, 5 minutes left, everyone in the grid can pit and go to the end, with where they are. And so, if it does overrun, so you kind of want to go down to about 1 minute 3 just to be safe. Oh, sorry, 1 hour 3, just to be safe. So I'd expect maybe 4 laps time we'll see the first pit stops. But there's always that question of, do you want to have a shorter end stint and just run to the end of your fuel tank here, and maybe only have a 50-minute end stint, or do you just want to get it over and done with straight away? I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Ferrari try and come in as soon as possible, and maybe this Audi, which seems to be better on the long runs, try and drag those tyres out a couple of laps. Because the one thing that you tend to get, I think, which is something I love about GT3 racing, is that certain cars are better at certain parts of the stint. With the Porsche, given the fact that the fuel tank is in the front, when it gets onto low fuel, it starts to understeer a lot. When you already have it set up for understeer, like at a track like Spa, it becomes very hard to drive. So generally speaking, it's fast at the start of the stint and falls off. And to some extent, the Ferrari is similar like that, because the balance of the car changes considerably with the fuel tank. And this Audi doesn't really suffer with that as much. It's still a pretty stable platform. I think actually probably a more stable platform with less fuel. So sometimes you can be faster at the end of the stint, and sometimes you can be faster at the start. So depending on which car you drive, you might want to extend your stint, or you might want to shorten it. So I think we might see here that the 49 car tries to stay out a bit longer, and the 2 car tries to come in straight away.
Oh man, look at the pressure that Darren King is under right now, going very wide from one side to the other, up through Eau Rouge, trying to get past the back marker there. That was the number 70 Audi, and no problems into braking there. Catches right up through Lecum, and this is absolutely nail-biting stuff. Less than 0.2 of a second separating second and third place, and again with just 1 hour and 6 minutes left to go, it can go either way, and you've got to think now Darren King is absolutely driving in his mirrors at the moment.
Yeah, you have to always just be nervous here. I think it's right, because what they don't want to happen now is the 49 to get ahead of them and to extend the gap. Because if they pull a big enough gap, then no matter what happens at the start of your next stint where you might be faster, you're not going to catch them again. So it's kind of important, I think, for the 2 car here to just keep the 49 behind, at least coming to the final stint, where they can reset with tyres and so on and so forth, and put them in a better place to hold on to position. Because when there's 4 or 5 hours left and this sort of thing happens, you don't really defend the position. You might try and make yourself a bit awkward, but you don't try hard to defend. You just sort of let it happen and race your own race. But when you've only got an hour race, you have to treat this like a sprint race now, and any position loss is awful. I think it's the best way to put it. You do not want it to happen. So now I think we're going to see some defensive driving if the Audi does get right onto the back of them, and we should see some exciting racing.
And that is looks like a green. Is that an Aston Martin up in front? Moves out the way down into the chicane there. So we are still on board with Chris Hook in third place in the number 49 Pro Ren Velten Audi as we go on to lap number 574 for these cars. Darren King in second place is the man just in front there in that Yaz Heat Ferrari, doing a cracking job of absorbing all this pressure right now. But this is bubbling over very, very nicely. We've just got 1 hour and 6 minutes left to go, and this is where I think that Chris can make all the damage. He's very good under braking, but he gets a really solid line up through Eau Rouge and then through Radion as well.
Yeah, and that's one thing I think where sometimes the Audi can be quite good as a car, is that run through Eau Rouge and Radion. You see with the bigger, heavier cars like the Mercedes, they sometimes have to lift on the entry. And although those cars have better top line speed, because they're slower through they're slower through the corner. That's the word I was looking for. They actually lose a lot of time on the straight because it takes, they have to get back up to the pace that they're normally at. And yes, at the end of the straight it'll be faster. And you just see right now we have two cars that are very similarly matched in terms of where they're good and where they're bad. And although Chris is probably the faster driver right now, it's very hard to catch up to a car when the strength between the two cars is pretty much in the same corners. But that Ferrari looks a little bit leery there as the rear stepped out a tiny bit through Paul just there. Just about holding on to the car for now and just about holding on to the position. But I think it's a matter of time before Chris tries to make a move.
Yeah, and we will be there to watch it every step of the way. Just to update chat as well, we've got some support coming in for the number 56. That's, of course, the like and subscribe Racing Mercedes, your championship leaders, and some confusion as to where they are, because normally we'd expect to see them in the top 10. Given that they are our championship leaders. They have had a race to forget. They're currently running down around about 36th position, 37th position right now. And there we go. Thank you very much to Mike from Simpler Race for jumping straight on board with them. But you can see there Igor Ogorodnikov behind the wheel. And is that the number... I was going to say that is the number 2. We've just jumped back with Chris Hook as the Ferrari goes into pits then. So the Ferrari blinks first and Chris Hook is left to his own devices. And now the sprint is on to try and get that gap up. This is the last pit stop for Darren King in that number 2 Yaz Heat Ferrari. And it's all on Chris. What can he do pace-wise? And look, I'm going to have one eye on the time screen during these laps.
That's interesting because the 49 actually, I believe the 49 pit before last time out. So in theory, the two cars should have been able to go a little bit longer. So I was suggesting that the two's going for those newer tyres that the Ferrari sorely needs to try and pull a gap, because obviously heavier fuel and new tyres, the car is faster. But the Audi now has this opportunity to go for the overcut, which is a thing that does work to some extent in GT3 racing, because obviously the tyre life it's not that severe, and also just because of the way the car works. So now I expect to be, I guess he might come in this lap and just try and sort of match the Ferrari and just let him deal with his natural pace instead. But I do think it's by design here that the Audi hadn't followed him in.
Well, chat, that's a very, very risky move. Let us know what you think of that one from the Yaz Heats Ferrari. Driver change as well. Andrea Capoccia is going to take to the wheel of that Ferrari for the final stint. And yeah, that is potentially massive, massive stuff. Josh Martin asking in the chat, what is the current fastest lap? The current fastest lap is not on my screen, so I would presume I'll just have to go and find it. Wow, that's the 56 like and subscribe Mercedes actually has the fastest lap. 2:17.274. That is a tenth faster than your race leader Mikhail Statsenko has ever been able to do in that car. So that is a flying lap, and if nothing else, they can take that away from the race today.
But I think maybe that's an example of I might be spitballing here, but potentially an example of setup gone wrong, because you don't necessarily want your car to be optimally placed. There we go, the 49 car comes into the pit, so they only went one lap longer. I was suggesting that they might go a little bit. But sometimes you want to take out a bit of that instability. You want to make your car a bit stable, and yes, it might be a tenth or two slower, but if you're a tenth or two slower and then don't crash, you're in a much better place than if you're a tenth or two faster and put it in the wall at some point during the race.
I just love how close we've got these cars after 23 hours. You've mentioned it a couple of times, Luke, but we really have to kind of go through this. You've got maybe, You've got your leader on his own lap. You've then got about maybe 5 or 6 cars that are on the same lap there. Then you've got another 5 or 6 that are on the lap behind there. Machuska, Nobel, Brau, Pagadel, I think Lee's also on that lap as well. Then another lap down you've got Macaulay, Shintz, Philippe Simard and Dericek and Capera. every single lap has got its own little battle of like 5 or 6 cars, and they're only split by maybe say 3 to 4 seconds or 5 to 10 seconds. It's just incredible.
Yeah, so it's 1 hour of pure racing that we're going to get for the rest of the race now, and I think that our battle for the second place is going to go to the end of the race. I'm curious to see if the 49 with that lap of overcut is going to be able to take the position here. Where is the guy? Yes, the 49 car is losing a bit of time in the pit exit as we see here, but they're still a little bit ahead. So I think they're going to meet each other on the Kemmel straight here, and whether the Audi's going to be ahead or not, I'm not sure.
Oh, there we go then. I think it's just going to come out ahead. Hook has jumped Capoccia, but Capoccia has got the speed. It's going to be whether Chris Hook can get back up to speed. I think he's done it. I think Chris Hook is now 2 seconds or 1.5 seconds ahead of Capoccia. Yep, we're on board with Capoccia, and you can see Hook there. So Hook has done the undercut by staying out. What a move!
Yeah, and I think that's just a case of that. The cold tires and the 2 car on the outlap, makes it harder for them to really set a fast time. And obviously with the 49 getting an extra lap on hotter tires, that overcut does work. And B, really the changing fortunes of being in an Audi at the end of a stint versus being in a Ferrari. You need to pit early with the Ferrari. You just don't need to do that in the Audi. It's something that can run long and still be really fast. So I'm curious now if the 2 cars are going to start to come back. Obviously there's a bit of traffic for the 49 car that's slowing them down, and the 2 car should be faster. I say should because the 49 has been pretty rapid, but it should be faster at the start of the stint. So I think this battle's not finished yet.
Yeah, it is going to be ticking over very, very nicely. And the 2 doesn't seem to be wanting to make any crazy moves to get in front of the lapped car there. So they're still pulling out a little bit of a gap now over Capoccia. Remember, he's fresh into that seat as well. Hook has just come from a blistering session there, so he knows where the grip is on the track. He knows where to go, and makes a move on that the lapped car there.
Yeah, and that's something that the 2 Ferrari did not want to see. Just getting through before the bus stop, he was, I think, probably hoping that they'd at least get held up for that as well. So the gap is slowly growing, I think, now that the split's happening. The Ferrari's only going to lose more time now, stuck behind the lapped car. So the Ferrari need to get past now. I'd expect maybe the lapper will get out of the way at some point on the Kemmel straight if they get close enough. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for the 2 Ferrari of Yassi that the 49ers jumped them in the pits like that. But I think it's just a case of just Chris, I think, being the faster driver, and they're able to get that really good in-lap in. The 2 car probably struggling a bit on the colder tyres and has allowed the 49 to take over.
Absolute crazy.
Yeah, that's worth pointing out that lapped car is actually the leader, lapping them. So I didn't even notice. That this is actually the top 3, obviously with the 1 car lapping them both. But thanks for putting that out in chat there. But yeah, that's not the car that you want.
So Chris Hook actually unlapped himself then?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes. But obviously they're still there were 2 laps down. So yeah, the 1 car's actually getting out of the way, which is it's nice to see because these are the guys that
Jordan's just like, see you guys, see you have
in
fun
theory
now.
Racing. Yeah, Jordan's just decided that he's going to let him go, and I like that because he does have that. Yeah, he's won unless he crashes, I think is the best way to put it. So letting these guys,
that's the commentator's curse if ever out there.
But unless somehow these guys are pulling out like quali pace, yeah, watch him just put it in the wall a couple of quarters later after I say that. But it is pretty much impossible for the 1 car to not win, provided they do not go off track.
Why are you saying this stuff?
I want a more exciting finish to the race. I'm trying. I'm being suggested that I should scare chat. I'm not going to do it. I'm a nice man.
I'm glad you said that, Luke, because I was about to say exactly the same thing.
I'm not a mean man. Well, I am a mean man, but I'm not a vindictive man. Now Michael's upset.
Michael, our producer in our ear, is desperate to troll our lovely chat audience, but he's obviously not learned that lesson, as you don't want to make random anonymous people on the internet unhappy.
Yeah, it tends to be a bad idea. With me out, yes, the one car does have, I think they're quite close to a drive-through for track limits, but the gap is so big that they could probably go to the pits twice. That'd be fine. So I think they're fine. But yeah, I think the battle really is for second place here, and I really like that Jordan got out of the way and just let them go, because he probably is faster than both of them. But these guys, if they're racing, the 49's ahead of the one, the two car's going to get very aggressive with the one car to try and get past and get back into that battle. So I think it's a really smart move by that car, and probably why they've been able to avoid all those incidents, is that they're just recognizing, this is not something we need to fight. I mean, just let it go. And although he might lose a bit of time compared to his optimal pace by just sitting behind him, he avoids what could be an incident that takes him out of the win.
Luke, you called this a couple of laps ago, but Andrea Capoccia in the Yas Heat Ferrari, the number 2 Ferrari, is actually faster that last lap round than Chris Hook in the Audi, and that gap is now coming down to just above 1 second. I think it's going to be under a second in the next couple of corners here, and Chris Hook now starting to feel that pressure as well.
Yeah, once again, I think it is partly because of that sort of wet-dry compromise that we're seeing. The 49 car just seems so much better on the tyres, but because it's not quite set up optimally, as I think maybe the 1 car and the 2 car probably are, it is losing that time at the start of the stint, trying to get heat in the tyres, trying to get a bit of grip on track, and it's allowing this battle to just continue, where 1 car is so much better sort of for the first 20 minutes of the stint, and the other car just comes back all the time. And now with the way round it is, I think it's going to be race critical, I think is the way to put it, for the 2 car to get past the 49 before about the 40-minute mark.
I'm genuinely on the edge of my seat, and it's like you said, I mean, the 50-minute mark is so important, because that's the time between the 50 minutes and the 20 minutes. That's when you're going to settle into your final stint. That's when you're going to just go onto autopilot, as we see Andrea Capoccia coming into the chicane there, a little bit further back than he has previously been. But I wonder if Chris Hook now trying to settle into that rhythm as well.
Yeah, I think also it's partly that the tyres have properly warmed up now. It usually takes 2 to 3 laps. The track is quite warm, so it happens pretty quickly. But those 2 laps after the pits where you haven't quite got your tyres in the optimal window can sometimes be a bit tentative, I think is the best way to put it. Now you see he's in the 217s, so not only is there a lot of grip on track, but there was a lot of pace in this Audi.
Yeah, and the lights are on, and Chris Hook is very definitely at home. We jump to Nicholas Hilbrand in the Butler Pal Motorsport Audi, the number 557 car, and that is just behind, I believe that is Tobin Lee just in front in the wildcard entry. It is. What a race they've had. You've got to say, they've had their issues, that Team Jensen Rocket Racing number 23 car, but they've really tried to bounce back as hard as they can in that McLaren 720, but they've never been shy of a battle.
Yeah, it's also worth pointing out that this is actually for effective P9, because the 123 car still needs to pit, so there is a potential here that these guys, given that there's, if you look up the grid, there's only 6 seconds to the next car, the 488 Ferrari, there's only 5 seconds to the Audi in front, so there's this potential that that all these cars could be battling for 6th, 7th position, 7th position, come the end of the race. So a 4-way battle really is in the offing here. And I know that Nico's fast. We saw that. He went from 26th to, I believe, 8th in his first stint in the car. So we know there's a potential in this car to go forward. And he seems to be setting pretty easy lap times. He's in the mid to high 18s so far. There is a real potential here that we're going to get a big showdown at the end.
We also need to give a big shout out to the current man in 6th place, James Bacon, for SRJ Motorsport in the Aston Martin V8. That is the highest placed silver car by an absolute moonshot right now. That is about, 6 pro cars and 2 wild cards ahead of Dedicek in that Connection Lost 404 Racing. It's just been a stellar effort. We were on about the Keck Sim Racing number 2 team, their outing at Bathurst, and the seemingly stellar performance that they had, and James Bacon and that SRJ motorsport team having a very similar performance today. Alexander Draycott and Ryan Yee also teammates with him today.
Yeah, and I think it's been a really cool just race in general, right? In terms of the pace through the whole field. Pretty much every driver of every car, I think, has been showing some really great pace. And yes, we're starting to see that field spread that you always get in an endurance race this long, where the whole thing is green flag. But for the whole field to effectively be within, I think it's about 7 or 8 laps, given the difference in abilities, in experience. Some of these guys are not pro, because there's not really such things as a pro sim racing driver. There's a lot of these guys on official teams, Butler Motorsports, Yassi, Side Max Motorsports, those kind of cars. And then you just see towards the back, you have those cars, especially in silver class, where there's sort of a group of friends together driving. And it's really cool to see that everyone is pretty competitive and everyone is pretty fast. And it's also pretty cool to see some of the silver class cars compete at the front.
Blimey, look, you're really going for the Katie Hopkins approach today, calling it a game, and there's no such thing as a pro sim racer. My goodness me, that's some outlandish views that you've got there. But it's just been awesome to be part of this, and you kind of feel part of these guys and girls' achievements through the 24 hours, because we've been privy to watching them. We've been, it's been so awesome to occasionally have some of their streams up as well. We're currently watching the Wheelspin Esports machine there, the 521 Aston Martin of Ionic Timis, who is currently in P26 as well. And yeah, they're in a cracking little battle right now. I think they are trying to catch up. Is that Bedin in the 34 Porsche that's just up in front of them just now? But yeah, some brilliant little battles going on throughout the track. And on the rear bumper then of Tobin Lee, on the rear window even, in the Jensen Team Rocket RJN McLaren, and that is, as we said, Hillebrand in the 557 Audi just behind him as well. That's 0.8 of a second, not even that, in the number 557 machine.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nico, the McLaren is dropping off the back of the 488 car. You see the gap's up to 8 seconds. It was closer to 6 not that long ago. So I think this is partly a case of the McLaren being slow as much as Nico being fast here. And so in terms of overall progress you can make through the field, it might be a bit limited by the growth of that gap. But you have to remember as well that this is for P9, not for P10, because of this Nissan. So it's still going to be a pretty great performance for a team that so far has had a 21st and a DNF for the 557. But I would really like to see the 23 car get a top 10 finish, because they had obviously they've come into this last minute as one of the wildcard teams, received an invitation to come join in, and obviously as a team in real life, I think they're a team that a lot of people, especially from Britain, like to support, given that they obviously race in British GT and are. I might be going out on a limb here and being a bit controversial, but I think Jenson Button is probably the most popular British F1 driver in terms of just how much people like him. We love Hamilton in terms of his ability, but I think some people don't find him a bit controversial sometimes. And Jenson Button just seems like one of those guys that just is an incredible man. Right? He seems so nice, so wholesome, and I always love seeing his team do well in the sim world and the real world.
I think that's the difficult thing, is there's no denying whatsoever that Jenson Button is one of our greatest F1 champions. Also, more than that, he's just a bloody nice guy. I mean, you talk to him, he's so smiley and happy and always full of energy, and I think that's just what makes him so relatable to people. He's just a really nice guy to be around. I mean, Lewis Hamilton, obviously a very controversial figure, but I think that I kind of admire him for the fact that he knows he's got such a platform, and he tries to use it for things that he personally believes in, whether or not you agree with them whatsoever. It's the perfect stage to make something like that. But I think we're going to see the rise of that in sim racing. I think you're going to see some sim racers potentially standing up for what they believe in very, very soon. And one thing that Nicholas Hillebrand believes in is that he is going to get past Tobin Lee come hell or high water, and you've got to think that's going to happen in the next few corners on the front bumper of Nicholas Hillebrand in the Butler Pal Motorsport 557, as we see Tobin Lee just starting to try and take that momentum away from Hillebrand. But I think the damage is done now. The gap is down to under a second, as we are getting reports that Kapochin, the number 2 Yaz Heat Ferrari in third place, is experiencing brake fade at the worst possible time.
And there was a suggestion earlier on that car might need to come in for a new set of brakes, and they've obviously decided that that's not an issue. But there's a real potential that it could happen, that they have that brake failure. That is something that it is an ever-present threat in races this long. Obviously, the brakes in the endurance racing and in this are designed to get to the end of 24 hours if you look after them. If maybe you're running quite tight brake ducts and you're putting a lot of heat into them, or if you're braking very hard and very deep in a lot of the corners, there is a real potential that you could use it all up. And that's why we see in real life that quite a lot of teams will actually swap their brakes. And I think it's something that at Spa is mandatory, right? I think in the real life there is a mandatory brake change at some point during the race. I think there's a 4-hour window to do it. Obviously we don't have that in the sim world, but it is something that is a real issue, I think, and some teams, I wouldn't be surprised if there are a few teams in here that actually did it, where they maybe used 3 brakes and switched halfway through.
Well, on that note, we are into the final 45 minutes of the race. We're going to take a very short commercial break, and we'll be right back after this.
So talking more about the load cell pedal then, Hunter, just explain to us what the main benefits would be for somebody that's not used any load cells before.
Well, I'm sure you can attest to it that it just feels like a more natural brake feel that you would feel in like a car or whatever you would drive on track. You just get more data inputs from a load cell to your sim of choice by ACC instead, of course, iRacing, whatever. And that leads to a smoother and more consistent braking feel.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I'll sort of hold my hands up and say I was quite surprised with the fact that even with a basic load cell, you can sort of feel that the car doesn't lock up as much. It's not so stabby.
Yep.
Welcome back, everyone, after the short ad break, and we've got a bit of a present for the stream and a bit of a present for me because I'm a bit of a fanboy. We're gonna have an interview with Jardia. Let me see if I can. Oh no, I can't drag him up. So, Mr. Producer, if you could bring him up for me. There we go. Hello there, Jardia. How do you think the race has gone for you so far?
Hey, hello. Well, Mel, so far so good, I would say. I mean,
it's pretty much perfect.
Yeah, like pretty much. Yeah, we had obviously we had some incidents, we had some problems, but as somebody was just saying in my chat, like the discipline of the team is super good, and yeah, exciting finish so far. I'm super excited to see what will happen in the 42 minutes.
And it is a bit of a big gap, obviously, up to first, so I don't think it was possible to catch them. But do you think you can hold on to second place here?
I think, yeah, if we will not have to fuel save, which I hope will not, I think we can keep the position right now. But it's really, really close, you know, it's really, really close anyway. So any mistake, any back marker can make a big change.
And we always see you as someone that's quite fun to be around. I mean, I've never raced with you, but you always seem like you've got a smile on your face. How do you keep in that sort of mood, even through it when there are issues on track? I need to
oh man, it's just, I don't know, I just enjoy what I do, you know, enjoying the sim racing, enjoying the races, and always you have to find something you like, you know, and just keep doing it, you know.
I guess it certainly helps to be as fast as you are as well, so it's always an added bonus.
No, it's even if I have a bad race, it's possible, you know. It's hard, but obviously the better race, the better. But obviously, even if you have a bad race, it's possible to just make some goals. You want to achieve in the race, and just go after it. And it will make you happy.
Do you think you guys still have a chance of the championship in the World Cup? I know you had a bit of a rough race at Bathurst, owing to the fact you're in an Audi, but I think it's still possible.
Yeah. I think if the race will end like it is right now, I think we could get back very nicely on the points. So I would really love to get on the podium overall in the championship. That would be fantastic.
And do you think Kyalami is an event that you guys will be just as fast at?
I think so, yeah. I think it's going to be a very hard race because the Porsche and Audi is super fast on Kyalami. So I can assume it's going to be big fighting there with Statsenko team and such, So I think it's going to be very close racing right there.
So are they the kind of people that you see as your biggest rivals, or are there other cars on track that you think are your main challenge?
No, obviously on the points there are different people, but in the terms of pace, definitely like the Jordan Chur, the number 1 car, the number 2 car, and such are the biggest competitors overall. Every race.
One final thing, going back to before this race even started, what kind of practice and work did you put in to get yourself ready for this?
Do you want to honest, or should I
are you going to say none? Because if you say none, I'm going to be depressed about my lack of pace at this point.
I mean, I raced a lot, so even with the Audi, I raced a lot. I did race in Spa 4 weeks ago, I think.
Test out.
On a different setup, but my teammates were doing a setup because I always trust them with the setup.
Yeah.
And honestly, 30 minutes before the race, I did 3 laps in a light rain, a 0 lap in a dry. Honestly, please don't tell my teammates, please.
I won't tell them. I've maybe clipped it, maybe in the process of sending it to them right now.
Please don't tell them.
No. I can put in hours of work.
That's honest, true, but yeah, not good for my teammates.
I guess when you're at a position where you've raced every track at quite a lot of times, it can be quite easy to step in and refine your pace, I suppose. So, and
yeah, honestly,
I guess it certainly helps to have people like Chris in the car with you.
Yeah, honestly, I drive Audi in one of the championships, so I have the car under control basically. So I know what the car will do and how it behaves, and obviously I race on a Spa a lot, So for me at this point to get adapted for the drive or the setup, it's not that hard right now. So yeah, but yeah, you should never practice few laps before the 24-hour race. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming to join us in the commentary box with a little interview. It's been nice to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for this great race, by the way.
Thank you. And good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you.
Well, that was admittedly someone that I like to fanboy over. One of my favourite people in the sim racing world, Yaroslav Honzik, also known as Jardy. If you want to watch, someone who streams quite a lot of racing and he's bloody rapid, do check him out. I believe he's on YouTube these days on his stream on Jardia. So yeah, go check him out. He does a lot of racing, mostly on ACC. Obviously, he's in our leagues, and he's a really nice guy. David, have you returned to the promised land of Spa?
I've returned to the promised land with Spa with a big, large cup of coffee. We are fine.
I temporarily upgraded to Jardia, and now I'm back stuck with you.
Do you know what? It's fine though, because joking aside, as sim racers ourselves, it's fantastic that we get to kind of hang out with these people are our friends now. It's great.
I wish.
I know. It was like last night when I was getting to do comms with Chris. Hey, I think I don't know. I think he might have thought I was kind of taking the mick when I was like on about fanboying over him. I've watched a lot of his videos on YouTube and kind of really enjoy keeping up to the style of content that he brings in. So to be able to do comms with him last night was just absolutely amazing fun. So yeah, that was mega for me. So I'm glad you enjoyed your moment with Jardier. I've got to be honest, I'm glad I got to fill up my coffee cup because I'm going to need it for these final 35 minutes. We are watching Nicholas Hillebrand on the Butler Pal Motorsport 557 machine, currently in 11th place. But Luke, you've pointed this out many times. This is actually a battle for P9 and P10 right now because Mike Noble in that FFS Racing GTR still has to pit right now, and you've got to say Lee has done a fantastic job of keeping that McLaren in front.
Mm-hmm. I think it is just a case of the differing I don't know the right phrase. Moments of pace. You know, the McLaren again, like the Ferrari, is a car that at the start uses up its tyres a lot. So the first few laps that it does, it is very fast, but it will use up that tyre wear. And the Audi should come alive towards the end of the stint. So if Nico can sit, within 3-4 tenths of this McLaren car, it should be towards the end of the race that he starts to develop a bit more lap time delta versus that car, and it becomes a bit easier. But right now, the 23 car is in a good position to hold on. They're maintaining this sort of 5-6 tenths gap that Nico doesn't seem to be able to close up, at least at the minute. But I do think it's only a matter of time before we see him go for a proper move here. And I think maybe it's just a case of, as well, the differing cars and the way they work. We see Nico close on the brakes in the slow speed corners. We know that this Audi is a fiend in those slow speed corners, but the McLaren is a little bit better top end, is a little bit better through the high speed, and also is better at the start of a stint. So it's very hard when you're in a car like an Audi to make a pass on a car like McLaren.
Look, P9, Robin Pagadel has had to pit as well in the 488 Ferrari, so that I didn't realise that was going to happen. So yeah, this is now a battle for P8 and P9.
Yeah, and that actually, have they already passed? I'm looking at the map on the right, and I see the 488 in the pits. Are they that far ahead? Oh no, they're already. Oh
wait. Yeah, the 488 in the pit there.
Passed.
For a minute there, I swear to God, I thought that looked like the car was off the track after an incident somewhere. Yeah, it was like, my goodness me. So Robin Pagadel then already out of the top 10, potentially going to come back when Mike Noble pits as well. But maybe Mike Noble's not going to lose as many places as we originally thought.
Yeah, I think he'll still manage to sneak a top 10 here, because obviously it should be ahead of the Ferrari, and Macaulay is so far behind. So still, it looks like it's going to be a top 10 for the Nissan GTR. The Godzilla, the only Godzilla on the grid, I believe. Which is really awesome to see, because we look at that top 10. You've got Audis, which you sort of expect at Spa. You've got a Mercedes, which you sort of expect at Spa. You see a Ferrari that's not the Ferrari I expected to be in the top 3, but I did expect there to be one. The Bentley is a car which we only thought would have been there if it was wet. We have a silver class Aston Martin. We have one of our wildcard McLaren drivers. It's such a diverse top 10. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, perfect representation of a lot of the manufacturers. It's only really, I think, Porsche, Lexus and BMW that don't figure in that lineup just now, but it is what it is. Every time I say that, I immediately get drawn to the memes. It is what it is. Oh, I've wasted my life. Right, still on board then with the top 10, Nicholas Hildebrand. I think this is then definitely going to be for P8 and P9 then. It makes you wonder who else is going to have to pit in the final 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think the Nissan is the only one in the top 10, I believe, because we saw that with the pit cycle that I think everyone came in within the 65-minute window. So it should be sort of as you were, but thanks for Aristides in chat, he pointed out that we've actually got a bit of a fight for podium in silver going on. The 995 car and the 72, 2 of the 4 Aston Martins in the top 4 currently in the silver class. They're only 4 seconds apart, so it looks like we might have a bit of a showdown there, as the 72 seems to be gaining. And I think it's important for the 995 that doesn't happen, because the 125, the car currently in first place in class, is their main contender in the championship. If they drop down to 4th, they're already losing the championship lead, and it's only going to be a bigger gap if that happens.
You're absolutely spot on, so well done for chat for pointing that one out, because that is Jurs van Orman in 19th position in that 72 car, catching up to Henrik Gamble. Now we saw Henrik was devastatingly fast in that Aston Martin, but he lost 0.5 of a second that last time round. So you can see just in the background there the number 72 car, and it looks a little bit more than 4.5 seconds just now, so I'm wondering what on earth has happened there.
It certainly says 4 seconds on the Delta. Whether the Delta's lying to us or not, I'm not sure, but I think that's the car behind, isn't it? It's just entering the corner there. That's them. So I think that is actually 4 seconds, and it just looks like more than it is. So they should be there, but I know I've already mentioned this during the race, but it is 24 hours, so it's very hard to not mention things more than once. But it is so weird having 4 Aston Martins just dominating in silver class. We have that Audi that is the 36 you might expect. There's Ferraris. There's another Aston Martin that's not quite up there right now. But it's so odd that the Aston Martin's really struggling in the pro class in the 521 car. And then you come down to silver, and as things stand, they'll be 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the championship. It's a very odd change.
And they've obviously got to grips with that car, but Henrik Gamble doesn't seem as fluid with that car, as smooth as he was earlier on, where he was just devastatingly quick. And again, he goes across the line, and that lap does look slower than Van Ommen behind him, as we see the number 72 car. That's the Virtual Drivers & Co. Of Jan-Willem Van Ommen coming out of La Source and down on the run down the hill there. That got back up to 4 seconds. But yeah, I mean, I wonder if Henrik Gamble is maybe managing the car. It's the only thing I can think of right now.
Yeah, I think it might just be a pace differential. Sometimes you get that slower driver in one car versus the fastest driver in another. And you always have that sort of split between different drivers in the same car. It just sort of happens. But I see someone in chat asking, well, it's just silver class question mark, so I can only assume you're wondering what we mean by silver class. So for those of you who don't know, if you look on the leaderboard, you have the white numbers and you have the silver numbers. So the white numbers are our pro field. They're the fighting for the pro championship. And although everyone's on the same track in the same cars, the silver class drivers are actually in a different championship. So they're scored in terms of points, just in terms of order. So 125 would be 1st, 404 2nd, 995 3rd. The red cars are our wildcard entries, so they're not involved in the championship, and they're here as special guests. 3 of them qualified from the Laguna Seca race that we had, I want to say a month ago now, and 2 of them were invited. It was the Jets Team Rocky Team being an example. So you have those 2 separate championships going on one track, and also that fight with the wildcards for your overall victory at Spa. So that's what we mean by when we're saying silver and pro.
Just watching the gap now between Nicholas Hillebrand and Tobin Lee. That's come down again. It's now 0.6 of a second, and Hillebrand really has a strong run through the tail end of the circuit here, through Blanchimont and down in towards the final chicane. Yeah, this is going to be awesome stuff. We are under 30 minutes left to go. It looks to be a done deal right now for Jordan Sherritt in the number 1 car. That GTWR Simulator Giant Truck Audi outfit has been so dominant. It has been a wonderful textbook performance from that entire team, from Mikhail Statsenko, Jordan Sherritt, Tobias Pfeffer and Francesco Dondi in the Audi R8s. They've done an amazing job. Second place is currently Chris Hook in the Pro Renvelten team, teamed up with, of course, Jardier and Vicky as well. And second place is currently Andrea Capoccia in the Yaz Heat Ferrari, Simone Fidel and Eamon Murphy, and Dan King. Sorry, third place for them too. I'm getting confused because their car number is number 2. Never mind, right? It's been a long day. Ignore me. Fourth place at the moment.
Is a better way to put it.
Yes, exactly. It's fourth place for Malinowski in the 211 Mercedes, Akos Gietvan in the 194 Bentley, James Bacon in the 125 Silver, sixth place. Bentley, the Aston Martin doing very well. Mike Noble in the Godzilla 123 in 7th place. It's Machuska in that beautiful 25 pink Audi in 8th place. Tobin Lee, we're seeing just now, having to fight for his life against Nicholas Hillebrand in the Audi, and Tobin Lee doing a very good job in that Jensen Rocket McLaren. So 10 cars, all duking it out, 4 laps between them. This has just been a belter of a race, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's, I always say this, but it's a testament to the strength of the field. You know, that we can have 24 hours of racing and still have all these fights. You know, we've got the fight for second and third, a fight for effective ninth. You know, we've got a few more in the next 10 positions that we see. Obviously, we have the ones in class as well in silver, but it definitely seems to be coming to a head between the 905 and 72. So I think we can only just say thank you to everyone on the grid for providing such a competitive and entertaining race. It's been a pretty great one to watch.
certainly has, and obviously it's the whole cliche of it not being over yet, but it's brilliant to see that, because so often in endurance races it's a done deal by, say, 12 hours in, and it's a procession afterwards. Here, literally anything can happen in the next 25 minutes, and it almost certainly will throughout the field, and we'll keep you updated on that every step of the way. Tobin Lee just 0.7 of a second in that battle for 8th and 9th place on the grid, because of course Mike Noble has the pit. We're looking at Jan Willem van Ommen in the virtual drivers and co number 72 Aston, now just 3.5 seconds behind the 995 purple and green Aston Martin of Keck Sim Racing's Henrik Gamble, that was so I'm trying to think of the word, but flamboyant I think is the word I would use for how they were trying to get past some of the cars. And Nicholas Hilbrand has not got what he wanted to see in front of him. That is Gregor Schill in the treble 8 Coach Dave Academy car, and that is not a slow car. They're massively out of position, but he's caught up in that battle right now for 8th and 9th place. So yeah, that's an interesting dynamic thrown into the mix.
Yeah, and luckily it's not for position, so all he's lost really is a bit of track position in terms of catching up to the 23. But you can only assume that this 88, the 888 is going to get past the 23 as well. Probably slow them down a little bit in doing so. So maybe if Nico can hold on to the back of the Ferrari, then he can use that to his advantage. But it definitely seems like, in contrast to what I was expecting, that the Audi seems to be the one of these two cars that's falling off as the stint goes on. And so maybe the 23 car is actually going to hold on to his position, which, although in terms of class position, it doesn't affect Nico. Knowing him well enough, I know he'll be annoyed about not being able to overtake.
A couple of updates for you. Joe McCauley in the number 11 Griphax Engineering Mercedes is into pit lane with only 23 minutes left to go, so I wonder if there's been some miscalculations there, and it's a bad day gone even worse for Team Fordzilla UK, who have found themselves in all manner of hijinks throughout the 24 hours in the number 8 Mercedes AMG. Harry Spires has now got himself a drive-through penalty as well, and that is going to see them tumble even further down the order. You can only presume that is for track limits.
Yeah, it's something that I've always been intrigued about in ACC, is whether is how the track limits work. Because if there's only 4 track extensions that you get over a 24-hour period before you get a drive-through, so you basically force drivers to be really clean, which I think I like, but. In contrast to other sims, which are very lenient in terms of off tracks, it is really harsh, and I think I like that. But to answer Dennis's question about why there's no BMWs and Lexuses, if I was on the grid, if I had made it in qualifying and I wasn't in the commentary box, I'd be in a Lexus. But unfortunately, I'm slow, so there's that. And there's also the fact that this is a championship; it's not a one-off race. So although the BMW is very fast around here, and the Lexus is very fast if it rains around here, you need to get a car that is something you want to race at here, at Bathurst, at Kyalami, and at Suzuka. And the Lexus and BMW especially are cars that really struggle in the ICGT balance of performance. I think they're actually the 2 worst cars in that. So that's probably why people didn't pick it. When you do come to this race, which I think is actually on the GT World Challenge, it's on the ICGT BOP. But it is a track where those 2 cars come alive a bit. But when you go to those other ones, they really tend to struggle. So I think people just sort of shied away from it and just said, we'll stick with the car that will race in all 4 rounds of the championship.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very astute observation there. We're still watching Jan Willem van Ommen in the number 72 machine there, trying to get past. Now, that is the number 37. That's the Honda NSX Evo. We've never seen them all through the race. That is the Rookie Monsters outfit of Luca Taverni, Hinsai, Dan Long and John Clements. And they were outstanding at Bathurst, and we just haven't seen them all race whatsoever. So they're in front of Jan Willem van Ommen right now, and that is extending the gap to Henrik Gamble right now. That gap going up to 2.5 seconds. That car is fast. It's just a shame we've not seen that in the top 20.
And the thing with that 995 car is, in qualifying and at the start of the race, it was the best car in silver. And they had a can't remember exactly what happened, but they had that incident. I believe it was them where they also they got that stop-go, if you remember, after they crashed into one of the Mercedes at the top of Radion and went back to the pits with the teleport function without permission. So that really screwed their race. I mean, the incident wasn't their fault, the stop-go was, but they lost a lot of time there, and it's just been about trying to salvage whatever they can get. But at one point, they were miles ahead of the 125 car, so I think there's a real potential that car could have fought for a podium again without that incident.
Oh, side by side, and that's a brave move up the inside of Lecombe for Gregor Schill. Takes the place it is, unlapping himself in 22nd place in that 888 Coach Dave Academy car. Tobin Lee hot on the heels there, and nothing more than a little bit of dented pride there for Tobin Lee. But yeah, he'll be very, very happy with that team's effort right now. Back to 19th position, and Jan Willem van Ommen in that Virtual Drivers & Co. Aston Martin, trying to catch onto the back of Henrik Gamble. The gap now down to 2.8 seconds, and there's a Mercedes stuck onto the back of them right now as well. That is the Grifax Engineering 11 Mercedes, and that's Joe McCauley that's in that right now. So he's actually up into 12th place, and he'll be quite keen to get past that number 72 just now.
Oh, it feels wild to say there's only 20 minutes left of this race. It feels like we've not even gone for 24 hours. It's gone by so fast with all the action on track, but all the action is not finished just yet. And we see that obviously we're talking about the Aston versus Aston that is slowly coming to fruition for the final position on the podium in silver class. We see that battle for second place that is carrying, and also I go back to the 9th and the P9 and P10, the 23 and the 557. You can see on the delta now the gap is nearly 4 seconds. So I'm not sure if Nico's had a moment somewhere, whether that's just the case of the 23 car coming alive a bit at the end of the stint. So maybe against expectation, the 557 is dropping off a bit more than we might have expected. So that battle seems to be over. We've got these ones all through the grid that are still happening, even though we're 23 hours and 40 minutes in.
Yeah, scintillating stuff, and that gap to Henrik Gamble is actually, it's strange because it looks like Henrik Gamble is actually gapping away, but it's coming down. It was 2.7 seconds, it's now down to 2.1 seconds, so the battle for 18th and 19th place is well and truly on right now. Tobin Lee has massive gap now, 4.2 seconds. I wonder what's happened to Nicholas Hillebrand, because that gap was under a second and then it's now up to over 4 seconds. So obviously something has happened there, and I think Chris Hook looking safe in that second place from Andrea Capoccia in the Yassi Ferrari. That gap's now 4.7 seconds with 18 minutes left to go. Barring any sort of incident, it's looking fairly comfortable. So the closest right now was Jan Willem van Ommen, but that gap's now gone back up to 2.9 seconds. So yeah, a bit of a breather before our final mad 15 minutes.
Yeah, and although there is only 17 minutes left of this race, it's by no means the end of SimGrid in the near future. Tomorrow night, we're both going to be back for the opening round of the Porsche Academy Cup. I think it's the Coach Davis sponsored, right? The event. It'll be 7:30 UK time, same channel. So if you guys want to watch some, I guess it's spec, right? It's a spec series. Everyone in the Porsche Cup car racing around Silverstone, which is one of my favourite car and track combos in the sim. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And given that it's the opening round of the championship, there's going to be a lot of new storylines created in the world of SimGrid.
Yeah, there certainly are. So join us tomorrow night for that, and I'm sure you'll see a mixture of some familiar faces and some brand new ones that'll, as you said, develop over the course of that season. Excited to be on board with that. And look, there goes the Grifax Engineering Mercedes of Joe McCauley around the inside. He's been wanting to do that for many laps now. Runs wide at Blanchimont. I think he's got that move done. This is nothing to do with track position or anything like that. It's just another lap going down for Joe McCauley there. So great move around the outside of Blanchimont, and Joe Willem van Ommen, Jan Willem van Ommen is still in 19th place and drops even further back behind Henrik Gamble. and I wonder if that story has already been closed. Nicholas Hillebrand has brought the gap down by 0.4 of a second on Tobin Lee. That one might be starting to come back towards him. But I think we need to take a second here to focus on our race leader, Jordan Sherritt. An amazing performance, and we're so guilty sometimes of not giving the focus these guys need to get, because it has been a stunning performance. I think that's since 5 o'clock yesterday that the GTWR Simulator Giant Truck team have been in the lead from.
Yeah, that's I think the only way to describe it is domination. Right? That is the only way you can explain why they are so far ahead. They are in a class of their own, both in this race. It was the same, really. It was the same at Suzuka, and until they had those moments in the Bathurst race, it really looked like they were going to win that one as well. So they are a team that looks so fast, and I think it's on individual races. I think there's sometimes other teams are maybe a little bit faster, but I think over this championship, you have to see them now as the favourites, and they will inherit the lead. Whilst we have those 50 minutes left, I think it's important we talk about championship implications, right? The 56 car came into this as the leader in Pro. Where are they? Well, they are very far down the grid, because they had 2 disconnects, I believe, and a couple issues during the race. And their main championship opponents, the car that's 12 points behind them, is currently winning. That number 1 car was in 2nd place in the championship. The 192, 3rd place, down in the 13th place, will close the gap, obviously, to the 56 car, not to the 1. But we'll gain some on the 56. So we're starting to get a bit of a I always like to use the word concertina. It's not quite accurate, but it's getting tight at the top of the championship in Pro. We go to silver now. The 995 car came into this as the leader by 8 points. The 125 will inherit the championship lead, coming out of this race. But it's going to be a couple of points. I think it's going to be 3 points if I can do the maths correctly, which I probably can't. So, the pro lead is going to be quite big, but in silver, we're going to have a very tight fight that I think will just go down to 1 position in Kyalami. It might be a case of, 1 car being first, 1 car being second being enough to change the championship in the silver class.
Oh no, just as a slight distraction, right, Henrik Campbell has got just behind him Nicholas Hillebrand in that Audi, and that is now gapping the difference to, in fact, Tobin Lee's got ahead of them. But look at the Griffax Engineering Mercedes. It's going to be 3 wide into the corner. Please, no, for the love of goodness. Hold your breath like everyone else has to. And the Aston Martin forced wide. And my goodness me, that could have all went south very, very quickly. But it all pans out okay. It's fine. We can breathe and move on from that one. However, it does mean that Jan Willem van Ommen possibly can take advantage of that and catch up a little bit to that little train there.
Yeah, I was having a bit of flashbacks to that incident we saw earlier. The last time people tried to go 3 wide into the Coombe, and I think Nico thought better of it, tried to follow the other car through instead. And then the 995 probably rightly decided that it's safer to just cut the corner and to just concede the position, because obviously they're not racing for position. So you don't want to, especially when you're either getting lapped or lapping someone, that is the last place that you want to get involved in an incident, because you should not be racing them. So you should not be in a place where someone has to make a move that's aggressive enough to cause a crash.
Luke, you've mentioned this several times in the past hour, but that is finally Mike Noble in the FFS Racing 123 Nissan GTR into pit lane for his final stint. 12 minutes left to go in the race, and you kind of wish that they'd just made little tweaks, because they could have been in contention potentially for a really strong finish. Still a great top 10 finish that's going to be on the cards for them, but it could have been so different.
Yeah, they're going to look at those 12 minutes and realise that those 12 minutes are actually worth 3 or if not 4 positions. So it's a bit unfortunate for them that they couldn't quite find that time in the pit strategy. It might be that they had an incident earlier in the race, didn't they? They put them off strategy, so they obviously just couldn't get back into the strategy time. They couldn't bring it back in. So I've just noticed there's a 404 coming into the pits. Oh yeah, so I'm being told in my ear by the producer that it is a 3-point lead, which I believe is what I said. So I'm a little bit smug about that. So yeah, so there'd be
I
a
do
3-point
believe
lead.
you were spot on, mate.
Yeah. One of the rare things that I got right. 1998 and 3 points. I'm going to hang on to those two for a while. But yeah, so there's going to be 3 points between the 125 and the 995 for the silver championship, which means that whoever finishes ahead of the other car wins the championship, unless they both have such a bad race that they're finishing like 8th and 9th.
Now, I'm going to actually cut away and ask our producers if we can go and have a look at that battle for 18th and 19th, because the timing screen says that gap is now down to just 1.7 seconds. So that is the closest that they have been so far, as we see the 404 Connection Lost racing car just coming out of the pits there. It is. So there is Henrik Gamble stuck in some lap traffic, and that is meaning that Jan Willem van Ormen is able to catch up quite rapidly. 10 minutes left to go. Oh, this is what we want, isn't it? A little bit of a spicy finish.
Yeah, and as the 995, this is the one thing you don't want to happen. Oh, Michael's spoiled my day by pointing out that he was wrong. The 995 is the fastest lap of the race in silver class so far, which is worth 1 point. So, although I was sort of right about the points, it's actually only going to be 2. So it doesn't change in terms of the implications that the 995 and the 125 just need to finish ahead of each other to win the silver championship. But I'm not right about that. So it's only 1998 that I can hold on to now.
And watch this, that'll be wrong as well. Never mind. It's fine.
Oh,
it's
no, I
fine.
checked.
Oh, you checked, right? So look at that though. Henrik Gamble really held up by that lap traffic. That is the Audi, I think, actually, isn't that Hillebrand actually that he's just behind on the track going into La Source? We'll find out. Just going through the corner just now.
No, it's the blue car. I can't remember the number, but it's a blue.
No, the one in front of.
Oh, the one in front of the one in front.
The
Yes.
purple.
Yeah, that's
sure
it.
that
It's
is-
Nico. And then the 905 Plum, and then we've got another Audi, which I don't know which number it is. I can't quite see from the camera angle. Just ahead of Van Ormen. So yeah, there's one more car between the two Aston Martins right now. As obviously the 905 is a little bit stuck behind Nico. Whether or not that's because he's slower or because they're just sort of very similar pace, I'm not sure, but it's certainly giving the 72 car an opportunity to catch up as this 905's in an Audi sandwich.
Yeah, that's not the nicest place to be right now, because that Aston we know has got a lot of pace in it right now, but it's not been allowed to show it with just 8.5 minutes left to go, and the gap is coming down then for this battle for 18th position. Meanwhile, Tobin Lee is into the pits, so Tobin Lee is not going to get a top 10 finish potentially, because that might mean that Marcel Reichart in the 488 Ferrari could leapfrog him. He's 71 seconds behind, but depending on how long this pit stop is, that in fact no, Tobin Lee manages to get out of the pit, so it is going to hold on to that 10th position there, hopefully, as he just throttles that car within an inch of its life around the pit exit there. My goodness me, this is what you want to see on the last 7 minutes of a race, isn't it?
No, I wasn't quite expecting that. I didn't know they had to come into the pits, so I could have sworn that they came in with 65 minutes left to go. So I don't know if maybe they got the fuel wrong, and they had to come in to fix the fuel level in the car. That's the only thing I can think of that possibly happened. Either that or I'm misremembering, which at this point, given the fact that I'm on about 2 hours sleep,
Yeah, it
more
could
accurate.
be. Could be.
It's probably more likely that that's the case. But yeah, so that's nice for Nico, because we saw him. Yeah, we saw him falling off the back of the 23, but he gets that position.
Oh, what a move from the I think that was actually a car that was a lap ahead. Moves out the way, knows that Jan Willem van Ormen is in contention with Henrik Gamble, and Henrik is still, or was stuck behind, it still is behind that Audi. So that now means that it is a straight up catfight, and we've got a crash at Radion.
261 Audi. I can't remember where they are. They're not one of the cars. Anyway, it's what's funny. They're 35th in the field, so they're quite a ways down. But 6 minutes into there's 6 minutes left in the race. That's a really unfortunate time to have an incident, because you got this far and then finally something goes wrong. And again, we're seeing more cars pit. We see the 36 car, the silver class Audi. That was actually is that the car we were seeing earlier? No, it wasn't. No, I'm telling a lie. But they've just come into the pits. I don't think they actually lost a position doing it. So no harm done. But here we go. Here we go. There's the incident in Radion with the 261 car.
This is the McCofferin racing car, and wow, that's a sketchy moment up at the top of Eau Rouge, and yeah, that could have been a lot worse. That was actually quite tame to what I thought it was, but he's stranded in the middle of the track, and ooh, that is a change of underwear moment for that Audi driver, and that car is wrecked. You can see from how badly that front end is crabbing, that is done. Game over.
Yeah, and especially for the cars approaching, the one thing you do not want to see is a car sideways stopped on track, because T-boning like that, I mean, in real life, it's probably one of the biggest dangers in modern motorsports. But even in the sim world, the amount of damage it can do to your car it is such a threat to your race. Obviously, you can't get hurt like you can in real life, but it is a race ender if you collect someone like that. We saw it with the 995 car. They lost, I think, 3 laps getting it fixed. So although it didn't quite end their race, because preparing your car is the thing in this, they did lose a lot of time, and probably the fast win because of it. So it's lucky they didn't get collected, didn't get taken out by someone else. And I guess no harm done in the end, bar maybe to the front of that car.
Talking of losing time then, Henrik Gamble is now in front of Nicholas Hillebrand, and that just means that Jan Willem van Ommen has to get the same done. And is it going to be a move into Le Source if he's going to have any chance of taking that 18th place from Henrik Gamble? Henrik has got a little bit of clear air now, and I can't help feeling that that is going to be the end of the story now, to see that he gets a little bit of space, and Jan held up behind that drive. He gets a great run through Le Source, but has to back out again, and I think that goose is cooked for that one. 4.5 minutes left to go here on the SimGrid World Cup Spa. 24 hours, powered by Thrustmasters. 601 laps in the books. That is an incredible number from Jordan Sherritt, and I think a good number of the field are going to get hit that 600 mark. Oh, and that is a big thing there for the number 96 car. That's the Sidemax Motorworks of Sam Cairns, as a drive-through penalty with 4 minutes left to go. That is going to put them down into 16th or 17th place there. So yeah, you hate to see it. And great to see though Mike Noble in the FFS Racing 123 car up into 9th place, because Tobin Lee had to take that pit stop.
If I'm Nico right now, I'm terrified that this 72 Aston Martin is going to do something aggressive to try and get past me. I'd almost be inclined to just pull over and let them go. We saw the one car do it. They did it in for the second and third place cars to let them go, and it's not something that Nico seems to be wanting to do right now. But it's always a threat that when you do sort of race, you do race the guys that are racing for position. One of them does something dumb and crashes into you. So he has to be careful here that he doesn't get spun out.
Just looking at the lap times there, 2:20 that last time round for Nicholas Hillebrand, and having a look at Henrik Gamble and Jan Willem. They were both in the 2:19, so again they are faster than Nicholas in front of them, but it's getting past it. And equally, Henrik Gamble isn't streaking away as much as I thought he would. So, with potentially two laps left to go here, I don't know if anything can actually come of this, unless Jan Willem van Ommen can get past that car immediately.
Yeah, I think the presence of Nico here is making it very tough for him to do. He does still have 2 laps to go, roughly. I think it will be. Yeah, it'll be 2 laps left to go. So there is a potential that if he can get past Nico soon, that he can still make it work and still get at least into the slipstream of that car and make a move. It might be that he only gets one attempt. He nearly gets ploughed into by the 111 Audi. It might be that he only gets one attempt to make the move work, but I do think he'll get past here. I think if he gets anywhere close, we'll let go. Is he actually only 15? That's quite impressive. There's quite a few young drivers in here. There's I can't remember this name. The guy that was really fast. Yeah, the guy that was really fast at Bathurst at the end. He was quite young as well. Antonov, 17. I can remember his name for a second. It makes me a little bit sad that at 21, I'm sitting here and not being able to qualify for this, and there's a bunch of 13, 14 and 15 year olds racing at the front of the grid.
Yeah, you think that's bad, Luke? Try being 37 and having that happening to you.
It could always be worse.
it goes to a certain stage because obviously there is a little bit of you is utterly jealous of these youngsters and their talent, but there's also a little part of you that's actually quite proud that these youngsters are coming along and they're so bloody fast. It's quite inspiring actually, because you then start wanting to think that they could go on to some fantastic things, and then you just realise that you're just old and slow.
Yeah, you think if they can compete in this at 13, which from my mind is one of the most competitive grids there has been in a set of course competition. I think it's certainly up there, as one of the best grids we've had in ACC competition. So to be able to do so well as a really young driver, I mean, how good's that guy going to be in 5 years?
Oh no, this is a brilliant battle that has just developed over the past 5 minutes. James Bacon in the silver 125 Aston Martin trying to take 5th place overall from the Bentley of 194 of Akos Gietvan. We can see that in the top left there, and this is the closer battle right now. We can still see in the bottom right Jan Willem van Ommen trying to get past. He makes a move. Oh, and he's got it done with just 23 seconds in the final lap. He could potentially get onto the back of Henrik Gamble, but back in the battle here for 5th place. Akos Gietvan has got his mirrors full of James Bacon right now in that 125 machine, and braking on the exit of that corner there. I wonder what that was all about. And that was very strange.
Yeah, I think it was actually trying to slow down the 125 a bit by, I don't know, maybe trying to stop the run that the car had. Is an interesting strategy to do, but they're coming to the line now, and the 125 goes down there inside. Can he make it work? He hits him, and the 125 almost goes around. He keeps it under control, but he can't quite make the position work. The 194 holds on to 5th place overall. The 125 comes ahead, first in class, but not quite able to take 5th overall.
How did we not see that was the last lap there? But huge congratulations to Jordan Sherritt. He is the race winner here at Spa. A stunning performance, and a dominant performance there for the GTWR Simulator Giant Truck team. The fireworks and the flares go off here at the virtual recreation of Spa. What an event we've had there. It's Jordan Sherritt in 1st place. 2nd place goes to Chris Hook. 3rd place to Andrei Kapoccia in the Ferrari. It's going to be Malinowski in 4th place there. Akos Gietvan holds on to 5th place there, and James Bacon in 6th place.
This battle's not done. There's 905 in the 72 car still racing to the line, so there's only half a second between them, and they've got half a lap to get it done. So I wonder if we're going to see another attempt at heroics coming into the bus stop chicane towards the end of the lap, because this 72 is but they've definitely been the faster car. They're going to get a nice slipstream here. If they get a better run out of Kerpool Frere along this straight here, they might get a tow, and they are pulling ahead. They've got a better exit here. I think it's on.
You're an optimistic man. We'll soon see as they come through Blanchemont. Jan Willem van Ommen does have a lot of pace, and he is right on the back. You're absolutely right to call that one. Henrik Gamble has got his mirrors pretty much dominated right now, but I think he just has to send it to the inside. Oh, he's gone too deep on the brakes. It's going to be trying to go round the outside for Jan Willem van Ommen. Oh my goodness me, he's almost got it done. They're side by side coming up to the line. Oh, I think Henrik Gamble has just held on to that place from Jan van Ommen. I would never have called that in a month of Sundays. What's just happened at that line there?
By 1/100th of a second. 1/100th of a second, the 995 has maintained a position on the podium and kept it at a 2-point deficit to the 125 car in the championship. What a finish!
Look, I never saw that one coming, but you absolutely called that one down to the money, my man. What a finish for those two. That was an awesome end to that one. But just round the outside, it was not to be for Jan Willem van Ommen. And there we go. Wow, I need to get a little screenshot of the final results there, and we can take you through the final running order. But guys, that was amazing. Luke, what do you say to that?
That kind of finish is the sort of thing you expect in like a 5-lap sprint race. Now, after 24 hours, an entire day, these guys are within 1/100th of a second, not even 1/10th, 1/100th of a second of the line. We have a photo finish in a 24-hour endurance race with no yellow flags, no safety cars, no full course yellows. I'm mind blown. I'm genuinely speechless.
That wasn't how I thought it was going to be as well, because Henrik Gamble just went way too late on the brakes into the chicane. He caused that himself. I thought he was in control of that because it looked like Jan-Willem van Ormen was too far back to actually make a legitimate chance on that. But Henrik caused his own problems, and Jan-Willem around the outside of that corner.
Yeah, that's a first for me. I think that's the only way I can describe it. A little bit mind blown right now in terms of what we just seen. What a race! And not even just in that one little battle. The whole field was so good. We saw the last lap battle for 5th place overall between the eventual winner and Silva. So congrats to the 125 for winning that. But it's just been such a great 24 hours.
Awesome stuff. Well, we hope you've enjoyed it. We're not done here just yet. We're going to be going and picking the bones with some of the drivers. But Luke, it's, what an awesome race. Right, we've got, let's have a look. So, Luke, we're going to say our goodbyes to you, my man. We will see you very, very soon for tomorrow night. Yeah. I know. But yeah, man, it's been an awesome pleasure having you.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching and staying up. We've got 400 people to the end. I think we got quite a few people across the whole event, so it's been pretty awesome to do. But yeah, everyone, make sure you come back 7:30 tomorrow for the Academy Cup. It is the opening round of a new championship, which will be, I believe, every Monday night for November. Everyone's going to be in the same car, so there's no all the Porsches overpowered. Although I guess it will be the Porsche being overpowered because there's only Porsche on the grid. But it's being a spec series. It's all down to the driver. And it's in a car that is well known for being hard to handle, hard to drive, and probably one of the best cars out there for challenging the person in the driver's seat. Should be awesome.
Well, thank you very much. Really looking forward to seeing that tomorrow night. But thank you very much, Luke Rogers, for joining us on the commentary here. He's going to head off and get some well-needed sleep. While he does that, we're going to take a very, very short commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to go and do some interviews with drivers.
So talking more about the load cell pedal then, Hunter, just explain to us what the main benefits would be for somebody that's not used any load cells before.
Well, I'm sure you can attest to it that it just feels like a more natural brake feel that you would feel in like a car or whatever you would drive on track. You just get more data inputs from a load cell to your sim of choice by ACC instead, of course, iRacing, whatever. And that leads to a smoother and more consistent braking feel.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I'll sort of hold my hands up and say I was quite surprised with the fact that even with a basic load cell, you can sort of feel that the car doesn't lock up as much. It's not so stabby on the brakes.
So a very, very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the SimGrid World Cup Spa, 24 hours powered by Thrustmaster, and we are picking through the bones of that incredible race. Joining me in the room, we have a couple of drivers, and from the Yaz Heat Ferrari team, we have Dan King and Andrea Capoccia, and from the number 25 Audi, we have Wolf Machuska. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Andrea and Dan, we'll start with you guys. That was so close towards the end, but ultimately you can't be too unhappy with a third place there.
No, definitely not, guys. It was we got a little bit unlucky. We started to have a little bit of brake fade for the last couple of hours. The Ferrari was eating brakes, so we had to sort of back it down a little bit. But then, obviously, the guys in the Audi were flying as well. The Audi's always going to be tough to beat round here, proper. So happy with the way the guys drove today. Andrea and Simani. They drove amazing.
And Dan and Andrea, that was a faultless race from you guys. I mean, the pace was just absolutely incredible. What more could you have thrown at that race?
Well, no, it wasn't really, because at 4 o'clock this morning, I had a spin in the pit lane, and I was parked horizontal in the pit lane, like stuck in between the walls. We lost like 50 seconds, yeah. So that one was on me. But yeah, the pace in the Ferrari today was amazing. You know, thanks to everyone who helped us as well. Obviously, Eamon as well. Eamon turned up. He got very sick yesterday. Helped us with the setup as well. So a big shout out to him.
And Andrea, for yourself as part of that Yaz Heat Ferrari team, we've got Chris Hook in here as well. What was it like towards the end stages of that when you were really trying to rattle that Ferrari for everything that it could give you?
Yeah, hi David, hi guys. It was just completely crazy. It was completely crazy. We were like 2 seconds, 3 seconds behind before the last pit stop. Then on the pit stop, I think we gained. We were 1 second ahead, and this was really then afterwards just full focus. It was so crazy. We are still full of emotions, as you can hear. It was just crazy. But in the end, I mean, 6 seconds is a huge gap. If we take into account the silver gap, I think it was 11 thousandths. So.
Andrea, tell us what that was like, because the pit stops were so vital at the end there. And, you know, towards that final hour, it could have went either way.
Yeah, I mean, the only way we could have... everyone know that you can't really catch up with an Audi on the drying spa, so you can try to keep them behind. So that's why we tried to pit a little bit earlier, pitting 1 lap earlier, because we knew that if they pitted 1 lap earlier, they would have just undercutted us. But they were so fast that even if we did the undercut, they overtook us in their last lap of the last stint. So when we got out, we saw Chris ahead, and he was already like 2 seconds ahead. So it was I pushed, like I gave everything we had. The pace we had in the last stint was maybe the best I did in all the 24 hours, because I was pushing to the limit. But yeah, that wasn't enough. Absolutely, that wasn't enough.
Another man pushing to the limit is Wolf Matuska from the number 25 team there, the Audi of Mook Motorsport. And Wolf, I mean, that was a frustrating race for you guys. You were up in the top 5 consistently, and then it just dropped down towards the end there.
Well, yeah, first of all, thank you very much for organizing the event. That was my best sim racing experience I've had over the, considering that I've been doing this for a couple of years. So amazing stuff, my first 24-hour race. So thanks for that. And I have to really thank my team here. And a big shout out to Rob Tablin as well, who helped us be the 5th guy in the engineering side of things. And he was planning on doing the race, and I got the call on Tuesday to be able to race myself. So he had to drop out for me. So thanks for doing that. Yeah, it was unfortunate. We had a disconnect in the night. I think like 11:30 my time. We had a driver disconnect in the second stint, and we had to recover the car, which went successful. But we were in P26, a few laps down. I think 4 or 5 laps down. And yeah, that's that. I mean, we had a flawless race. We had a total of 5 seconds of a penalty. Really no other mistakes on track, no spin, no crash. So yeah, it's amazing the performance that my guys were able to bring up. I had a total of 3 hours of sleep, I think, today.
I feel you on that one, buddy. Trust me. All the production team as well are running on fumes right now. For yourself, actually, give us an insight to the drivers. How do you cope, and how does that lack of sleep affect you and your ability to race?
So I think the preparation that I personally went through before the race was very important. Physical workout, mentally, just preparing yourself, especially before the race start. That was very important and helped a lot. And then throughout the night, I mean, it's really having a second guy with you all the time that keeps you updated. You need someone to talk to. You cannot be on your own for any minute. I accidentally muted myself at one point during my stint, and that was awful. That was very awful. I thought that no one was talking to me, so that is important. And then yeah, a lot of coke, and the 3 hours of sleep, and that's enough in the end, I guess.
I should clarify, Coca-Cola, obviously.
Well, it's Pepsi this time, but yeah.
Good man, good man. Well, listen, Wolf Machuska, thank you very much for joining us from the number 25 Mook Motorsport team. A big thank you to Andrea Capoccia in the number 2 Yaz Heat Ferrari, and to Chris Hook in the second place car there. A brilliant effort from everyone all round. Have a wonderful recovery period, guys, and we'll get our next batch of drivers in.
Thanks so much, guys, also for the great event and great coverage. Thanks, guys. Brilliant. Bye.
Awesome stuff.
Great event. Thank you for everything. See ya.
Right, so let's go and bring our next batch in. So we have got our race winner. We have to get this out of the way. Jordan Sherritt from GTWR Simulator Giant Truck. Wow. What a race. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Finally, I think the luck stayed with us, instead of it going the opposite way. So, yeah, we just try to keep ourselves clean, and yeah, I think that eventually paid off at the end.
Now, you see, my partner's actually from South Africa, so I get to finally say this, but how's it going, Brew? Yeah, there we go. That's about it. That and Afrikaan swear words. That's about all I know, unfortunately. There we go. But a brilliant, dominant performance from the GTWR Simulator team, and everything seemed to just go right for you guys. How much preparation did you put in?
That's a hard question. Yeah, I think we had sort of base setups from before, and obviously with the new update that Kunos put, it kind of messed up our efficiency with our aero in terms of like how the cars balance, of course. So I would say like a week before we kind of sort of made a setup, and then yeah, funny enough, we actually didn't expect it to rain in qualifying. So going back to qualifying, we had to make a setup within a couple of like hours. Like the day before qualifying, we didn't actually know it's gonna rain, so we were a bit stressed about that. So we were pretty happy that we qualified in the top 10, and then I think from there, the rain played to our side. Obviously the Audi's not the best, but the setup we had was more better in the rain and colder conditions, so I guess we made the most of it in that sort of time, where at the end here we weren't as fast because our car wasn't efficient with its aero, so we were just taking it easy. And obviously we had 3 track warnings, so that's the main thing. We try to like keep that down, and I was just taking it really easy at the end, so yeah.
Well, congratulations, Jordan, nonetheless, to the GTWR Simulator Giant Truck team of yourself, Thomas Pfeffer. We've got Mikhail Statsenko and Francesco Dondi in there as well, guys. A stunning effort. It's been an absolute privilege to watch you guys.
Thank you. And they send their apologies because they don't speak great English, but they would have loved to have been here to chat to you guys.
An absolute pleasure. You've done them proud, buddy. Well done. Congratulations then to Jordan Sherritt again. And let's move on. Let's have a chat to the 888 Racing. That's the Coach Dave Academy car of James Parker. James, a very good day to you. And yeah, that could have been a different race altogether, but a decent recovery drive for you guys.
Yeah, I bit of pill to swallow, really. Very much a race what could have been, but I mean the top 5 guys drove a mega race. Really good, and especially the podium, they really deserve it. So, I mean, we had our our curse in SimGrid event seems to carry on. During the night, we had a few hiccups, technical issues as well, which cost us another, lap and a half, couple of laps, where Josh lost all gears and had to pit after a couple of laps. So yeah, I mean, the race was mega. It was an amazing event. You guys all smashed out of the park. Congratulations on that front as well. Really professional. You really nailed it, and yeah, just been really good fun to be part of. Had some mega battles out there. would have been nice to have a bit more of a sprinkling of rain, because we're flying in those conditions. But we just move on to Kyalami. You know, we put heads down and go again. But yeah, very good event, and I'm sure you guys, you know, really enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, we had an absolute blast watching it. So congratulations on the P22, a decent recovery drive, James, and best of luck for the final rounds.
No worries, guys. Have a lovely afternoon.
Superb. Right, moving on then, it is time to have a chat with our man in 4th place from the number 211 JLO team. It's none other than Maciek Malinowski. And Maciek, a great race. Unfortunately, you couldn't get the podium there, but a really strong finish for you guys.
Oh, we're really happy with our performance, despite where we finished. It was obviously a great 4th place finish, but quite far behind P2 and P3, and we were right in there in the contention with them, like a couple hours left in the race. But unfortunately, we had some bad luck with news. His wheel disconnected, then we couldn't swap the driver, and we lost a bit of time. We just lost a lap, and at the end of the race, we just finished that 1 lap behind plus some seconds. But overall, we're just super happy with our whole team performance. We had a great car that worked in all conditions. We did good quality, good race start. We survived the night. We always managed to, you know, be in the right place on the right time. We had every pit stop nailed, so we are really happy with our team's performance, despite the bad luck at the closing stages of the race. Also, I don't think we would be able to close down the gap at the very end because our brakes just went dead. At the very last hour, I had rear brakes completely gone, so I only had front brakes. The car wasn't turning in at all, so yeah, probably at the very end, even without that bad luck we had, I would be too slow anyway to fight for a podium. But still, I mean, amazing event. The whole SimGrid organizations and the whole event was just amazing in my opinion. I loved it.
Well, it was an absolute pleasure to see you taking part, and we absolutely loved the glowing LED on the top of that Mercedes Teletubby car. But a fantastic performance nonetheless. 4th place for JLO team, and yeah, big congratulations, guys, and you go into Kyalami, hopefully holding your heads up very, very high.
Yeah, definitely. We're looking forward already to it.
Excellent. Congratulations then. So we move on to our leading silver car by an absolute country mile, and that is, of course, the number 125 of James Bacon. James, you know, that was a storming performance for the team. The Aston Martins really seem to be the weapon of choice for the silver class, but yeah, you kind of made that race your own there for SRJ Motorsport.
Yeah, David, it was just one of those races. I'm totally spent now. We couldn't have pushed any harder than we did. We were trying to chase down. We didn't think we would win. We were chasing down the 995, and then when they hit problems, it was really just a case of we still had to maintain the good pace in case anything went wrong. And then yeah, at the end there, I've had 1 hour's sleep, and at the end, I don't think I've driven any faster than I did at the end trying to catch that Bentley. So. Yeah, I'm pretty done now. My teammates have gone to bed, so I'm the only one standing.
I can imagine, because of course the big thing is that most of the teams are 4-man or four person outfits, and you're just 3 people. So I mean that's extra time for you guys to do, isn't it?
Yeah, it was even more for me and Ryan. Basically, our other teammate Zlatan, who's the S in SRJ, he had some home issues and they had to pull out at the last minute. And we actually only brought in Alex Draycott last night about midnight, and he drove 4 hours because you know, he had no practice with the car. So I drove for 10 stints, just shy of 11 hours, and Ryan drove for 8 stints. And yeah, it was hard going, and considering with the 2-driver mandate in the server, you have to be awake as a backup driver. So I had 4 hours out of the server and only 1 of them asleep. So it was a tough race, but so satisfying, you know. I just couldn't be any more proud of my teammates, you know. It was so hard, and they just did such a great job.
Yeah, it was a fantastic thing to say. And James, I'm going to put you out your misery, buddy, and going to let you go. But pass on my congratulations to Alexander Draycott and Ryan Yee from SRJ Motorsport. A brilliant performance, 5th place, and the leading silver car.
Thank you very much, David.
So that is James Bacon there, and I think our final interview, we're going to have a chat to Aidan Bro in the number 557 car. They were, of course, 8th place, caught up in that fight early towards the end there, the 557, and a fantastic performance. But Aidan, how are you feeling? Because you were in another one of those 3-man teams.
Well, hello everybody. I'll say that first, and well done on the broadcast. First of all, honestly, I've been tuning in on and off when I wasn't driving, and it was brilliant. It was as good as the real Spa 24-hour broadcast just a week before. So, congrats to you guys on that, because that was brilliant. But yeah, 3-man team. It's obviously hard. And to be fair, I didn't really drive that many hours in comparison to the others. I only drove 5 stints in the end. I was set to drive the final hour, but Nico thought he would jump in for the final hour with a bit more pace than me, and he had to manage brakes as well in the final hour, so he was losing time, losing pace, but we managed to hold off I think it was Mike Noble in the Nissan who was charging after us. We knew they had to pit again, so we were sort of anticipating they'd come out behind us, but it was whether they'd then catch us back up and pass us for P8, but super happy with that. Nico drove absolutely unbelievable. He drove the first 5 hours, so how he did that without needing a toilet break, I'm not really sure, but he managed to get there and do that, because I was actually in work at that time. So and then Tristan took over for a few hours as well. He's drove brilliantly as well, so just want to congratulate those two, because they both disappeared now, but I'm sure they'll watch the stream back at some point and see it. But yeah, super happy with 8th.
How hard were you shouting at your monitor when Nicholas was right behind Tobin Lee in that battle?
I'll be honest, I wasn't really shouting at him. I was more telling him to not do anything stupid, because again, we knew that they had to pit, so we didn't have to pass them on track necessarily. But then the brakes faded completely, and he was having to dial the brake bias all the way forward just to try and manage the rear brakes, and that's when Tobin was able to just pull out a gap then. But he was, I can't say he wasn't whinging and moaning about the straight line speed of the McLaren. Because on the radio saying that thing is just launching off the corners, and there was nothing he could do about it. So that was before the brakes faded, of course. So yeah, no, he drove mega. Nico did, absolutely mega.
Yeah, an awesome effort, and a well-deserved 8th place there for the Butler Pal Motorsport team. And I think Rennie Butler is, I think he's going to be quite pleased with you guys after the disappointment at Bathurst. That's a mega achievement.
I'm sure he'll be happy. Yeah, I think it is the first. So this is my first time actually in the World Cup, the Sim Group World Cup anyway, as a driver for these guys for Butler Pal Motorsport, because I joined the team a couple of months ago, and obviously this was already underway, so I'm sort of in as a stand-in driver for this one, because a couple of the other guys couldn't make it, but I believe it's the first actual decent result for the 557 anyway. But the 556 unfortunately had 2 disconnects and were unable to get back going, so sort of ebbs and flows within the team, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be happy with it.
Well, an awesome effort nonetheless. Aidan, pass on my congratulations to everyone there, and to yourself obviously as well, and enjoy catching up on your sleep.
Mate, thank you very much, and thanks again for the amazing broadcast. Well done to all of you.
Thank you very much for that. It's been our pleasure, mate. And there we go. That is all of the drivers that we've got lined up for you. So ladies and gentlemen, that is us. Just to confirm for you as well then, Jordan Sherritt in the GTWR machine takes the win then. A stunning 603 laps in the book here at the Spa 24 Hours. It's the 2nd place for Chris Hawk in the number 49. And then in 3rd place it's Andrea Capoccia in the Yaz Heat Ferrari number 2. That's been an incredible 24 hours of Spa, but we still need to hear from you guys. We want to know what has been your favourite overtake, what has been your best send of the 24 hours. Remember to get in touch with us. Send it on social media. You want to tag in at Trackworks and at the Sim Grid with the video of your favourite overtake over the 24 hours. A huge thank you to our brand new partner Trackworks joining us on. Check them out for all manner of fantastic performance enhancing brake mods and custom engineered to make you faster. And talking of making you faster, get over to Coach Dave Academy for the premium Coach Dave setups straight from the man himself, GT3 legend David Perel. And other than that, guys, a huge thank you to Thrustmaster, because they have been a massive part of the SimGrid and the SimGrid World Cup, and we are very, very grateful to have them on board. But that's it. It's all done and dusted, guys. I can't believe we have done 24 hours of Spa here. I've been David Christie. A huge thank you to everyone that has been on the commentary team, to Luke Rogers, to Chris Hay, to Draycott, and to Connall Courtney as well. It's been an awesome performance. Thank you so much to everyone for watching, and we will see you next time for the Kyalami broadcast. But join us tomorrow night for the SimGrid Porsche Academy Cup. Brand new race, brand new championship starting tomorrow night at 7:30. And we will see you there on the YouTube channel. From myself, Dave Christie, I'm way to bed. I will see you next time.